into the ring. Step into the ring. To the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye.
Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare out, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Search across the sky, a peace they'll never find. Always at the same time, structure will divide. Move the blocks around, any day now. The perfect combination will leap out. Oh, these helicopter rides.
Whispers of the silent wind, softest dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent soldiers in their fight.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the Saber-toothed Tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
This is it, PUBG Mobile fans. We are about to step into the 2024 PMGC Survival Stage and Last Chance starting on November 20th. In the intense battleground that awaits, every team ambition ignites like a flare lighting up the sky, revealing the hopes and dreams of everyone competing. The remaining 8 teams from Group Yellow, Red, and Green will battle in a 3-day survival stage, where each match will test their skill and their resilience. Only the top 16 will rise to the last chance stage, where over 2 fierce days, the 6 strongest teams will secure the ticket to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals in London. For those who fall short, it's the end of the road, an abrupt descent from the heights they have strived to reach. The stakes are brutal. This is where we will see who truly has the fire to make it to the top. Who do you think will survive? From Group Yellow, Bigatron Knight, the powerhouse from Indonesia, and Vampire Esports, Thailand's superstar squad, entered the arena with everything on the line. Both teams demonstrated resilience in the group stage. Bigatron Knights, aiming to reclaim past glory, last appeared at the PMGC Grand Finals in 2020. Known for their technical skills, they barely scraped through this time, facing potential elimination in the first 3 days before a clutch chicken dinner on day 4 helped them secure that 11th place and a spot in the survival stage. For them, the journey has been a spark, a flicker now primed to flare into something more. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports ignited fans with 4 chicken dinners and a consistent top 4 finishes, leading Group Yellow in chicken dinners outside of the top 3 teams. Known for disciplined rotations, effective entry strategies, and expert use of throwables, they're one of Thailand's most respected squads. Yet the so-called Group of Death spared no mercy, as other teams surge with last-minute victories, pushing Vampire Esports down to 7th place. As two-time PMWI champions, their mission is clear: survive, ascend, and seize a place among the final contenders. Will Vampire Esports or Bigatron Knights reclaim their spot on the global stage and keep their flame burning towards victory? In Group Red, teams fought tooth and nail for a place in survival stage. Pakistan's ASIA began the group stage strong, leading with top 3 placements in the first few days. Known for their powerful attacks, ASIA boasted the highest elimination count in their group, with 117 eliminations, marking them as one of the most aggressive teams to watch. Yet despite their firepower, they were narrowly pushed to 4th place by Enigma Galaxy on the final day, forcing them into survival stage to keep their London dreams alive. ASIA has never advanced to the Grand Finals, so this stage could be history in the making for them. And just ahead of them, IWNRX, the Turkish beast, finished Group Red with only 1 point shy of top 3, claiming 4th place with 171 points against 3rd place finishers Enigma Galaxy with 172. With star player Seawolf dealing over 10,000 damage and achieving 41 eliminations, IWNRX displayed a resilient spirit that they'll need in survival stage. ASIA and IWNRX came so close to the top. Can they make it this time in the survival stage? Over in Group Green, while they're not the group of death, all teams within this group fiercely had an equal chance to climb up the ranks. Regnum Karyabra Esports, the Turkish powerhouse led by veteran champion Silas, faced a challenging start in Group Green, finishing day 1 in 13th place. However, with the patience and persistence, they clawed their way back up the leaderboard, securing a respectable 6th place finish by the end of group stage. Despite their rise, RCB struggled to secure a consistent top 4 finish compared to their opponents in this group. To advance through the survival stage, they will need to bring something extraordinary to the battleground, especially against other teams just as determined to earn their place in the Grand Finals. 4 Miracle Vibes burst into the scene in Group Green with a jaw-dropping performance, setting a record-breaking 22 eliminations in a single match, followed up by a chicken dinner on day 1. Dog spearheaded this achievement with an impressive 8 eliminations in that round. No other team has matched this feat in the 2024 PMGC group stage. However, their momentum slowed down as the competition intensified, leaving them in 5th place by the last day. If they hope to conquer the survival stage, 4 Miracle Vibes will need to rediscover their early brilliance and deliver another miracle performance. The pressure is intense. Can RCB and 4MB make it out of the survival stage? The journey to the top is perilous, and as these teams take on survival stage, their ambition, skill, and drive will flare brighter than ever, visible to fans around the world. Tune in to witness every intense moment as each squad fights to make their dreams a reality on November 20th, 10:45 UTC. Hello PUBG Mobile fans, the highly anticipated Group Green has concluded. Come along as we recap the most thrilling highlights and history-making moments from this week's competition. Starting off with 4 Miracle Vibes, who achieved the highest eliminations for group stage. Their stunning performance captured the attention of every team in the competition. In day 1, match 2, they secured an incredible 22 eliminations alongside a chicken dinner, amazing a total of 32 points in just 1 game, marking a dominant opening to the league. 4MV Dog's outstanding performance not only carried the team in the top 5 positions throughout the league, but also earned them the title of a weekly MVP for Group Green. On the final day of league matches, the battle for third place was intense, with 4MV, D+ Kia, and Thunder Talk all eyeing for the spot. However, an early engagement in the final match of the league cost them valuable opportunities to climb into the top 3. As a result, their journey to the Grand Finals will continue in the survival stage. Brute Force made a remarkable statement in this season's PMGC League stage. Despite a challenging start on day 1, they began accumulating points from day 2 onward, keeping that consistency, securing back-to-back chicken dinners with an impressive total of 49 points. Their performance was super consistent, truly deserving of their spot in the Grand Finals. This time, they will have finally achieved their long-awaited goal, turning last year's mistakes into success. Despite the setback in last season's PMGC, Influence Rage came in hot this season, showcasing exceptional consistency. Even with early eliminations in some matches, they managed to accumulate crucial elimination points and secure a total of 4 chicken dinners throughout the league, firmly solidifying their qualification to the Grand Finals. Thunder Talk Gaming showcased resilient gameplay in this Group Green battle. Despite a slow start on day 1, they found the rhythm and made a strong comeback on the 4th day of PMGC League stage. Thunder Talk Gaming delivered a standout performance, taking down D+ Kia and secured their well-deserved place in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. Regnum Karya Bra Esports, led by former PMGC champion Silas, faced a challenging start in the first 2 days of League stage. Despite the setbacks, they fought back in day 3, earning a crucial 19 points in match 4 to steer clear of elimination. Their momentum continued with a solid chicken dinner on day 4. While they came so close to securing a direct ticket to London, they have demonstrated their abilities to deliver strong competition on the global stage. However, their journey isn't over yet. They will need to prove themselves once again in survival stage. Voing Donkey ID made their first ever debut in the PMGC this year. While things started off rough in the first 3 days of league stage, they turned it all around due to tactical changes from their coach. With 2 chicken dinners and some serious high elimination matches, they showed us what they're capable of, finishing off Group Green with a win. Their journey now continues in the survival stage, and their relentless spirit has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on everyone watching. DRS Gaming, the former runner-up of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, struggled to find their rhythm this season. Despite securing 2 chicken dinners on days 3 and 4 of group stage, they couldn't maintain the consistency needed to earn a spot in survival stage. This marks the end of the journey of this year's PMGC for them. We wish them the best and look forward to their comeback for next year.
Мы очень rады. Это первый финал PMGC для нас. Завтра будем праздновать и не знаю, как передать это словами.
Não tenho muito o que falar para os outros, foco mais no meu time, mas fiquem preocupados com a gente.
终于把心中的一个大石头终于放下来了吧。其实我感觉在打今天一整天的时候，我心态都比较正常一点，但是到了最后一把，确实很刺激。
Всем пока, увидимся в Лондоне.
Bye bye, see you in London.
我们伦敦见。
The action isn't over yet. Stay tuned for the upcoming survival stage, where the stakes are higher than ever. Let's see who will rise to the challenge and claim their last chance ticket to the Grand Finals in London.
Whispers of the silent night, softest dreams in twilight sky.
Day 1 of Survival Stage, Major Pride and D plus Gia both were able to get 2 chicken dinners. Meanwhile, DX Consistency just put them at the top of the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage, live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Yesterday matches showed us just how fierce the fight can be in Survival Stage. Today, we'll have teams from Group Green and Group Red battling amongst each other. Will IWNRX and Team Falcons show us why Group Red had such a nail-biting finish? Or will we have some other teams, like Team Queso and ASI8, possibly surprising us? Let's get started with Day 2 of Survival Stage.
Well, for some teams, it's the beginning of their survival stage journey, and for others, it's the last day of their journey to see if they can potentially keep themselves in the top 16. You know what we're going to be talking here with Group Green. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined once again by Hot Jukes and Maxman, also known as Hot Max, as we're going to be breaking down everything happening over the course of today. But gentlemen, welcome back, Hot Jukes. I always say hi to you first. So Maxman, how are you doing today?
Hello. Oh my, what's going on? No, I'm doing fantastic, Jason. Really excited for the clash of Group Red and Group Green, and see if some teams at the bottom will be able to maybe escape that bad position, because at the bottom it's bad. It's real bad, Jason, for some squads.
I'm scared, Hot Jukes, because Max is all about Falcons. I'm all about 4MV, and we're kind of in agreement that if neither of these two teams qualify into the Grand Finals, we might be looking for a new favorite team.
I can't believe it, dude. The hotness has reached its absolute maxness, I guess. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy, dude. This is Group Green's last chance to put points on the board. So they are at a bit of a disadvantage here, because the rest of these two groups are going to be able to know exactly how many points they need to pass them up. So everybody you see in Group Green, that is who is in the hot seat today.
I'm telling you, there's one team that's going to come in swinging even more here. Is going to be IWNRX. And my boys, after not qualifying by what, 1-2 points, they're going to come in swinging, Hot Juke. So you know that Z-Wolf, he's going to take matters in his own hands.
Your boy, the man, Z-Wolf, the legend. Man, I'm looking towards some teams like I8 in particular, right? I feel like we've seen a good I8 this year. It's been such a breath of fresh air having Falcon be a standout player. I want to see what they're going to be able to pull off in the course of today, because obviously I think they are going to be potentially one of the weaker teams. But IWNRX, as you mentioned, I mean, Falcons, Max. It's Falcons. Like, let's be honest. If they really don't make the Grand Finals, are you going to give up on them? Like, are you finally going to look for that new team? I know you're talking about it, but...
I said it in CSA fall season. I think this would be my breaking point, Jason. I've been hurt too many times this year. I mean, the thing is, I would have jumped onto 4MV, but even 4MV are like, you know, maybe they're not making it. So I don't know, Jason. I'm confused. 2024 is a weird year.
It's like Stockholm really syndrome, Hot Jukes. It's like, you know, that you're just being held hostage by this team that you're just such a fan of. You know, but who are you looking at, Hot Jukes, here? I mean, obviously we did mention IWNRX a little bit. Is there any teams in particular that you're really focused on? I'm imagining you're going to be leaning towards those Group Green teams, because this is their last day of play.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's going to be who I'm keeping my eyes on for sure. I mean, 4MV, they are freaking me out here, because I just don't know what to say about him. I mean, Doc is the star player. I mean, he is, I think, the reason why this team has had so much success, but also a reason why the team's holding back. I mean, it's wild. I think Blank said it during the cast. He said just like, this man is a liability. And that's how I feel about him. I mean, because it's just like so hit or miss. I hope he's able to get things going here. But, you know, obviously another team that I'm honestly looking at, it's going to be Team Liquid. They're right there in that 6th place position. It's not enough for them to be comfortable. 35 points. They need a lot more than that. So I'm really looking to see them kind of go guns blazing.
Look, if there's anything that could be happening that's cool today, I've heard rumors going in the background that maybe I8 will not be competing versus 4MV on Military Island. They might be going Saverni on a wrangle, Jason, and that's a big double thumbs up from me. I love that. Good job.
More of that, please. You know, it's also
more of that.
I'm curious about who you have on your wallpaper today with the Infinix GT20 Pro with 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Let's see who's going to be on that screen today, as Maxman forgets his security code.
It's my X suit.
Oh, nice. The new skin.
It's the past X suit, but yeah. And that's the one I play in game, and I'm looking extra cool. I feel like I'm judged by Jason right now, but
a little bit.
It's a cool skin.
You know,
I love my skin.
Have you had a picture of John yet?
No. I am looking for a good one. It's taking me a while. I'm going in the dark web, Jason, to find it.
He's photogenic. Come on. You guys at home, make sure you check out PUBG Mobile Esports across all of our social media platforms: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, everything in there. I know John's not happy about this, but John, you got to follow all those channels if you want Max to put his picture or your picture on his phone. And make sure you guys check out a ticket here at PMGC into the Grand Finals, 6th, 8th of December over in London. You can experience the joys of the city, not to mention the joys of seeing your favorite players going head-to-head here to see who can be crowned King of the Year and who'll be able to lift that trophy. Also, you can check out the new update here, Maxman 3.5. You said you got the Dragon down. You had your MG3. The Ice Mire Frontier is available now, and the Ice Age is calling you. You guys can go and command the frozen battleground with ancient creatures like the Mammoth and Saber-Tooth Tiger. The flames of Icefield rekindle right here, right now. We got to get some games in on this, guys.
Yes.
I played it yesterday, and we were so close, Jason, to beating it, but Niptura got knocked and got sent out of the cave, and we couldn't beat it for like 5 seconds. So blame Niptura. It's her fault.
Well, first of all, I'm surprised she showed up to play. But second of all, I'm surprised you didn't pick her up and slam her down to the ground to finish her off. If hopefully she's here watching.
The dragon got there first.
And then I imagine like DK's like, you guys are fighting a dragon?
He was not even in the cave. He was not there, Jason.
Exactly. So was he in the squad or not? I don't know. That seems to be typical style. But let's kind of focus in on what's coming today. All right, some teams to focus. I'll start up with mine. I went with Falcons I8 just because there are 2 teams coming into this. It's kind of like the CSA Hope, though it seems like Major Pride might be the CSA Hope going forward. And then of course 4MV, their last day of play. They did make a roster swap. Arrow has come into the roster here for this day. It's a risky time to do it, but I kind of respect the choice to make it happen here. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to change, right? So a roster swap is a drastic one. I would have just said, hey, secondary location, maybe? I mean, I think that could have been a good one, but you know what? Sometimes you got to make bigger changes. I picked a couple of teams, and one of them's going to be I8 because I heard the same thing Maxman did, that I8 said, you know what? We're not going to go for this hot drop. We don't want to even mess with 4MV. We're going up to Severny. And another big drop location change is from Team Gessel. Guess where they're going? They're headed to Pachiki, baby. That's right. It is wide open for them here. So it's going to be really interesting to see.
And Max, you had IWNRX, Regnum Karya, bruh, and I8 as well.
Yeah, that's how we call them. Regnum Karya, bruh. Esport. Regnum Karya, bruh, I mentioned it multiple times. I still believe they're one of the most improved team that have shown the most potential as time went forward here in PMGC, currently standing in 4th position very comfortably. And as we said, right, Group Green, this is going to be their last day, Jason. With the 2 wins they got yesterday, I think they can maintain that kind of momentum. I think they're going to be very comfortable going into the last chance. But after that, top 6, it's going to be a rough one.
This is going to be a rough day for any team out there, any fan as well. Not to mention rough for Seven, who's got to find a player to interview that is about his same height, which is no easy feat. Let's head down to him on the stage.
I had to get a quick interview, and I have none other than Top from Team Falcons and Doc from 4MV. Let's start off with you, Top. Miramar was the big turnaround for you guys in regards to group stages. What else have you guys been working on since group stage from Group Red?
Хэсгийн тоглолт дээр нь Miramar нь их чухал нөлөө үзүүлдэг байсан. Тэрнээс хойш одоо юун дээр ажиллаж байгаа вэ?
За онлайн группийн тоглолтод ерөнхийдөө яг Miramar дээр оноо авч чадахгүйсэн. Зоно авсан ирнэ дайна авахгүйсэн. Тэгээд одоо яг дайн дээр ажилласан. Тэгээд дайна авалт олон да.
For that, we haven't been able to play well in that situation in Miramar. Even we took care of the zone fighting, we now still need to focus on the fighting more later.
Right on. Thank you. Now with Doc, you guys struggled yesterday in regards to being able to get those eliminations, and you usually tend to be a little bit too far from the team at times. What are we going to be seeing from you? Are we going to be able to see an adjustment to you being closer to the team? And also, what kind of style are we going to be seeing from 4MB? Is it going to be more aggressive, or are you guys going to be adopt to be a little bit more tactical?
Өчигдөр бол жоохон хэцүү өдөр байсан. Тэгээд өнөөдөр бид нэр та нараас юу харах вэ? Чи одоо багийнхантайгаа илүү ойрхон тоглох уу? Хана багийнхан илүү агрессив байх уу? Эсвэл арай тактиктэй үзэх үү?
Ер нь өчигдрийн үед ер нь тест маягаар тоглосон. Яг тэгэж өөрсдийнхөө одоо нэг тактикийн момоор ерөөсөө тоглоогүй. Гэхдээ одоо яг агрессив одоо тоглох уу, тактикаар тоглох уу гэдэг нь тухайн үеийн одоо яг нөхцөл байдлаас хамаарч ер нь тоглоно да.
For us, yesterday was like tasting, so we wasn't able to show our like true performance as we wanted to. But for now, for today, we will try to make a decision like just depending on that situation. So I can't say it's gonna be aggressive or it's gonna be tactical.
Okay, so a bit more of an adult approach. Thank you so much, Doc. Thanks so much, Top. Back to you guys.
Man, it is crazy seeing Top and Doc next to each other. Like it is like the two legends of CSA standing side by side. I would love to see them on a team one day if that's ever possible. But I mean, hearing them, looking at Doc and just the body language, he looks locked in. He looks like ready to pull off another 22 elimination game, to be honest. Like he is ready to put his team on his back and be like, guys, I'm going to drag us into last chance or I'm going to die trying.
I mean, my man's been MVP of PMGCs before. Like, we know what this guy can bring to the table, Jason. And I think that you got so many players that have had some team changes to some extent, like Silas too, right, that have achieved greatness in the past and want to get back to those glory days here this time around in PMGC 2024. They want to go to London, win the trophy, go the entire way. But again, we said it right. Survival stage, last chance is the group of death. So even teams like maybe 4MV and Falcons, if they falter, if they struggle, they might not be able to make it. So they need to go extra hard today to get those points on board, Jason.
Jukes, not to like heavily focus on 4MV, but I think for 4MV in particular, it's kind of, I'm not trying to throw this out into the ether to potentially make it happen, but in my head, if they don't make it to the Grand Finals, this could be the last time we see this iteration of 4MV together. This isn't based off any rumors, but in my head, I'm like, there's got to be some changes. Like to not make it to PMGC when you've won both seasons of CSA, I think it'd be unacceptable in their eyes.
I would normally like be contrarian to that opinion, but especially considering that they're doing a roster swap mid like major part of this tournament, then absolutely, yeah. Like I could totally see that happening. So I mean, 4MV, they need to make some magic happen, and it's going to be so difficult considering that they're going up against a different lobby. So they're having basically no warm up in this. Every single zone is going to shooting range, but who cares, dude? Why did that player from Void Donkey have nails on his thumbs? That's the only question I have. What was that?
Wait, you don't have nails on your thumbs?
No.
You have no nails on your thumbs?
I've only seen one other pro player do that at a tournament, and that was like a long time ago. I need answers.
It's just to highlight how anti-scratching the screen is of the Infinix GT20 Pro. No, cannot be scratched. It is too powerful. Okay, like diamonds. Yes.
I just wonder if he's using it like an anchor or something to kind of help him control recoil. I want answers. If Seven, if you're listening, give us answers, please. I must know.
Just gonna say, Max, diamonds are like the
new meta
sharpest object in existence on Earth.
Yeah.
So if the Infinix GT20 Pro can sustain that, that's impressive. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, like the screen is made of diamond, but yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, gotta shine bright like a diamond. We know what pressure can do. It turns you into diamonds. But you know what? We have Sandhawk coming up.
GT20 Pro.
Yeah, we do have Sandhawk coming up here. D+, they won it yesterday. They got themselves 12 eliminations as well. Part of the reason they ended up getting up to second place in our overall leaderboards, which I don't believe we checked in on at the top of the show. So right now, D Xavier sitting first, going to be sitting out. D+ going to be the current leader at the moment, with RCB currently hot on their heels at 50 points with a 7-point difference. But it's time to head into the first match for Group Red and the start to the end here for Group Green as we drop in on the Sandhawk with John, Allen, and Blake.
Only 6 more matches to play for Group Green, and now we will take them around for Sandhawk for the last time that they will see over the course of their 2 days of gameplay. Match 7, it's all starting to kick off. The plane path actually cutting quite north here on our first Sandhawk of the day, our only Sandhawk of the day, in fact.
The beginning of the end for Group Green. Goodness me. They get a little bit dicey. Some of these teams do need to put up a bit more of a performance today to get themselves in towards that top 16. Always difficult being in Group Green, considering that you do have to kind of eyeball it. Let's put it that way. You gotta eyeball your scorings. You don't have a definitive marker, but we will know, or we might know by the end of the day, where our top 16 bubble is, depending on if there is a green team over on that 16th place.
I'm looking at hot drops. I'm seeing them. over on the north side in Hatin, ASIA and Voin Donkey ID both going to be clashing over on this north side. We thought we might see some hot drop adjustments, but it's not going to be assuaged over on that north side. ASIA will take the fight to Voin Donkey and vice versa as well. Maybe there's a world in which they can extract themselves from this situation for both of these squads, but we'll have to wait for the circle to decide where it's going. We haven't quite seen it just yet, and there's the light up down the sidelines there. ASIA draw first blood on the north side.
Voin Donkey, it was something to be expected that ASIA would not give up this drop spot, and why wouldn't they? ASIA like to go where they go, and they always go there no matter what. So for ASIA, good start. They managed to get themselves a knock over towards Vexy, who is currently one of the highest damage proponents of Voin Donkey, but Potato follows up fantastically and will find 2 of those E-limbs for Voin Donkey, leaving ASIA at a sad 2-player margin so far. So great start for Voin Donkey.
There's only 2 more players to handle. One of their players is knocked, sure, but that is enveloped fully by Voin Donkey ID. Falak as well, low, has to fall back this early in the game. You don't have too many meds pre-looting phase, so do need to be very, very careful going for those peaks. It's a lot more risky in those situations. You diminish your strength there, and it is difficult to get it back topped up. You can see they've read into that. A run out, a retreat here for ASIA necessary, and they get away from Voin Donkey ID for the time being.
Do not stick around here. Not really worth your time. Settle themselves all the way over towards the eastern side of Hatin. This is a very nice building to play. Actually has a lot of sight lines looking out towards the rest of Hatin here. So Uzum will be able to hold that angle nicely. Falak will be heading out, potentially looking for a vehicle here to regroup with his buddy. SIA, but already I think this game is somewhat done by SIA off the back of that hot drop. I honestly... You see, this is the thing, is where ASA probably were assuming that Voin Donkey would leave, but we know from watching Voin Donkey these past couple of weeks that this is a team that has improved drastically over those weeks. So I think it's a team that no longer is a case of we'll step aside for another squad. They're happy to fight it out. It was unfortunately lost Vexy to start off with because he was such a critical part of the team over in their group stage, but nice to see some of the other players stepping up alongside him around Voin Donkey to make that one happen. And at 28 points, now 30, they're looking fairly decent.
I think the bigger hit to ASIA here may be to confidence going into the next map, because we know that it's not unlikely that there is that military island hot drop, right? With 4MV so convinced that they should be going for it. ASIA, the same attitude we heard from their coach, from their team. They've definitely made that statement that they're not going to leave. So if they are going to go for that hot drop, they've just lost one pretty nastily on Sanhok as well. Is that going to affect their confidence moving into this next game hot drop? They still have 77 to handle, and there's completely no idea from Magnum that they've got players to worry about. He goes down, gets sprayed out immediately too. 77 will be aware of this now, but they've already lost that player on the north side.
Yeah, it's frustrating losing a player like that, because you absolutely don't assume that a team has made this rollout just yet. It's good shots from the sidelines, though, from Zadira. Looks over towards Falak next, and there should be a regroup coming through from Limbo Boom to attempt to shut this one down. Smokes are going out. Falak, I don't imagine he's got a helmet or vest just yet, so he's likely going to be very weak. Just the level 1 vest, and that will be a nade to finish the job. Fantastic stuff from 77. Get themselves 2 more eliminations, but unlucky that they will lose one. But easily enough played on as just 3 players going forward.
Yeah, the circle on this west side hasn't fully committed to that southwest island, but it is the most likely area for this map to finish, which means the areas around Tambang, around Ruins, going to be highly valuable. So for 77, losing that player, playing on with 3, it's going to be a little bit harder to probably go for that crossing if they don't move fast, because Falcons are starting to move across that river towards past boot camp. IWNRX are now pushing in from the east side of Hainan. This area is going to start to fill up, and that's going to make it harder to navigate. And with reduced sight lines, it's just going to make it worse from that north side. It's difficult, but we've seen an elimination focus in this lobby, and maybe that's what they'll shift towards now.
It's actually quite funnily enough, is quite open, right, down towards the southeast side. That's mainly because we do have FaZe, 4MV, Team Queso, the Vicious, all in position, as you were saying earlier. Ghetto Roy, D plus Kia, all moving in from the eastern edge with Team Liquid still ahead of them. But yeah, mainly open areas to move through. And I think that's because 77, ASIA, and Voin Donkey all have just been crowded up towards this north side. No one's been really making too many movements. This is a very, very quick crossing from a lot of teams, and it's not usually this easy, basically, to get down towards the southwest side.
Vicious. We're going to hold off Team Liquid. One spray down and a second as well. Bronozin doesn't even dip below the first aid mark there, and that's 2 players down. Team Liquid not going to be able to pick that back up. A lovely little ambush there for the Vicious. Adding 2 points to their tally and taking Team Liquid down a notch.
I think that you are at fault for doing that, though, right? You're rocking up towards a watchtower, and there's no smokes over towards it. There's no nades in preemption either. Like, you could say that Team Liquid was asking to get rolled down there, honestly, on the spray. Like, it was a linear approach as well, John, directly forward, no zigzagging, no coming in from the sidelines, where it was just easy to line up those shots with the M4. And because the 2 other players were inside a vehicle, there was no backstop holding off that angle. Yeah, in my opinion, it's just a bad play from Team Liquid. I'm not sure exactly what they were thinking. Even if it's a case of we're going to assume 70% of the time that watchtower is going to be open, you still want to account for that other 30%, right?
Yeah, I mean, on that 30% time, you're losing 2 of those players immediately. Bad. So it's, you put, what, 30% on 2? So on average, you lose 0.6 players every time you make that move, which is pretty awful on that one. We're looking at 2 Botates here. RCB actually left from Cow, and Voin Donkey followed later behind from Hartin. So a wide sweep as the circle shrinks up towards Ruins.
RCB a little bit quicker in their approach in the boat here. Always a tough one. I think a lot of players are becoming more and more aware of this crossing over towards the west, but RCB do make it in and are up towards the slopes here. A little bit of parkour required to get up, but they do make it eventually in towards Tambang. So nicely done with the guys on INS over towards their northern edge. Not doing too much about this one. And Falcons sitting pretty in Confluence compound. I have questions about Falcons, John. I really do hope that they can get into the last chance here, but I'm not too confident in them at the moment.
No, they somewhat disappointed back over in their group and didn't quite go the distance. I think quite a few of us predicted them to be one of the 3 teams going through, and it was just a pretty big letdown, I think it's safe to say. However, they did manage to get up fairly high on those tables. They qualified second from Group Red, right? But it was mostly off the back of a few just really well-found games rather than just solid, consistent gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the big worry, right? Is that if they don't get those solid games here, where it's a much more unforgiving format, you only have 2 days to play. Like, you're not given those extra 2 days on top in the group stage where you look for those big games, which can absolutely shoot your point standings up. Because, let's put it this way, if Tiamba were in survival stage and they played out how they played in the group stage, they wouldn't be making it through. It wasn't really until that day 3 where we started to see a massive step up in performance from Tiamba. And yes, they got that one big game on day 2, but that was about it. So it's always a struggle. When you look at it that way, a team that did so damn well in their group, being a survival stage, getting completely knocked out because of just the amount of days you have to play. Yeah, it's not a great position to be in. Voin Donkey, down. I think 77 had eyes onto this very early on. It was a really good scout out coming through from Limbo Boom on the north side of the Northwest Island. They took shots over towards the boat. They all had to jump out. They started swimming. And Tiamba basically said, feel free, 77. Please rotate past us and acquire your elimination set.
Yeah, it was a little bit late on that Botate, and RCB, who we're on board with now, went really early for this Botate. As soon as the first circle popped, they were in that boat, they were across, they were getting around. I think they got a little bit of loot on board, so I will question like how much of a resource they were able to accrue in terms of what they can bring to the rest of the game. They may have to try and take a fight and fight through for the crates, but it's going to be maybe a little bit sparse on the ground for RCB. However, they have made landfall. They are 4 players, and they are actually closer inland than the Vicious.
Yeah, RCB didn't do badly on this. I am curious, though. What the hell happened to those eliminations for 77? Did Void Donkey all just drown out in the open?
Wait, did they not get them?
I don't think so. Currently, they're on 2 elims.
Maybe they did drown a few. I mean, if you're out on the
they
blue,
would have had to drown all of them. Yeah.
Oh, wait. 77 got 2 elims earlier. You're right.
Yeah, from ASIA.
Yeah, what the hell?
They got what the hell, man? What the hell, man?
We'll get that checked out. The Falcons managing to get across nice and early. They have that confluence compound. The circle shifts to the hill to that southwest side of the compound. So maybe a transition in their future out to that area as Team Liquid lose the last 2 of their players. 4MV up to 3 elims. Okay, a good start here.
And a good start needed. Yesterday, as I was saying, you know, Doc definitely felt like a bit of a liability on the squad. A few times calling for reses, which I think that were so improbable of getting off. I like the fact that 4MV puts a lot of faith in Doc, and you can understand why, because when he's on his A game, he is truly an S tier character. But most of the time, I think they need to realize that if Doc goes down 200 meters away from the team, that's Doc's fault. And the rest of the team should not suffer for that fact and play on with 3. Because we've seen a lot of teams do a lot of good work with just 3 players, but they are investing a lot into getting back up again, which often kind of scarpers the rest of their game, which I don't like.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a downer on their performances sometimes, but we'll see if they can keep 4 players alive this time around and keep Doc safe. At the moment, Doc is playing in the middle of their 4-player small split. They're sort of all within 200 meters of each other. But Baron's currently a little bit further away than he is, so he's sort of that yardstick. If you go past Baron Doc, you're not getting any dinner, all right? That's it. You're not allowed. Tiamba, they have managed to, well, they haven't quite yet managed to go for the crossing. This is what they're trying to go for now. 77 also moving in the same sort of area. I'm not sure if 77 are super aware of this position. If they are, then they're just trying to scout it out. Limbo Boom spotted. Shan immediately rips him straight out of the buggy, and that's a second sneaky pickoff on towards 77. They do need a little bit more value from this one, though, and they do find the retribution over towards Shan. Zadira picks that up.
I mean, I think it's totally reasonable. The 77 do not know Tiamba's here. They have been so quiet on this northwest side. Shan getting immediately taken down to the back of that knock as well feels pretty bad for them. Zadira now has a nade in hand, looking to cook this one up and send it down the hill towards Tiamba. Definitely hears the footsteps. That one looks fairly close towards Zadira, actually. Nade does a bit of damage back towards Tiamba. Quite a bit of damage, actually.
And in this stage as well, it's zone 4. If you go down, it's curtains for you. And there he goes. Couldn't get the first aid off in time. It's the blue zone to get the knock and onto 77 as well. Both of these teams suffering. And I mean, it was a difficult crossing. They didn't move quite early enough. They both kind of committed for that elimination style play, but haven't found the profit for it, especially with those knocks going to the play zone. That's going to be a little bit annoying for the teams on the north.
Yeah, I'm unsure what Tiamba's game plan was there. I did not like how they played that one out. Or on the north side, like, what did they actually achieve for Tiamba? When they get 1 elim, it's about it. I think it's really tough for them to actually rotate back down again. RCB, somehow, the Vicious were able to get ahead of them and now locking them out side the zone. This is a very good rotate coming through from the Vicious, which I'm unsure how it was allowed to happen. RCB currently on 50 points, with 77 actually overtaking them here. There is one other team ahead of them from Group Yellow, I believe.
Trying to jump up on in as high as you can on the tables. Falcons now starting to move out from their compound on this eastern side. With the first elimination under the belt, they have gotten off the blocks. One of 4 teams to be able to do so far from Group Red. Tianba swimming with the last representative and actually making it to dry land. I wonder how long that will last against the Falcons.
I honestly think for Silas, at this point in time, it might actually just be a good idea to Molotov himself in-game, and just take the L and just not give any more points across to any of the teams inside the lobby. They know they're quite far ahead, but if they get denied points, it just removes the overall intensity of the lobby that's going to be catching up to them. D Plus taking shots over towards IWNRX alongside with 4MV. IWNRX getting absolutely cut out here on Sandhawk. Their first gameplay in the survival stage. They had a pretty good run for themselves, but were pipped to the post just about over in the groups.
Baron still that northern flank. Doc trying to reinforce on the southern edge, but they've taken knocks and actually taken a flush over towards that edge. And Doc is also getting cut through here. Stalwart started to sweep around. D plus Kia as well. Falcons, they may have a couple of sightlines up towards the north towards Getso Roy, so could chime into this fight between Stalwart and Getso Roy, who are both trying to push in from the north edge of 4MV, but that's Doc down, and in an instant, it seems like 4MV's position just got dismantled.
Yeah, they were taking a lot of fights all over the place, right? The IWNRX taking shots down towards the western side, towards Team Queso. D Plus now rock up. That looks like a fairly decent nade, actually. Getso Roy losing another in Zuno. And that was onto Osal, so very, very well placed there from Aero. 4MV has the DBS, but a massive chunk of damage, but he's still going.
Nolbu with the shotgun around the edge, can't quite connect, has to go for the weapon swap a second. Hop out, 4MV, have they got the warrior they need? They're going to lose him on the inside, but there is an off angle. Baron is still in action, not in position to try and help out just now, though. Needs to keep his head down. Doc is down on the off angle, and D plus Kia now on a rescue mission. Stalwart in the meantime, popping over towards Getso Roy, who have managed to stay up as 4 this entire time blank. They've had a knock on the off angle, but Stalwart get out their way. The blue zone's putting pressure on, and they may not be able to get back up to 4, but keeping 3 players alive on this southeast edge may be the best result that any team is going to be able to find.
Oh, very, very nice nades coming over the top from Falcons. They know that if they even get just a knock here, it doesn't matter if they don't confirm it. The blue zone will do that for them. Incilio taking a knock there from Action. Seems pretty crazy to me, considering Incilio is right now just in ruins, just chilling. The Vicious, though, likely the best position right now to pick themselves up a chicken dinner. They're down towards that southwest side. They've got so much open space. So many teams opted to come in through from the east that it has just become a bit of a bloodbath on that side of things. Falcons rock over towards Incilio's position after getting that initial knock and might be able to work ruins off the back of this.
Fabian in the blue zone, doesn't look like he wants to move, just waiting for someone to peek him. The last first aid there, Ventura's may give him an opportunity as he crosses out in the open, but I think Fabian's given up the ghost here and will be going down to the play zone. And indeed, he does, which leaves us, I think, on 6 teams remaining as we move in towards the next circle. It keeps a little bit of that ridge line that FaZe occupy in the circle, gives them that opportunity to sweep around the east side, but that will be cut off fairly soon. Incilio still in the middle of ruins, but you've got Falcons trying to push on in. It's been a tricky approach, but Incilio making it all the harder. A couple of nades still being put through.
Yeah, playing very worried at the moment, so allowing Falcons to get into this one. Information passed back from the knocked member of Falcons, and at least East is able to get back up on his feet. Fash, and she looking for something. Nade goes through, doesn't find any sort of damage. And Westron will finish off. At least one of the players there. It's mainly just information gained here coming through from the nades on the Falcons.
Action with the nades from the low ground there. Only 2 players, but the Falcons in, and Incilio looking a bit reluctant to take that fight. They may just be able to outlast a lot of the rest of the lobby here. Team Queso looking to flex out. They were on that south side for a while, Blank, and they've pinpointed FaZe as a weak point, they think, on the circle. Push them back behind the ridge, but a lovely nade from Mela on the off angle opens up towards Team Queso's approach, and a crossfire established. Mela pivotal in this hold for FaZe, and there is nothing that Team Queso seemingly can do. Immediately turning around, sending their last player away as far as they can get. FaZe keep going with 3.
Yeah, we know how good Mela is. He is a real pub stomper of a player, and right now doing exactly that. versus Team K. So good jump up from the Vicious, up to 6 eliminations now as David looks to see himself over towards the top side. If he was on the other side of the rock there, that would have been curtains for him. Well, a decent nade over the top there coming through from FaZe, but it is now a 3v4 for them. Insidio's down to 1.
Being trimmed down to 1, yeah, absolutely. And the Falcons, as 2, have handled the 3 of Incilio on the inside. So Falcons, 9 elims, 2 players alive. Blank, this is the game that they needed to revitalize themselves, their reputation, and maybe once more, the desk can be their fans.
Yeah, really, really good play there. Not easy to make that rotate, by the way, into Ruins from where they were placed. The fact they get 1 knockoff and just like, look, we have to send it. We're most likely going to go down here. We've got to do something. FaZe, you find a shot over towards Action, but it's instantly passed back there. They attempted to cross. What a dangerous crossing from the FaZe. I'm not sure how I felt about that one. And Mela is also similarly curious to how that one panned out.
The Vicious, whilst they have the numbers advantage, Blank, they're in a pretty tricky spot.
Yeah.
It's going to push them off this high ground. It goes over towards open ground. It's just that pillar that sits in the middle of it, a little bit of rock to hide behind. There's really not much to try and work with. The Falcons have the inside angle. If they spot this roll down, if they get some value out of it, that would be huge. But not getting that knock there could be crucial.
It's because they don't have enough angles to work with right now. That's the real difficulty. No nades either. East knows he needs to find a little bit more. Maybe get a nade over towards the top here. Ooh, Bruno's in.
Love it.
I don't like this angle from Bruno's in. It's so easily found as well. Now they can start to work the problem up front. Nade being primed here from Falcons.
Only the one, and over the back it goes long, goes way, way long. I kind of liked the angle from Renozin. It stopped Falcons from getting close enough, but unfortunately East had already made that breakthrough, and he wasn't quite able to get the value from it that they were looking for. East still in the fight, gets that heal off and moves around the edge in a 1 versus 2, goes for the shutdown onto 1, is going to be traded off though, and the numbers still in the favor of Vicious. 1 player down, 2 players to handle. Action on the spot with Reyes going for the cross on the slow peek out, straight through, and the spray and the smoke's good. The Vicious take down the Falcons.
Oh man, that felt like such a free spray from Action. Whoever threw that initial smoke to cut off Action's position though was a real genius on the squad of the Vicious. That made it so problematic, and Action was unsure whether to hold back or move up with East. And I think if he played it with East, it might have been a very different story, but a really good game from Falcons nonetheless. The Vicious have a very calm game, and I don't think the Falcons are too unhappy with that one, considering how much they were able to get done and from where they were playing.
All right, Max, calm down, calm down, calm down. I don't need to hear any screams about Falcons pulling off a massive match here. Not to mention already surpassing teams like Vampire. The Vicious close things out here, excuse me, in the first match of the day. But honestly, even though they won that game, my eyes were just glued on Falcons with that Ruins play they pulled off.
Yeah, I was really surprised at some point this game, Jason, because they sent it wide east after leaving Trifecta, and there was what, like 4, 5 teams fighting to the east, Jason? It was an insane amount of teams, and they're like, you know what? Let's just go for the easier route and push into Ruins, which can be risky at times to go for Ruins objects. I mean, playing Ruins as many times as we have, it is tough to move into it. But they cleared all of Ruins versus Incilio. 2v3, East and Action together. DBS, S12K, all day, every day. And it's just what they needed to make sure they could get at least to that podium finish.
Dude, you can just tell Falcons are just ready to go here. They're firing on all cylinders. Duo versus squad. Action and East were destroying everybody. I think I saw them with, what was it, 10 eliminations between the two of them? Just beautifully, beautifully done. Of course, you gotta give some love to the Vicious, though. For the Vicious to be able to win this game to start things off, that's definitely gonna be a lot of weight off their shoulders. You can see the hype the second they won that one. And still, I will be honest, it was a little close for comfort there. I mean, we could have possibly definitely seen Falcons win that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Action, he had I believe it was a smoke he threw down that he could kind of cover off one angle towards the left-hand side so he could focus on the direction that East was actually pushing. I could be wrong, but that was my assumption from that. But yeah, I mean, with them getting that victory, they were already in 7th place at 35 points, and we're looking around like the 50, 60 points to be potentially that bubble going into our final day. And this should have been enough to actually surpass that, you know, estimated bubble for tomorrow. So I think we're going to see Vicious already make it through now into our last chance in 2 days.
It seems like it. I mean, Diminor has been a very impactful player. Hot Jukes, I mean, you followed their region for longer, but I'm not gonna lie, going in this tournament, Diminor, I was like, I don't really know this guy. I'm really excited to see how he's gonna potentially perform. He's exceeded my expectations by a significant margin. Like, he is popping off in these matches, and especially the way they sweep some of the remaining Eastern teams was the correct approach in this game. You're gonna see some of the highlights. A lot of the teams are fighting. They're down to a solo, down to a duo. They know pushing in Ruins when teams still have the high ground advantage is going to be a bit of a tough call. We just got to go clearing all those Eastern teams to then have that high ground possible position and then get the intel. That was the best play they could ever pull off in that match in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, they were just chilling on that west side for such a hot minute towards the end, and they just had full sight lines on everybody. Great game for them. And, you know, they've always been that team that's just like that sneaky squad in my eyes, right? Because it's just like a team that not a ton of people are really paying attention to. They're not studying inside and out. And then all of a sudden you just look and they're in third place, you know, like just like that. So Vicious, definitely a team to contend with, and a squad that people got to keep a closer eye on here, because if you're not paying attention to these guys, they might just take your trophy away from you.
Yeah, and I think Vicious kind of need to be careful, because when we saw them playing in Group Green, this was a team who was like sitting top 4 for quite a long time, like at least 4th place. And then they slowly started to slip, and eventually they became the bubble for their group. So for them, having a strong start is good, but closing out being strong is the most important part in my eyes. As we do see 20 points added to their tallies, that should put them around the 55-point mark. But Falcons, I mean, 17 points. If you're a Falcons fanboy out there, that's a good sign of life in the team. And, you know, Papa Top, he obviously has been posting about that he's about to have a kid very soon. This is one way to make your kid proud, and one way to, you know, help financially with the kids if you can get yourself into the Grand Finals.
I'm going to school because my dad won PMGC. That's why.
But I'm getting them name brand diapers. That's how you do it.
But looking at the bottom of the rankings here, a clash that we have to talk about here, Hardtrix, it has to be, you know, the Voin I8 clash. We knew that was a possible drop, and yet, even though they had scrims and they were testing it out, they both committed to still dropping in Hatton, Hodrix. Like, I don't see the worth in that, but yet they committed to it. It's very odd to me.
Yeah, and it's tougher. I think it's because I8 had so much success in Sandhawk dropping there. You know, they won 2 of the Sandhawks when they were doing their group stage, and I understand it, but at the same time, like, we just talked about it so many times, just how bad hot drops are, especially at this kind of stage when you only have 2 days to go. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I think at a certain point, you just gotta just drop the ego and just go somewhere else. But, you know, at the end of the day, I8 feel like they had it, and they kept going, and they got a lot more work to do here. But yeah, look, Vicious, 3rd place. What'd I say? Whew.
You said 3rd place. On the last note for I8, though, I'm kind of surprised that they're willing to change the drop location on Erangel, but when it comes to Sandhawk, they're kind of still hot dropping. And like you're saying, 2 days of play, you're gonna have 2 of those matches be on Sandhawk. You cannot afford to have these bad games. Because you look on the list here, you see D Plus gonna be in 1st place, of course, with DXavier not playing today. Random Car, you know, a lot of these teams are gonna be falling down the leaderboard, not because they didn't perform well, but more so about because they're not playing. It's gonna be Major Pride and DXavier here on this front page.
Yeah, I actually did like the rotation coming out from Regnum Karabra. I think it was good, but then they delayed it a little bit because I believe they were trying to scout the Western Coast as much as possible, and by doing so, they only could hold the coastal side on the west, and it couldn't go actually inland on the southern western island. And that, unfortunately, because of the circle continuously going towards Ruins, they just got caught off guard by, I think it was the Vicious actually, that completely shut down that rotation after they reached the coast. So good idea, but unfortunately the speed at which you do rotate Hodrix is very important, and unfortunately because of the speed, it was just not making it possible for them to get late game.
Yeah, I think they were trying to replicate that D plus Kia strategy in Sandhawk, where you see them just kind of wait out on the edge of circle when it comes to like circle 2 to 3, and then they find out where that zone's going to go, and then they rotate on in. So I think Regnum Karia were doing exactly that, but it's not the same on a vehicle versus a boat. You know what I'm saying? It makes things a lot more tough for them. So I mean, I applaud the strategy. I mean, they have enough points to where they can try something new. So I'm not really too hard against it, but I'm really looking to see some consistency from them, especially on Erangel.
Or a Vampire 21st. Oh, dude. Oh my God, in one game. Oh.
Team Falcons outperformed them by 8 times in one game versus their entire day.
I'm not going to check your math. I'm going to trust you this time because you're 1/3, 1/4 yesterday. That's the one blunder you get here, Hot Jukes on air. I do, but looking at the bubble though, it's like 15 points at the moment. Obviously, still a lot of matches left to go. It's crazy to me to see that the current bubble between getting into last chance and having to go home is just 15 points. Like that is blowing my mind, to be honest. But you guys at home, make sure you guys are voting as well. Head over to the English, Indonesian, or Turkish esports YouTube channel and make sure you type in chat who you want to see interviewed by Seven Worlds Gaming. I think he's personally hoping for someone for Voin Donkey to come in because he definitely wants to interview someone around the same hype. Not to mention Hot Jukes. You want to get to the bottom of these nails.
I want to know. Like, I want to know, because who knows? It could be an insane strategy. I don't know if it's just for style points. Regardless, my mind will not rest until I have answers.
Now, this is the analysis I'm here for.
Right?
The impact of nails on your device.
Matter? I'm just kidding. Right? It's just wild. I have not seen that. I've only seen, like I said, one other player at a major tournament that did this, and that was like in 2018. You know, so to see it now, who knows? It's wild.
There's got to be some sort of reason.
Pick Voin, chat. Come on, have my back.
Max, would you pick Voin?
I actually wanted to because I feel like we talked to 4MV and RCB recently, so I just wanted to talk to Voin because I think they could have some more interesting info on that sense. So, like, seriously, yeah, Voin is a good pick. And sure, the nails, if you... Okay, sure, okay.
Well, as we do head into Erangel, we do have 3 back-to-back Erangels to happen. We've already talked about change in drop locations. I want to just go back to that real quickly for any viewers who are just joining us, and Hot Chooks will let you kind of lead the way. I think the first talking point was I8, and of course Team Queso as well were 2 of the teams we were looking at.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I8 are going to be giving up the good old Sosnovka military drop, and they're going to go ahead and head up to Severny, from what I understand. So yeah, they're going to make that big change. And when it comes to Team Kessel, because of the way that this group is set up, they're getting Pachinki for free, right? Now, we saw Major Pride. They took advantage of being able to take Farm because that was wide open, and they did great yesterday. So I'm hoping that we're going to see something similar from Team Kessel.
Actually, one thing that's interesting before we go into the game, IWNRX are going to go back to the Western Bridge. So 4MV, they might not be Voin, but there's going to be IWNRX. They need to be careful once again.
Oh no, don't channel the inner Kagasaka here to punish 4MV on those rotates if you're a 4MV fan. We're about to drop into our first Erangel of 3 of the day. So let's head it back to our casters of John Allen and Blank once again.
Let's see if the Falcons can do it again. They need to try and convert off the gain that they were able to sneak in for a second place. Can the Vicious keep up the pace as well? Match 8, and we're going to Erangel.
There we are, John, back at it again. Here on our favorite map, obviously. Falcons been able to put up quite a good amount of points. Our last game was very nice to see. Difficult rotate, in my opinion, but more so towards the end of the game. I think you were talking about this before, is that honestly from Confluence Compound it wasn't too difficult, but still taking that 2v4 versus Incilio was very, very nice, to say the least. Some of our other teams inside the lobby did have a bit more of a tough time. 77, who were, I guess, robbed of their 4 elims onto the boys on Voin Donkey. I'm not sure how that happened, but that would have actually stymied their game there, despite them having a little bit of a horrible approach on that north side, basically because Tiamba decided they just didn't want to rotate. I think 77 could have got further into that game if it was a case of Tiamba being like, we should move south, no?
Yeah, just move on south and see if that works on out. But there was no contest from that north side, right?
We're just going to sit on the northwest the whole game.
We're good here, right? I mean, 77 should have got so much more value from that, but they didn't get those elims from Voin Donkey, which is unfortunate. They could have been up a lot higher on that points gain. And in general, what we saw yesterday was a more bloodthirsty approach to this, right? Because if you're getting 4, 5, 6 elims in a game, that's a good result. Top 16 is the goal here to move forward to the last chance stage. Obviously, if you can get more, you want more, but you'll take it. And it's the only way to stay in this tournament is to breach that top 16. Something that we haven't talked about yet about this game, Blank, is that ASIA have given up on the military base drop here. 4MV will be the sole proprietors down on that South Island.
Yeah, I think the boys on the desk were talking about this earlier on today, just saying that ASIA were more than likely going to drop over towards Severny. I think that was something they discussed. And I think that's the right move. That is the right move here. I don't think I'd want to play against a volatile team like 4MV either, John. So this is much easier for me. We were able to check in with Team Queso, their coach, Mia, and we'll take a listen in right now.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG. This time, I'm joined by none other than the coach from Team Queso, Mia. Mia, we got a chance to talk after the group finish. We were talking about how some strategies could be changed that maybe work in Americas but might not work so well here at PMGC. Were any of these strategies change for survival stage?
Durante las fases de grupo hablamos de que hay algunas estrategias que tal vez funcionen en América que no funcionen aquí en PMGC. ¿Han cambiado algo para esta etapa de Survival?
Sí, cambiamos un poco los roles, tanto estratégicamente en peleas como en rotaciones. Hicimos por ahí unos cambios, anteriormente estábamos trabajando con Milovan y Colega de frente, y el cambio que hicimos actualmente es a Milos con Colega.
So yes, we did some changes both when it comes to strategy, rotations, also the roles of the players. We used to have Milovan and Colega in front, and now we change it, and now we're going to have Milos and Colega leading.
I'm so happy you guys made that change because Colega is the best player in that team, and I feel like he definitely needs to be able to be in the back and not just putting himself out there. So good job on that. Back to you guys.
Changing up a little bit of their positioning, rotating players on out. It's good to see that they are at least certainly trying to adapt to this lobby. They got 4 points out of that last match blank, and that's what I was saying before as well. If you can get 4, 5, 6 elims on a game, that's a good result.
Joe, can we just... Have we been saying Colgo?
Yeah, it's Colego.
Oh, no.
Or Goat, you know. A little bit of a...
I'm going to call him Colega. I think that's what I heard. I heard he's the coal goat.
Yeah, I prefer...
Goat of coals.
Hey.
You know what a coal goat can do? Can turn into diamonds.
No, I was just about to get there. Goodness me.
Diamond goat.
Yeah, that's right. Put him under enough pressure. He's into the diamond goat, but Brunosin's under plenty of pressure himself. Has got the backup, though, coming over from the hill on the north side of the compound. Spray downs on the ground floor, not connecting either way. And the Vicious and RCB extending this fight further. And Molotov finally finds one. A second knock over towards the Vicious, and they're starting to crumble, but there is still an answer. Reyes flushed away. And Kima's trying to step in through the door frame, but he's not going to be allowed on in. Demonor behind the boxes. And can RCB pick themselves back up? Not to 4. They do get to 3, but they managed to get all 4 of those points against the Vicious. It will not be a back-to-back chicken dinner this time.
4 elims, though. Very nice for RCB, especially because they're fighting directly against the Vicious, who are in 3rd place to get ahead of them. Any points you can get further into these tallies at the top side of the table. Observer's having a bit of a bad time there. Couldn't get through the window. But overall, good stuff. Happy to see it. RCB taking 4 elims. I think people really underestimate the power of the 4 elim games. All right. 4 elims is pretty good. The amount of times you see teams go out with 0, 2 points. The amount of times you've seen teams end with 3 points on their tally overall. Oh, it's wild, Joe.
It's really powerful in terms of raising that floor, and that's what I talk about quite a lot when I talk about certainly long-form tournaments, right? If you can raise the floor of your performance, it's often more valuable than raising the ceiling of your performances, because the number of times you get to the top end of your performance in a match, you know, maybe if you're really, really good, you're getting there 1 out of 6, 1 out of 7 times, right? But your floor, you're seeing that so much more frequently. So adding 1 point there is like adding 4 or 5 or 6 points to the top end of your performance. So in general, a great way to prop up your gameplay, prop up your scores in this tournament setting is to address the matches that you can make up for a drop in top level performance in the aggregate of your low level performances.
It's nice. It's really good. And I think for RCB, they'll be happy with that. They can play on us 3. They don't have a terrible position either. That's over on that north side jump. And they can rotate from there down towards the south. Fairly eastern shift on the circle, which is what we're tending to see here in the survival stage at least. We got the Falcons rolling out. This is day 2 survival stage. So we're going to have 1 more day of this tomorrow. And then we do be done. Tiamba heading on the side. I think we had a lot of high hopes, which were not set in motion. Now Shan, the lone soldier here for Tiamba. Where is the rest of the squad? Off of the distance. Bond is trying to help, but Shan goes down first once again. Not too sure about that player. Can understand the scout out, but I think as soon as you see players go in, I genuinely think there you just make the Hail Mary and the buggy back to the rest of your team and hope that Bond can hold off the players on that off angle as a backstop, because even if Bond goes down, like, he's getting res back up. And he's getting res back up. So, yeah, I'm not sure why Shan opted to stay.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a disconnect. It's one of those things where you watch it and you sort of think, well, how did that happen? And in my mind, my headcanon, which could be completely wrong, is that Shan was forwards. He was like, guys, I've got an opening, crash, crash, crash. And they're like, no, Shan, we're not coming. Come back. And he's like, no, we got there. And then he goes down and he's like, right. Right, that's my headcanon of that. But it's a little bit in disarray either way. There may have been other factors at play, but for me, you're right. It's that same sort of style of Tiamba looking a little bit unsure, unsteady in their approach to this lobby. Maybe they can find something for their later games, but in a hard north shift, that's going to make it all the harder because they are on that south side.
And ASIA, happy with the Severny drop. They get a nice compound off towards the western side of Yasnaya. And we are in the Yas Fields, actually. I hope this ends up in Yas Fields. We haven't seen the Yas Fields finish in some time now, and they're always fun to watch. But I imagine teams are going to be trying to situate themselves on the south side of Yaz. Voin Donkey, the most probable to go for that play. I'm curious to see if they'll take a 2-2 split. I hope they don't. I think contextually it makes sense to go for a 2-2 split, but in terms of the rest of the squads coming in from the south side, I do think they'll be trying to be very aggressive here in the survival stage and likely try and take space that they otherwise wouldn't. And you can see right there, 77 already making that move, in which case Voin Donkey needs to get a hell of a move on, in fact, up towards Yaz. They head over towards the western side, settle themselves in there. Smart play, actually, and they allow 77 to sit in over towards the east.
Giving themselves access to that bridge crossing as well if they want to go for a cheeky rotate west late. I mean, it's an outside chance that they'll need it, but slightly beneficial. Team Queso also trying to move on in and up to ASIA in this huge compound on the west side of Yas Fields, right? This is a god compound in this scenario. It's got that excellent ridge that sits up towards it that you can play towards if you're a team approaching, but teams on the other side going to make that all the harder. UZM on the flex out. There's 2 players here for ASIA, and I don't know if they want to stay here for too long because Kolegot is in the right position to land these nades over to UZM. He steps back, but steps forwards away from it again. Reads the cook well. And will be able to get away from it. And this is that approach that I was talking about. You can't get up to this ridge. The off angles just start to spot you out. And ASIA are kept safe by the opposing side of their team.
And Kolega just sent back here. The rest of the squad, Team Queso, shot's been sent over towards him. It's the type of Hail Mary that you want to see. Even if he does get knocked, should be able to get picked up by the rest of his team. That's what you need to see happen. But some great shots from Vexy on the Mini 14 there over towards him. We'll finish him off. ASA find nothing off the back of that one. Great shots from Vexy. That's all the way in the north side of Yaz, actually.
Nice spray down on the cross there, Vexy. Still going. All right. Okay, I see you there, Vexy.
How?
Landing those shots, plinking away here at Team Queso. ASIA also seem to have read the playbook from Shifu from yesterday's match. They are going for the aura hold, the roll around the outside, making sure that your presence is felt in every single compound nearby, not just in the spot that you hold as well. Can ASIA bring that same threatening presence to the Yaz Fields as we saw over on that mansion area?
Puppy Potro in a bad position right now. Not looking too hot for himself. You do have Vex. He actually did a huge amount of work from South Yaz, though. I think he was able to get those shots through on the Mini 14. Some fantastic hits. Not only getting the knocks, though, but also getting the flushes is quite incredible. Fabian from D+, finding one over on Stalwart. Does get shot in through from the smoke, though. Just assisted by the player who was not on Stalwart, giving information of roughly where he was playing. D+ likely will lose Fabian going forward. That's Critter picking him up.
Stalwart in a bad way. D+ Kia losing their forward player. 2 knocks over towards Stalwart. Maybe a flex out from D+ Kia wanted, but slowed down because Voin Donkey moving Potato out into the field. Goodness me, trying to plant himself down on that south side. Might be able to sprout up a few eliminations if he's lucky, but again, it's just these big aura holds, Blank. They seem to have come into fashion.
Stalwart. Still sitting strong for themselves, able to get ahead of Falcons. D+ slightly in front of them. Fabian attempting to hold out close, but the rest of the team just wasn't with him to make it happen. I don't think they're leaving Sanchia behind. I think they have just left one player to try and pick him up. Again, Vexy with that Mini 14 doing absolute work.
PID have transitioned out to the south side of the field. Octoguri looking to try and keep Stalwart going on this one. A fearsome competitor so far over the course of yesterday's games, able to do a lot of damage. Critter under threat here, the nade pouring on into the door. Magnum trying to find a heal and a nade cook as well. Octoguri does take a little bit of a damage, and Shifu tries to approach, but there's that off angle coming on through. Fearless keeping his teammate safe, but unfortunately there's one on the inside, and the nade from Magnum sneaks in through the window. Shifu finds the flush, and now it's up to Fearless. A 1v1 on the corner, and Magnum wins it out. No bother.
I mean, for the circle going over towards that western side, I somewhat understand why they sent out. They wanted a better position, but I think you need to have a little bit more presence there. And Shifu, instead of heading in towards the building immediately alongside with Magnum and just trying to clear out that single player or to sit on the outside, I think in those situations, you just take the 2v1. You don't want to be sat out on the outer edges where you can get shots taken at you. It's far more dangerous there with the amount of sight lines that are still in play. I think it would have been way safer to take a 2v1.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice. Can't go back. First, actually.
Can't go back. Try to crash back up to South Yaz and gets clipped out by the drop down from Reefer. So nice little maneuver there. Fancy feat for 4MV.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better today. I'll tell you that right now. The circle does move away from the Yaz fields, and Voin Donkey ID very happy with the fact that they made this rotation down towards the south side. It's a little bit out the way, but better than being in South Yaz at this point. Smart rotate, had a good time. Cilio, Fash will take down Onzens, but I do believe that FaZe is fairly safe here, although RCB have the high ground in front of them.
Nade on in, not going to connect, but they just keep that suppression going. These two teams next door neighbors right now, and not unlikely that you see a crash from a team like ASI8, like Getso Roy, maybe even 4MV on towards this RCB position if they try and find their way on through there. Likely that both of these two teams will have to move, that they're quite close to the edge of this stage 4 circle. So we'll have to conclude this engagement at some point or other. But for now, they can stay at arm's distance.
Falcons dropping down towards the southeast. He's taking a lot of shot, actually. I'll have to back it off a little bit. This is the most ideal of positions, but I think they're just trying to get some kind of knot going through and be able to push a little bit further in. But Tiamba right now have good control over their position, off of the distance.
Tempo on the long-range trade back into Action's favor there and forces the high ground angle to be bumped back a little bit for Tianba. Icy flexing out to that southwest side of their current position towards IWNRX, who for now have been fairly quiet, Blank, but the compound that they hold on that south edge, a really strong spot for them. We'll see if they can start to move off the starting blocks, because they weren't able to get any points out of the last match that we saw in Sandhawk. A difficult rotation from the southeast side stopped them dead in their tracks. This time around, they want to try and put 2 games up on the board in 1.
There we go, Sal. To hold off versus 4MV. In comes the rest of the squad. They are lacking Fabian. Nobu rolls through, tries to get a knock with the vehicle itself. Long nade, but really not much found. Nobu just trying to pass this information back through for the rest of the squad. That one would have been on target towards Aero if he'd not moved in that small amount of time between the nades.
Just training back and forth. How many nades do you want to invest here? Seems a couple more. Nolbu moving forwards, pinging it out as the nades cook, and over the top they go. D+ Kier will be able to target these fairly well. They'll have that idea, but the off angle 4MV have sidled on over to the sidelines for D+ Kier. The flex out comes through for the last player of Team K, so Papi Potro gets close and up in towards Team Liquid's grill, but that might not go the way he expects. Does go down out in the open. A bad time for Team K, so that readjustment not working out this game.
Yet another one where it just goes poorly. Nades are flying over the top, a little bit short though, and this res should come through. That one's a little bit longer. There's a fair amount of damage, and they have the information on now though. But the real question is, how many more nades do the boys on 4MV have in the back pocket? Nice wrap from Reefus. If he got the knock and was able to reassess the scenario, move backwards, maybe it would have been better. But yeah, this is an all-out brawl at the moment on the northeast side.
Oh, wow. It's made all the harder by that circle shift down to the southwest. IWNRX with the high ground compound now blank. This is a power position for them on the south side. They need to extract value from this game. This fight, again, needs to conclude for these two teams. They want to get away from this one as fast as possible. I wouldn't be too surprised to see this res and an immediate bug out for D+ Kia.
Yeah, it's not worth it playing on this northeast side anymore. You need to wrap around somewhere, but there's not a lot of places to go. Voin Donkey I8 do take a knock, but it's AS I8 who make their way in towards this third party. If they can clear out this area, then move back over towards the northwest, it'd be really nice for them.
Falak stands tall with the shotgun, gets rolled on from the sidelines, and Doc with the double run around, hops in and drops out, causing chaos in ASA8's ranks, and another one goes straight on through, immediately dispatching the entire crater himself. It's Doc and Aero to try and hold, and in comes D+ Kia. Doc low, Aero knocked, and out go 4MV. ASA8, they got shut down immediately, and D+ Kia stay alive. Just UZM left on ASA8, and he has to get out of there as fast as he can. Team Liquid wondering what the hell just happened over the hill.
Wait, hell of respect for Doc on the double rundown. I think that was the only thing they could have really done there. Uzum off in the distance, kind of unsure of why his team made that play. To be fair, it was the right one. It was a strong maneuver. Unfortunately, it just does not pay off in their favor at all after Doc pulls off some crazy drifts.
That is an insane little spot of combat. Loving it here on the northeast side. Brutal out the Yas Fields. RCB trying to curtail FaZe, and this is the fight I was talking about needed to conclude at some point. Seems like they found that spot. Mela up to the rock against Silas. Veteran versus Firecracker. And Silas around the edge shows him what experience can do. Not taking a lick of damage as well. Nice time on the spray down.
Yeah, really nicely played, honestly. Good bouncer coming through from Wild. Will do a little bit of damage. Ventores would have actually gone down if he stayed on the outside edge for a little bit longer. Does get the first aid kit off, and now Wild looks to finish off at least one of these players. Here's exactly where they are. A good read on the shot, but nothing found off the back of it. Still waiting for Silas to regroup alongside with him.
Two players left for RCB. Silas, I mean, he's somewhat further forwards than Wild is, and I think he's saying, you know what, Wild, you just try and win that 1v2. Good luck, Godspeed. We'll see you later in the circle if you make it. Blue zone pushed in. There's the nade up to the top. Silas more concerned about Team Liquid's maneuvers now. Hits the deck, 7 nades in pocket. Has to drop to the ground, keep that low profile. Maybe nades over to the compound going to be more threatening, but Silas steps up with a Bison. Looks for Cardozin and clips him down. Team Liquid, though, find the Molotov on the burn. Silas needs to be careful. The roll-up from FaZe happens, finally keeping RCB down. But they get 6 elims, and it is a good game for them to put them safer and safer towards that last chance stage. Ventores with the nades over towards Team Liquid. They've been in the way for so long, but finally, maybe shunted aside.
Yeah, honestly, Silas is so resilient. It's scary, even as a solo player. It's so funny. Voin Donkey ID. What a game from them so far. Very good control, good rotates, get themselves in a central position. Considering they were in South Yaz, they really took advantage of this game and weren't happy just to sit around and do nothing off the back of it. In comes Incilio over towards FaZe.
Big old swing around, and Mormon goes down first. Ventura's second, and Cilio here to play. 3 eliminations and a sweep out from that northwest side compound. They've left their backstop there as well in Redlick, which means they have the avenue to retreat back over there should they deem it necessary. Access that west side of the road. Could potentially be very, very valuable, but it's Voin Donkey ID to look for a late game here in a central position.
Either way, for FaZe, off the back of 2 games, getting 18 points, this is a really good result so far for them. I think they should be very proud of themselves off the back of these two. Tiamba QZ looking for those shots out off into the distance. IWNRX though starting to pop off a little bit over tokens. They've been very quiet on the south side, but they have a lot of control still to work with. Shifting over towards that northwest side, they can even take down Get So Roy and claim a little bit of space for themselves on the map.
Get So Roy under a lot of pressure here. The smoke's really the only thing that's keeping them safe, but IWNRX are going to have to move in under 2 minutes now. The spray downs from the off angle might clip Get So Roy just a little bit, and it's actually Incilio to find Porsche. On the off angle there, Zedwolf. Gonna try and take some oversight, but you can hear the motors running. IWNRX know they have to go for the rollout sooner rather than later. Duque trying to hold the angle, doesn't find Kine, and they step up for it. Frozen finds that final shot, and that is Get So Roy's forward position done for. There's only one more player left for them to stand, and Kai is off in the distance over towards Incilio. You can see him just in the background there. Swain gets the roll forwards, and IWNRX once more have a foothold here, looking to pick up both of these 2 points.
Yeah, one of these points is not their own in Porsche, but the double roll down coming through from Swain will pick up some more of those points for them. That should sit them on 6, but only up to 5 now. Gets always still off in the distance. That's Tiamba taking a lot of shots as Voin Donkey continue to seek out more numbers on the tally of the game. They know they've got a strong position. Now to start to extract some value from this one. Some resources they can start to work forward with. 33 points yesterday wasn't amazing, but this is their last day to put up those points. So they need several good games.
Voin Donkey ID trying to hold off Tiamba. And only one player to handle. It's going to be more than enough firepower to do it. 5 teams now remain blank. 6 elims up for Voin Donkey ID. IWNRX with 5. I think these 2 teams right now counterposed on either side of the road. The Incilio position, I really like that flex out, right? They had so much info on the west side. They knew they could leave one player, flex out third party, and fold back without losing control of this western side. They've read this circle very, very well. And I was looking at them as a team that was one of my most improved from their group. I'm happy to see that they are still playing smart here into the survival stage.
Yeah, they definitely haven't done badly. And I think that when you look at Incilio, it is some of those rotations, some of their positioning on the map that did assist them a lot of times. The team fight still wasn't fantastic, but in terms of positioning, in terms of those off angles they're able to pull through, that certainly does keep them in the running. Swain, incredibly low there. Gets very close to at least one of them. But there's a shot from the side coming through from Razor.
Able to find an off angle against Incilio. That's a really big opening. Voin Donkey ID able to confirm on that elim as well. Put themselves now at 7 as 4 teams remain. The last player from Get So Roy does go down. That actually... Oh, wait. Hang on a minute. No, they're still in. Who went down there? That was Magnum from 77. The rollout. Car steps up. Looks for the spray down. They know his position now. Swain under pressure. Zedwolf on the back lines. Not taking shots just yet. Car hits the deck once more. So that info gained, not really going to be super valuable. Zedwolf doesn't have the angle. Frozen back in for round 2 on the roll downs, but the nades are going to start to come on over as well from Incilio, from IWNRX. Everybody's out for blood on it, but the nade over from Vexy.
Yeah.
He's moved out to the road.
Vexy doing unreal work, and Car right now planted with deep roots for Get So Roy. Unable to remove him just yet and chop down that oak that is sitting strong over towards the western edge. Voin Donkey, though, they don't want to push the issue too much. They back it off just a little bit. They know that IWNRX is not in a great position considering the circle moves away from them. They need to place a little bit more attention over towards Incilio on their northern side.
Finally, IWNRX getting that pick up onto Car. That gives them a little bit more leeway to roll straight up to Incilio. But Voin Donkey will make that hard with Vexy, Potato, Razor all on that angle. Looking to drop nades, but the smoke train's there. IWNRX trying to gather some info now. They spotted a player or 2, actually, by the tree. Wonder if they know they're both there. How much utility have they got? Kine has got 6 nades. As Westron tries to find the strafe spray across that rotate.
Westron, nades going out. 4 in total at the moment. It is back and forth right now. Voin Donkey have done a very good job to isolate this fight over towards the western side between IWNRX as well as Incilio. There goes the first. But it is back and forth right now, John.
Donkey ID chiming in with a nade over the top. IWNRX don't go down to it with the second one as well. Oh, it's dangerous coming through from the opposing side. That is the blast away. And Incilio taken down to one player. They only have the off angle on Donkey ID's side of the road. I wonder if Donkey are aware of this. It doesn't look like they've dealt with it just yet. But perhaps those nades are going to find what they're looking for. Swain can get rezzed here, and now IWNRX have pure control on the southwest side.
8 elims for IWNRX, a really good game for them. Considering they came off the back of a 0 elimina there over on Sandhawk, this is going to really support their point standings. The second place, absolutely needed for them. They'd be very unhappy with a third if Incilio lives out longer than them. That's why they're sending nades over towards his way so much. They know his position. He has to be behind this tree. I think there's only one nade on the side of IWNRX, so it better be a good one.
Oh, they send it over, go short of the tree. I mean, Donkey ID have a vested interest in keeping that position alive. It suppresses IWNRX so much. It stops them from getting up to the roadside and taking shots, being more concerned about their side of the road. They can just wait this one out a little bit longer. They are slightly closer to the middle, and IWNRX have to go up that long hillside towards them.
Swain looking to push out now. There is a nade in the hand of STM. With a sideswipe should do the trick, I imagine, from Swain as he zigzags up towards the hovercraft.
Oh, okay. There's a pick, a knock. Donkey ID, an opening now for them to move over the top of the road. Swain goes down again. Frozen looking to move forward to protect, but I don't think they're going to look for this res. I think they're just going to try and play against as 3. But they have got that little crate, that little bit of cover to try and play around. No more nades. The smokes are running dry. Donkey ID, they let the opportunity pass and allow Swain to get rezzed.
It's not great. Kine's been holding a really good angle for them over on the eastern edge, preventing Donkey from making a wild rotate. They are playing very passive. Both teams fairly equal in eliminations, 8 to 9 here, but a chicken dinner either side would sit themselves very happy. It would push Donkey ID up towards a 50-point margin off the back of this game, John.
That would definitely feel good to put that up in an early game. A roll across the road from Zeta. I've got to call that completely wild and maybe a misplay. Maybe they didn't have too many more opportunities. They're trying to bait those peaks out and get the trades from the far side of the road, but the damage is just not there for Donkey ID and IWNRX, all too happy to put 4 more on the tally. Take that chicken dinner down. That's 13 elims, 10 points, a 23-pointer. They come out the gate swinging off a 0-point Sandhawk into the top spot.
Yeah, you would have get a comeback coming off the back of that one. I mean, for IWNRX, they are a very, very good team. Sometimes it takes them a little while to get rolling, but it's nice to see them do it here on game 2. So important for both them as well as Donkey ID.
Oh man, Hot Jukes, if they won, maybe we'd get the answer to the nails that you were searching for this entire time. But the answer we got was IWNRX. Turkey is still here to play as Frozen, Swain, and Co. able to get themselves a much-needed victory to give them a little bit of buffer here to stay out of that bottom 8.
Yeah, maybe the nail is the reason why he couldn't let off the gas pedal on that one with that buggy push. That was pretty wild to see there. But IWNRX getting a chicken dinner off the rip. I mean, this is a team that we all expected to perform like really, really well. I was shocked to even see them, relegated down to this stage. But look at the way that they held this terrain, Max. I mean, we were kind of talking in the back line. I think Voin played this way too passive. I think they were trying to let the blue zone do all the work for them. But once they got those knocks earlier on, they should have just sent it, at least in my opinion.
I would say IWNRX understood the main issue for them was 3TN, but the moment 3TN knocked one of the players of IWNRX, Hodges, I think that's the moment you're referring to. We should have seen Voin like, oh, we're crossing, we're sending it right now. We are taking this 4v3 fight. Zeta getting the car, 2 players push over the road. That would have been, I think, their one best opportunity to snatch away that chicken dinner from the claws of IWNRX, because we were seeing the ridge line, right, Hodges? The way it was centering on top of the road, purely in terms of terrain advantage, it was going in favor of IWNRX with that ridge. They could abuse it with third-person perspective. But unfortunately, as you said, Voin a little bit too slow, and that did cost them the win at the end.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So I
cost
think
them
that's
the
some points,
win,
though.
but at the end of the day, they're still looking pretty healthy to get them through into last chance. But I think the main focus is on we need to see teams. But yeah, getting into last chance is great and all, but it goes from 16 down to 6 from there on. If you want to get to the grand finals, so we need to see teams just really get every single point they possibly can, and really, I'd say, kind of figure out and fix up some play. But one team I did want to talk about that you kind of mentioned, we were watching Max Falcons. You were talking about like the push. You were saying, in your opinion, was a little bit too late onto IWNRX.
It was way too late. They should have done it like 2 circles before they got eliminated, Jason. They were playing the southern eastern side of the circle. There's a good little high ground, which is great for information gathering, which means they knew where Getoroy were, they knew where IWNRX were in that compound. The thing is, the circle kept shifting away from them, and the more you delay it, the more closely packed teams are going to be, and the more angles are going to be looking your direction to shut you down the moment you decide to commit to the transition. I really believe if Falcons did that breach on IWNRX 2 circles ago, maybe they get third party. We never know. But the more you delay it, as I said, just teams are going to absolutely laser you down. And I think Hodgix, the moment they start to rotate downhill in the cars, 5-10 seconds and the whole squad is like gone. It took way too long.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate there. I mean, but at the same time, you know, we're looking at all the different plays here, and with Falcons, I think they were kind of feeling themselves after that last Sandhawk match, you know, especially the way 2 of their players played. So I don't mind them taking some of those risks, you know. Oh yeah, that push right there. Doc, I was like, oh, Doc's back, baby, and then boom, just gone by IWNRX, like almost instantly.
Yeah, D+K, like, now third party? I did just clear the entire Yaz dip in the fields. It was a great fight because, to be honest, when you had this I8 4MV D+K fight, the team that was at that point in the worst situation was technically D+K because they were further away from the circle. They were forced to fight, but actually I8 coming in, taking the attention of 4MV, kind of saved D+K. And it just turned it on its head and re-engaged that whole fight, and they're now able to get a bunch of eliminations, survive a bit longer into the game. So D+K made the best out of a really, really bad situation and actually ended up being on top, which is why they were, you know, first place before we started the day.
Well, we can see here 21 points picked up for IWNRX. Voign's still getting themselves 14 points. And Celio, who's been, I mean, consistently in towards the later stages of the game, thinking back to Ruins, where they did lose out to Falcons in the last match. Even FaZe getting 7 points on there as well. But I did want to ask, though, the buggy play at Azeta at the end. I was curious if you guys had any thoughts or opinions on whether that was a smart or not so smart play.
I mean, I think it was okay when one of the players was knocked from IWNRX, you know, because then at that point you just overwhelmed them with your numbers advantage. But I mean, the fact that he decided to do it when they were completely like all set up and ready, I mean, it was such a coin toss play, right? I mean, you're hoping you kind of get that run over and open things up for your team, but I mean, there's so many better ways I think you could do that, Max, especially considering, you know, like the stakes of this. So, I mean, I appreciate it, but it was pretty wild.
I don't know if I appreciate it because I think the idea maybe behind the buggy play was a good idea. My intention behind it, I thought, was that they were going to send the buggy like over, try and take some of the attention away from the rest of the team on Voin, and then they would cross, but they all stayed on their side of the road while Zeta just sent it with the buggy, and that confused me a bit. I thought they would really capitalize on the attention shifting away from the rest of the team to make that cross, but they just stayed idle, and as we saw, the fact that they also eliminated 3TN and still had so many nades made that hold for IWNRX just so much easier.
Well, and also, I mean, I guess we'll get back to my point after take a look at our overalls. We're going to see some slight changes. Regnar able to get up to third place, 77 as well, currently in 5th. A 3-way tie for third place here at 56 points, funny enough. But you see Void, 8th place, 44 points. Like we were saying again, that the cutoff's going to be from last year was around 50 to 60 points. That's kind of what we're expecting. With the pace that they're currently going at, it looks like they're going to be relatively safe. Not to mention D Xavier, Major Pride. I mean, they're not even participating today because they'll be coming up tomorrow for Group Yellow. We're starting to be able to lock in some teams here, gentlemen, and I'm not sure, you know, where you'd put the kind of cutoff of teams at the moment.
I put it around that mark. I think about 55 points, you should be feeling pretty chill at this point, because I mean, we're going to look at the next page, and that's where all of our attentions are going to be at, guys, because again, it is bottom 8 that are going to be out of here, right? So FaZe are just right there on that cusp, but they just started today, so that's not too bad, right? The real eyes are going to be on that group green right now. I'm trying to look at the leaderboards here. There are some names from Group Green that I am a little bit worried about. I'm not worried about Void Donkey after that last game. That's pretty good. But my question is,
4MV stalwart?
Yeah, 4MV, dude. I think 4MV is a team that really need to get it going here, especially on Aaron Gale today.
Yep, stalwart too. Like they are all kind of in a really, really tough spot right now. They need to make sure they can wrap up the day properly because, I mean, yeah, otherwise reaching that 50-point barrier to make it to the last chances is not 100% secured. But as we head on even lower in the rankings, of course, a lot of the teams here are going to be teams that started today for their group for the very first time in survival state. But Vampire are tied for last place. And man, if they're watching, I'm sure they're watching the broadcast right now, Jason, their moral must be at like rock bottom. They
knew this was going to happen though, right? Like after that day, they were like, we need to go
we're toast.
Nuts tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, I know, was it Sertani? He, posted on Instagram yesterday, just with the text basically saying shattered after their performance. And I wanted to say what the song name was, but I won't do that actually. And I told him like bounce back tomorrow. And all he gave me was like, ha ha ha, such a really bad day. And I feel like they've been in situations like this before. It's obviously, I think, a big hit to the morale, as you're saying, Max, of like having only 3 points on a day where you need to just be top 16 to get into last chance. It's going to be tough, but I think for Vampire, we'll see the true grit of the team. We'll see what they're really about if they come back tomorrow and really bounce back and show, no, we're here, we're deserving to be, and we're going to get into last chance and potentially grand finals.
They did in Jakarta. I mentioned it yesterday, right? They did one of the biggest PMGC comebacks I think I've ever witnessed in like all the seasons we've ever had so far. And they could do it again. I mean, this is currently the same team. They're looking extra solid when they are on their A game. It's just we didn't see that yesterday, but no, we're not going to focus too much on them yesterday. We know they're going to be last place today, Jason, but no, the thing is, what's going to be the next step? That is going to be the big question heading into tomorrow's matches for Vampire.
I'm actually kind of excited because, like, let's be real. Like, if they were to make it, like, even just past that 8th place, I don't care if they're just, like, right there at that cutoff. If they make it, it will be, like, probably one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in PUBG Mobile Esports. Am I wrong?
You mean make it to the last chance or make it to grand finals?
Make it to last chance at this point. I mean, that is the worst day I've ever seen.
Yeah. But last chance, I would say no. But if they make it to finals after their performance yesterday, yeah, definitely one of the biggest like comebacks to qualify for the grand finals itself, for sure.
It's just, just really trying to put it into the Vampire arc here, really trying to like build us up like, oh, we're down, oh, we're looking horrible. And then boom, tomorrow they show up, massive play, they get to grand finals, they win PMGC, the first ever title by a Thailand team. No, that'd be cool to see, to be honest, because there's obviously been a lot of criticisms around Vampire, and if they can do well or win events that are outside invitationals, which obviously PMGC, this is the most stacked global championship that we've had ever. But I feel like that's something we're going to be repeating quite often. But if I can quickly bounce it back to the game, Max, I wanted to bring this topic up before, and you were talking about when we head into, I think it was around stage 7, we had Voin push themselves in towards the zone where they inevitably did play from, up against IWNRX. But Vexy, you were talking about being in a really pivotal position for preventing any team from rotating and kind of like backstabbing them.
He was very important to make sure the team at least got to 2nd place, Jason. So he was very important because he was playing a bit more southern compared to the rest of the team, even being willing to not play in the circle, just to make 100% sure IWNRX did not have the option to cross the road and snatch away the position of Voin before fighting versus Incilio. Like, Vexy, I think, locked in the opportunity for them to go for 2nd place, even maybe get the win if the circle was a little bit nicer to them. So Vexy, great plays, and because of that, it actually forced all of IWNRX to seek another option, and that option was to fight Incilio, which gave them an easy 2nd place to Voin because they didn't have to fight for that engagement. They didn't have to fight for that position. So yeah, Vexy, I think, or whoever was calling the shots for Vexy to be there, had a great understanding of their weakness in that kind of terrain and make sure they had it 100% locked down.
Okay, well, if we also look back at I8, Hachi, you talked about I8, you talked about Team KSO and their change up and drop locations. How do you feel like those kind of netted the play overall? And obviously those two teams didn't make it later into the game. I feel like maybe for I8, that's probably one of the biggest moves. Then again, playing for the extremities isn't too unfamiliar for a team like them who normally would drop in military.
Yeah, I mean, I think the unfortunate thing for both these squads is they played so early in the group stage that they've had a lot of time off. You know what I'm saying? And they're coming into this pretty dang cold. So they got to start heating things up pretty quickly because, I mean, we're already 2 matches down here. Team Castle, only a handful of points so far. So they're definitely not performing the way they are. I mean, as far as rotations go, they're not too out of the ordinary. I'm not seeing like, Team Castle really drag when it comes to like their Pachinki drop. but right now they're just losing pretty easy fights. So I think once they kind of get those fingers warmed up, I'll give them a pass for these first 2 games. But going forward, I mean, it's got to be pedal to the metal.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, actually, they kind of did that this game. Looking at Team Kesso, not only their drop in Pachinki, but also the way they're rotated. They had a big phase 2 northern shift. They sent it through, I'm talking like 6-7 teams, and then they crashed into I8. Like, that was a Hail Mary push when a lot of teams were like Getsuroy, Stalwart, 4MV, Incilio were trying to go for these wide east or western rotates. They were like, screw that, dead center through like 6-7 teams all at once, and those are desperate plays, Jason. It's very surprising to see, like, in the second match of the day. That's very desperate. It's almost like you're trying to make it barely into last chance, and it's the last game of the survival stage. It's very surprising, but I mean, as we've seen, unfortunately for them, it did not work out. So maybe just spend a bit more time to think about what rotate you want to pull off, because that was not the play.
Okay, I mean, obviously still have 2 more Erangels left to go, and I kind of feel bad for I8. I mean, it's only been 2 matches, so, you know, obviously I won't judge them too harshly, but I feel like we've been talking about Falik and being this like star player for I8, the star player in Pakistan. In my opinion, I mean, he's hands down better than Crypto, at least from what we've seen in just the fall season alone. We haven't really seen them unlock Falik too much yet in the survival stage, but thinking back to group, we definitely saw I8, you know, performing extremely well. I'm hoping for I8 and obviously for all the Pakistani fans out there that they do find their groove here, because I feel like it would be a shame to not have them make it to last chance. When it comes to getting to Grand Finals, I think that's going to be a different point of discussion, because there's only 6 slots left and there's so many teams deserving to get there. But we know I8 to be an extremely strong team. But to pop off in a lobby that's, I would say, more difficult than in group stage for them, I don't know if they're going to be able to do so with such limited kind of experience.
That's going to be so difficult, man. I mean, I don't know what to say here, because it's like there's so many monster squads that I want to see make it on over to the next stage. I mean, I8's definitely one of them. You got Team Falcons, though. You got IWNRX, you know.
So many names you want to see make it, but you can't have them all.
Yes, you can't have them all, and that's just the name of the game here. So, like, you can't, you know, waste any time. If you have an opportunity to take some risk, I think at this stage you got to take it. I mean, sometimes playing safe works out pretty good, but if you have that 50-50 coin flip, kind of go on the edge of aggression, because it seems to be paying off pretty big here, Max.
Yeah, it's working out to some extent. I feel like you're going to have some teams be very desperate. I don't think IA has to be, because against their like first 8 currently, but it's going to be a tough one, man, and we're going to have some big upsets as we get deeper into survival stage and then the last chance.
Oh man, yeah, at the end of the day, I think we can almost start to count out some teams as well, as we're going to find out what will happen here in our second Erangel of the day. Obviously still one more to come after this as we head back to Johnny A and Blanky B.
Thank you very much once again, JCK. We're going to head on into Erangel for our second go over the grassy pastures, match 8 of our 18-match set. Each of our teams only playing 12 of them each, so a very short stint for everybody in the survival stages. Playing path from Sosnovka military base. Are we going to see ASI at return? Try and contest 4MV, or are they going to stick to that Severny drop as we probably expect them to be going for here? 4MV will be out early. ASI 8, no, they're not going to be there. It's northwest lean on the plane path. They'll end up in Georgetown.
Yeah, I think ASIA at this point in time, especially with the games they've had, sticking to a more safe drop over towards Severny is the right call at this point. 4MV will be hitting up Sosnovka military base, but Falcons over towards Nova Amnoya, back to the past. This really is a blast from the past. Haven't seen Falcons drop over towards this location in quite some time, but they know exactly how to play it. They've played it multiple times over past years. And IWNRX are going to try head over towards Ferry Pier off the back of this one. Voin Donkey, very close by though, likely going to head towards Primorsk. Great game from them last time around, but IWNRX do sneak away that pick off over towards them, picking up the chicken dinner, and Voin Donkey will have to play a little bit harder to get towards the top side of the lobby.
They have already, though, put up quite a few points blank, and that may have been enough already to just give them that low point scoring necessity over the next 4 matches that they've got left to play. We may just see a couple of early scraps, then trying to get an early Elim point or 2. Get the value out of it. D+ Kier taking shots into the sky as RCB sail overhead. Not going to be able to connect, though. With the Iron Sight AKM, Osel hops in. Pickups arrived, and Osel will move away with Nolbu as the driver.
yeah, I don't think they'll be hunting them down. I can't imagine they would. They'll probably want to head over towards that eastern side. Pick up apartments. That'll be a bad place to start things off. Chips is a little bit further down towards that south side. So we'll need to regroup with the rest of the team because this was leaning a little bit over towards the western edge. But we do get a northwest circle. Undefined whether it's going to be over towards the northern edge or the south side. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. 77 in Sunken. I have always been a little bit worried for 77 when they play this position in Sunken, especially in lobbies like this where it's always rotating. I think that they don't do extremely well predicting a lot of the rotates around this area, but they have been getting far into these games. So 56 points across the board, apparently, between the Vicious, RCB, and 77 right now, all tied up.
Yeah, and all of them looking fairly safe to be in towards the top 16, right? And it is just about those floor-type games. How many points can you get on a bad result? RCB, I think, what did they get? 6 on the last match? A couple on the match before. So they are just slowly moving along and making sure that they are going to maintain that position. D plus Kia still out in the lead, which is quite an interesting result. I mean, those 2 chicken dinners they were able to find yesterday, a massive benefit to them. Team Queso have not been so lucky today. I mean, we spoke to their coach earlier, right? And that, in general, seemed like they were trying to change up their playstyle. And I'm wondering if after these first 2 matches, how quickly do you readjust to a previous playstyle? Because at the moment, it doesn't seem like it's going too well. They are bleeding players. They have had a couple of difficult rotates, those Yazfield finishes and the cross rotate on Sandhawk, both not going super great for them. So maybe you give it 1 more game's breathing room before you try and revert to that old style.
I mean, you don't have long left, really.
Exactly.
You only got tomorrow to make up the points. And for Team Queso, I think almost when you have a 2-day stint, you somewhat have to stick to your guns, really. I don't think that there's a chance to revert to the old ways at this point. You just have to trust the process a little bit and try and push on from there. I mean, only second match. I mean, I don't want to say it. But it's better than Vampires so far.
It's true.
But I think that, yeah, there definitely needs to be a little bit of a change here coming from Team Queso, because I will say some of their rotates have been fairly wild and somewhat misinformed, and letting members get picked off 1 by 1 feels like kind of reminiscent of what we saw from Mirror and Sejong yesterday, where their focus was maybe over to the wrong things at times. Whereas they were making decent rotates to the start. It's like some of those rotates, yes, they were towards ideal locations. You've got to assume the team's going to be there, or at least have done some homework into what's going to be happening in terms of those rotates going towards the future. And that is always the difficulty going into survival stages, that you're not reading into 15 other squads, you're reading into 23.
It's so hard to keep all of that information locked away in the brain. So far, there's a couple of teams who are struggling, moving up towards the circle. No one taking casualties just yet. 4MV have left that military island. Uncontested, actually. IWNRX didn't go for the outpost position that we saw CAG Osaka cause so much trouble on for them on that south side. IWNRX not going to bridge camp. I think in IWNRX's group, they did have ASI8, who were that same team, and they were doing the same sort of thing, right? And just allowing them to get across that bridge uncontested because they were prioritizing more getting a central position. I do wonder, though, if given the more elimination-focused style that's needed to get into top 16, if it would be more profitable in the long run to go for that bridge camp. Try and pick up 2-3 eliminations early and give yourself that platform to play for a low score needing game, especially off of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, especially off a chicken dinner, 100%. I will see if they're able to do that. But again, this is a lot of these question marks that have to be had inside this lobby, and it's really a question at this point in time of whether these teams have the performance to make it happen, because we are in survival stage right now. It is the hardest part of PMGC. I think Last Chance is actually easier. You have less teams to compete against in terms of rotations. You've already played against them. You have a little bit of knowledge on top of it. You have more days to work with too. Well, equal days, but it just feels a lot nicer being able to play against a more consistent lobby with a, let's say, an easier margin to aim for. Here, it's just very undetermined. Like, what is 16th place going to look like going into tomorrow?
It is definitely going to be pretty nerve-wracking. I think mostly for the teams not playing in tomorrow's matches, right? That is going to be the worst scenario, I think, for Group Green. They will just have to sit back and watch as their positions drop and drop and drop and hope that it doesn't go past that devilish 16 mark. Every single player would dread to drop below it. But for now, I think there is but a few teams who are below that mark, right, from Group Green. And they will look to try and keep themselves tucked up towards the top of the tables.
RCB found themselves one pick-off, which sits them comfortably in third place now, ahead of the Vicious and 77 by 1. Vicious is taking damage, though, over on the north side. I think that's versus ASI8. As we get a hard shift on the circle over towards that northern edge. It's still on the boundary of the river, though, John, and that is troublesome for a lot of our squads.
There is really, really difficult ground to try and traverse. We've seen bridges and the positions around them, underneath them, be really important in circles like this, Blank. And I think that we're going to see probably Team Liquid taking up a bridge position. I wouldn't be surprised if Tianba maybe look for the east bridge over near Roshok. That central island, 77 currently hold it, but Team Liquid may actually try and poke their noses in towards it as well. As we hop back on over towards First Blood, that's RCB taking out a player from ASI8, and that will be the first point to be added, but it's over towards ASI8. And again, the team from Pakistan on that northern side having a really rough time to kick off.
Yeah, I mean, 3 points so far. ASI just not able to find these points. And I think in the past we really praised this team, but I think coming into survival stage, a lot of that ferocity seems to be gone from that squad. Whereas you look at a team like 4MV, who is playing their hearts out. I mean, they're still making similar mistakes, but you can tell that there is that fierce nature in this team to make it into that top 16 and get through to the last chance. They don't want to disappoint their fans. Uzum does pick up Mormon on the roll down. In the meantime, IC will take a fall as well on Falcon's side. It's a nasty circle, to say the least. I mean, Tiamba currently have a nice rotate they can make over on the east. Similarly, FaZe as well as Getso Roy are rotating and making that wrap on the northwest.
FaZe, Getso Roy, both putting pressure on. ASI8 trying to keep things together, but with that fourth player out of action already, they're down to 3. Makes this hold harder. Finding Mormon, sure, it's a benefit, but Getso Roy can put pressure on too. And teams from the south, they're going to be aware of this, right? They're going to know that this is a little involved fight, which means that they have a little bit easier of a time moving on that south coast. The area around Ruins, though, not so easy to traverse. Roshok, also quite treacherous. In general, I hate this circle so much. It's terrible.
It's not fun to play. It really isn't. And a lot of teams are going to get cut off because of this. I do think making it a quick decision to head over towards that north side is not a bad idea at this point in time. Purely off the back that we know there isn't a lot of teams over there anyway, so you're not going to be rotating roughly past a lot of squads to get in, elbowing a lot of your opponents inside this lobby. Usually when looking towards the past, like the cutoff for top 16 has been around about 54 to 62, John. Which is
somewhere within that bracket.
Yeah, which is quite crazy considering right now some of our top squads in the lobby are on that number. But it does depend on how competitive these lobbies have been. And I do think that maybe we'll see something a little bit interesting here, considering it has been so close over the past 3 groups.
And now, with D plus Kia probably having already done enough to get themselves into the last chance stretch. We'll see if they can do a little bit more from the southeast side. IWNRX also posting up their big game, 21 points. They didn't manage to get all of the elims, it seems, from that last, the last little scrap with Voin Donkey ID. But they'll still be happy with a 21-pointer. That'll make up for their 0-pointer, putting them on a 10.5 average, which is definitely enough to see yourself towards the top side of the tables. In 14th place right now. Voin Donkey ID getting into this little compound to the northwest of that ruined castle. And with a circle splitting again across this river, it is nasty. D+ Kia, hey, look at that. They managed to find a lot of the players from Incilia.
Yeah, you're probably looking at, more than likely, it's going to be a island finish, funnily enough. Doc goes down. What's new? Before MV. E+ will find fashion. That's 4 elims. So let's say someone's 69 points. And I think, you know, if I look at D+, they get 75 points today or more. That's it. They're done. But 75 points, I think that's a safe margin to look at as like, we're in at that point in time. I think when you look at 65 to 70, it's like, ooh, it's a bit iffy. But you've most likely made it.
Well, I mean, you'll take that if you can get it. It's better than nothing, but teams will start to keep that boundary pushing, and we'll see how much further everyone can go. Stretch their legs towards the top now. 4MV trying to get some oversight into Doc's position, but they're definitely not going back up north to get that pickup. Surely they're not going back up to get that pickup. Baron's going out to get that pickup.
He's going. I mean, go for it, I guess.
Gets a Roy just allow it, seemingly.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why they've allowed it, but they have. And now Tiamba standing over the top side. Bond takes down one. Porsche up front. That's the close the car door on Tiamba's push. And head over towards this southwest side. Goodness me, I mean, QZ going down is not great, and Bond being extremely low. This is an opportunity for Getzeroy to get back into the mix.
There's the flank out from Getzeroy. The shot down from the back rope towards Tiamba. A 4MV going to go further in and try and third party. This one, Baron sends further forwards after the pickup with Doc. Out goes Tiamba, but Getzeroy in danger still. No, 4MV do fold back and don't go completely balls to walls, and that is still such a crazy flex out. I guess Getzeroy had bigger fish to fry over on that northern side, as ASI8 may just be into the fire themselves. FaZe Clan on the northeast side able to sweep them aside. Mela is knocked but can get rezzed. Unfortunately, the Vicious are here to play too.
Yeah, only Noki remaining, and Voin Donkey ID with a wonderful spot right now in Ruins. Incredibly happy they held on to this one. It's such an unfortunate circle. This is not the kind of circle you want to see going into survival stage, because a lot of times, sadly, this is a coin flip in terms of where is this circle going to go. It's even less than a coin flip. It's not even a 50-50 chance, because you've got the island, you've got Rozok, you've got north side, you head towards the sandbags. It's very, very tough. So it's very much just a gamble on the table of which location you're going to go all in on. And Voin Donkey, they get somewhat lucky, but they did make a pretty big rotate over this way in the first place. But I'd be excited to see Voin Donkey get another good game here, because if they do, then yeah, I think we can pretty much call them safe.
Ooh, Silas stands his ground as FaZe rock up to play. Has the backup from his team as well. Was caught on a broadside, but opened fire back. FaZe pushed aside. Venturis trying to shelter underneath the archers here. Stage 4, this is where the bridge plays start to become a lot stronger. And you can see RCB, they've got control of probably the most prominent bridge position in this circle, counterposing Voin Donkey's compound position and Stalwart's high ground castle area that they have under control. This southeast approach is so tough now. It's completely compacted full of teams.
There's not many locations you get in from, which is why you see RCB here opting for a bit more of a passive. What did I just look at? A bit more of a passive, like a seal underwater spinning. But yeah, RCB, it's really caught me off guard.
It's okay. He's just rotating, you know?
Okay. It happened for such a split second that I don't even know. If I'm going crazy, am I going crazy?
Yeah, probably. But why not? It's getting into the survival stage. Plenty of players going crazy here because Limbo Boom goes down next at 77 to try and keep things going against Falcons, who had a big pop-off game to start things off. They were able to get a decent conversion as well, and Top wants even more. Will be able to pick up 1-2 eliminations, but will go down to Magnum finally. That is so unfortunate. The timing for Magnum, if he'd gotten Top out earlier, would have been able to get the full reset of the Southeast, but as it stands, it's only the two of them to carry on going. RCB in a similar situation, with the Vicious bearing down upon them. The knock across the river, and Loxy goes down next. It's one player now for RCB.
The Vicious heads in. RCB, potential at a full reset here, but the way things are looking, it's not looking great for them. And you get more spinning underneath this water. Does that potentially propel themselves towards a better location inside the lobby? Good pickoff, though, from Silas. Once again, marshalling the squad here for RCB. And they are heading across. There's potential for those underwater pickups. Well, Bruno's in, far more distracted here. This might be a good time for RCB to start to mend, repair the squad.
Both teams taking a breath. But out they go. There's a nade from David straight away. This is a pretty decent read. If they get caught, RCB are out. An immediate nade over the top doesn't actually get any knocks, but the health bars are blinking. They are low, and these reses need to come through fast. The Vicious moving down low also. They've managed to get 3 people back to their feet, and there's that final res starting to come on through. Loxy, they're just leaving him down. The nade over the top finds Silas, and now it's Wild and Kimez trying to keep themselves alive. The spray down is good. The nade over the top from Wild slows it yet another beat, but Wild has to retreat, and he is going to get caught, clipped on the fallback there, and Reyes able to give themselves another opening. It immediately tags that res. David's so grateful for this one.
Almost goes out. I will explain it afterwards. We'll watch the conclusion of this one. Another one from Kimmis goes through. A lot of damage. Doesn't take down Bruno's in, but Kimmis will find a great shot over towards him. Another nade goes through. It's a little bit short here. I'd be so frustrated if I was Silas, though. A couple of things that goes into it. Nice nade, a lot of damage done. I think RCB, it might just be curtains. Loxy realizes he's done for, just needs to send this nade in. Hopefully gets a bit of damage. Hits Bruno's in, gets Reyes as well. Only one player remaining now for the Vicious. One more nade would do the trick. It's a little bit long there from Loxy.
Loxy's just on such a tiny bit of cover. That bridge brace just about keeping him safe from the off angles. Finally jumps down into the river there. ASA8, they're already out and into the water. Trying to hold on out there. Does get a little bit of healing start to tick up. Loxy with those stims and those bandages. Dribs and drabs back into the health bar, and thank God he did. Sliver left, and that's all he needed to stay alive for just a moment longer.
So IWRX taking a fight with D+. The reason it's so annoying for Silas is because the Vicious sends 4 nades over the top towards a long shot location. They know they're underneath the bridge. All 4 nades miss, yet they send a 5th. Silas takes the opportunity to move out that way because he's like, surely they won't nade this position again. They've got absolutely no value off the past 4. But yeah, he goes down to it. Yeah, I thought it was a good play from Silas as well, but it's just a case of the Vicious being somewhat insane.
And it works out for them. 3 players versus 3. Loxy spots 2, rolling up, and he handles both of them. Immediately rebuffed. Silas was there as well for the crossfire. And now with Reyes not finding any answer, the Vicious are going to be cut out of this circle. Has to try and mount an offensive now. Find any sort of opening, but might just deny the point here under the bridge. Has the smoke to play around, and RCB have got to know. In the meantime, D+, they've rolled on through IWNRX on the far side of the circle. Reyes still wants to go in for this one. Does have a little opportunity here, but the off angles rain bullets down on towards him in the final pump action from Kimez. Able to seal the deal. The Vicious out. Finally a conclusion to the bridge side struggle.
Yeah, hella dangerous play there from Kimez, but every elimination counts this stage of the game. 56 on the 7 elim games here they've got as well. Will sit them nicely above 60 points. And I think RCB might just be safe off that engagement between them as well as the Vicious. What a weird fight. And a frustrating fight for RCB. Big respect to Silas there, but yeah, no one expects the 5th grenade. No one.
But what about the 6th grenade? I don't know who's shame on who for that one, but we'll keep track if it happens again. 4MV. With that coastline, they've lost Doc and Reefus, but they had to cross back from that northern side. 6 elims, and again, a decent game, but it's 9 elims for D+, 8 for RCB. We're seeing some pretty hefty tallies towards the top of the tables here, Blank. 4MV want to join them.
Yeah, 4MV definitely getting up there. They've been having good averages per game. This is all you really need. 4MV. Again, this is their last day of play, so time is against them going forward. Great steps coming through from RCB as they just waltz through the lobby, likely to go down soon. They are on an island by themselves. No hope at taking some back here, strapping it into a rope and catching yourself a turtle ride to safety.
Silas found they're on the long side of the circle as well. 4MV will be pushed off this angle, but nah, it's just not going to work out. RCB, last player now to stand. I think that's Loxy on the back line. But just so little opportunity to do anything here. Can't move south. Stalwart have him covered. Can't move west. These coastal positions have it. 4MV going to take a back step there and wait it out. Into the water they go. Osel getting spotted as Voin Donkey ID starting to break cover now. And a nice nade over towards Nolbu. The player doing the majority of the heavy lifting on this D+ Kia roster so far in the survival stages. The guy's stats are insane. But for now, he's down on bended knee as Chips to try and keep it together. For the South Koreans, there's 3 players from Voin Donkey ID trying to move through for Indonesia.
Voin Donkey ID need a little bit more. Only 46 points. Need to break that 50-point barrier soon. 3 more matches to do it in. The Razor getting taken down by Chips, unfortunate, but a nice nade over the top will finish off the job. The D+, I think that they've made it. I think that they've made it with 74 points. They are very safe going forward. Highly unlikely they'll drop out of the top 16. For Voin Donkey, they want to go a little bit further. 77 also getting 4 points here, so we might have just seen a confirmation on potentially 3 of our teams going into the last chance there with RCB 77 as well as D+. I think the Vicious maybe needs a few more points and then they can happily call themselves safe as well.
For now in this circle though, Blank, I'm looking at Team Queso. This is their opportunity, but they've only got 1 elimination. If they can get a chicken dinner out of this, they are back in the running. But it's difficult against this stalwart position. I mean, look at the high ground split they've got. This is just such a classic 2-2 split on this area. Nobody's been able to take them off. From the west side, I'm surprised that they haven't had to regroup, actually. All of that fighting between IWNRX and D+ Kia, it all kicked off around that zone, but they were able to keep their 2 split out on that west edge. A really nice hold for them. IWNRX going down, by the way, with 0 points, so statistically they either get 21 points or 0 points every match.
I thought they got 23 points, actually.
I did too, but I imagine that they didn't get all of the elims in the final circle against Voin Donkey ID with that roll-up. They might have had a few go down to the play zone. Voin Donkey ID not going down to the play zone here. That west side hold on the 2-2 split for Stalwart. Looking to add more to the tally.
Voin Donkey ID right now is about placements. They are getting a top 5 here. 4th place or better would be nice, and there you have it. Voin Donkey ID. Look at the health bars on the top of the screen. Dear me, Zeta last left remaining here. Team Queso taking 2 knocks, John. That is a big deal.
Going low and more damage pelted their way. Magnum with the shotgun.
That's 2 players, by the way, taking on Team Queso.
From the backline, 77 making their insurgency from the southeast side. That is really rough. The backlines of Team Queso getting dismantled there. Shifu trying to stay alive will be able to do so. And being the outside flank, 77 looking to confirm their spot into the last chance as well. Shifu breaking back over towards Magnum. Team Queso under pressure, but Stalwart is still split. They're trying to regroup now because they know they're going to have to push more central.
Yeah, this has just been a complete partisan play versus Team Queso coming through from 77. in the back lines. 2 players taking down multiple from Team K. So it should have been a Team Queso win. Realistically, they had a really strong spot. Obviously, Stalwart do control a lot of this high ground, but Team Queso could have easily played out into that late game. 100% surely second place. Zeta could step up, spots the angle, does a lot of damage over those Fearless, and gets the knock. This is huge, dude.
That takes one of the most important angles off of Stalwart. What a spoiler shot down there, and gets that flush as well.
That is nuts. I mean, I don't think he got the flush, but either way, there's now no one to challenge him, and Critter has to move off that location. Suddenly, he becomes a much bigger threat in the eyes of Stalwart. He's just one dude, guys.
Not only that, not only is he an increased threat, but he's also reduced the sightlines under control for Stalwart. Before, they had cover on that archway over towards Team Queso, over towards the runouts on 77, but now they don't have that. They have to spread themselves so much more thin, and that's going to allow Team Queso to maybe come back into this fight, 77 to sweep through. Everything's changed off the back of that pick.
He's fully stimmed out of his mind as well. Had about 8 energy drinks, so the heart's pumping, the adrenaline's thumping. Let's see what Zeta can get done. What a wild play. Good to see, though. Yeah, I think 77 done fantastic work between Shifu and Magnum here. Like, this is a survival-defining game, or this is going to see them safe much earlier than they expected.
Papi Potro, he's spotted the push forwards from Stalwart, and Team Queso going down 4th here. They just have not got the value they need.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all. Octagui, 9 nades, by the way.
Okay.
It's got a whole ordnance behind him, and that's Team Queso out. Shifu finds another up to 8 eliminations. Stalwart with 10. How has this happened? Zeta has to make a run out at this point, but will be taken down. But a 3rd place for Void Donkey. Zeta did incredibly well. Great spray for the smoke from Octagui. This guy has been insane on Stalwart so far. And to finish off, onto 77, and it will be Stalwart with 12 eliminations. A 22-point game to finish things off. Really well done to Stalwart, and that will shoot them up the rankings.
A 2-2 split on the Ruins position for Stalwart. Ruins the rest of everyone's day here in match 3 on the day. Match 9 on the survival stages. That is such an important match for them as well, to keep themselves up towards the top side of the tables, to put themselves in towards the top bracket along with some of the strongest teams. I think they came into today one of the lowest scoring teams from their group, but now they should sit nice and happy towards a potential last chance qual spot.
Bro, I wish, I don't know why I started with bro, I wish everyone out there could hear the conversation we were having while watching this game, because you had Hot Jukes on one side, Maxim on the other, and I swear I had to get between them before the fisticuffs came out, as they were both discussing who should win this match. Now, I kind of want to jump into this conversation because I thought it was very interesting hearing like 2 different points of this. So Hot Jukes, you were favoring Team Queso to win this game, and Max, you were leaning more towards Stalwart. So Hot Jukes, I want you to go first and explain like why in your eyes Team Queso should have been the team to win in this.
Castle sucks, dude. All right, I said it. All right, Castle sucks. Okay, like it is like one of the worst positions. I know some people be like, oh no, in a zone like that, you gotta go Castle, but it's so exploitable from so many different angles. And Team Queso, in my opinion, the best location, right? Don't do anything. They just sit still and like, hey, we're totally fine with just getting high placement points at this point. It is wild to see. And then Stalwart had all the freedom in the world to just run down after Fearless makes like the most ridiculous bad play. I thought literally once I saw Fearless go down in that 1v1 against Void Donkey, I was like, yo, Max, man, see, what did I tell you, bro? I was like, Castle's a curse. It's bad. Stalwart's going to lose this one. And then, Team Queso got naded in like 1 second and they were gone.
if your analysis is all behind Castle is cursed, I'm sorry, that's not the kind of analysis I'm here for. Because I'm coming here with straight up facts that don't care about your feelings, Hodges.
I beat everybody in Castle. You take Castle, you lose.
I've won so many games as Castle. What do you mean? I've won so many games. Okay, no, like realistically, looking at this, I do have to highlight that Stalwart, I think, played extremely well this area of Castle/Ruins because there are two players in the Castle, and you said, Hodges, there are some areas you can exploit of Castle, which is true. It's not a perfect area. It does have some weaknesses for teams that want to try and rock up there, but it is kind of assisted by the angle that Stalwart had in the church. Like that 2-2 split, I think, was absolutely amazing the way Stalwart played it. It's what you need to do in that scenario. The thing that Stalwart really had at the end in Phase 8 that made sure 100% of the time they win this game unless they fumble, which they almost did with Riley and Fearless. That scared me a little bit, Hodges, to be completely honest. But they had center control. All you have to do is hold your angles and wait for Zida to push your way, for Team Kesso, for 77 to leave the ruins in the open and you eliminate them. That is all Stalwart had to do. And they even got a bit too aggressive in my eyes. They could have lost it, but yeah, they had center control. They just had to wait it out, and that was an easy chicken dinner for Stalwart to secure, in my opinion.
I mean, I can see it from both your sides. I swear the discussion was much more heated. It's definitely more PG, more PC here on air. But obviously that was a big talking point, but also this is a big talking point we're seeing here. Regnum Carter up against Vicious on this mini island. That bridge fight lasted what felt like 3 zones between these two teams, where both teams were down to like 1 player apiece, and in the end, Regnum Carter does come out ahead.
Okay, Hodges, can we bury the Hatchet of War right now?
Yeah, no, I was right.
Okay,
right.
That fight took too long.
No, they're way too long.
It took way too long between RCV and Vicious. I think it was a really good idea from Regnum Karabrad to send it down under the bridge. I think that was a great idea, just becoming the bridge goblins of this game. But Vicious should not have gotten that many knocks on RCV in the first place. I have no idea how the hell they hit those, but the shots were crazy coming out from that squad. And then when they arrive to the bridge and they get those 3 knocks, they just kind of wait, Hodges, and I think that a push should have happened at that point.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's so crazy to just watch Vicious just pop out of the water and just get straight destroyed in like half a second there by RCB after all that work, you know? But I mean, it's good that we're seeing Vicious still put up points, like kind of like no matter what. RCB, look at that, 8 eliminations, 9 points right there. These guys have definitely got to be happy. A Team Castle with 5, and they deserve it, dude. You see that last play? You see him just get beamed while just staring in a corner? I don't know. I hate to see it. Like, there's only like 3 places you can leave Castle from. Just throw nades and pre-fire.
But they didn't have infinite grenades. Yeah.
Well, 4MV comes out with 10 points, D+ with 11 themselves. 77 has been kind of like the silent killers here, up to 14 as well on this. And honestly, a lot of points going to a lot of different teams out here. Void, you know, we've been kind of discussing them a lot lately. They get themselves 9 in the end of this. And then Falcons, we look down the list, 2 for them, I8 for 2, Vicious only getting 1, IWNRX getting 0. I mean, there's starting to be some teams to worry about here. I8 has had a very slow start to the day, Max, and I'm kind of getting worried for them. Obviously, they do have another day of matches to play tomorrow, but you don't want to be starting off like this.
Yeah, nope. you do not want to be in this kind of situation because it's going to be scary, man, going into your final day here, and it's going to be a tough time to make sure you are making into the top 16. Though, I do want to highlight, looking at Stalwart, I'm not going to go deep in analysis. We're not starting this conversation again. It's fine. But actually, it's really cool to see them do well because they were the last ranked team of their group. They were just behind 4MV, if I'm not mistaken, Hodges. You mentioned it on the previous segment. So this game, actually, for them, is so important for them to be somewhat comfortable to make in top 16.
Absolutely. Bing, bang, boom. Top 6 place, baby. Yeah. They'll take that all day long. I mean, I'm telling you, Group Green is going crazy here because I was expecting to see at least, a couple teams way down on the leaderboards. But no, I mean, pretty much almost every single squad is in a pretty solid state here.
I mean, this makes you wonder, is it better to play in the last group of the league stage and go into survival or play in the starting group and go into survival? Because right now, Group Green, like if we're looking at some numbers that John threw our way, they're averaging like 33 limbs a match, Group Green, compared to 25 for Group Yellow and 20 for Group Red at the moment. Like, that's kind of crazy to see that Group Green has actually been the more dominating group so far in survival stage, considering, Max, we had Group Yellow as like the group of death, which obviously we're looking more towards the higher level teams, but Group Green definitely proved to be one of the more balanced groups in our three.
Yeah, so far it's been working great. I mean, they've been the third-party-ish group, compared to the other groups that were like edge play or center play. And the third parties they've been able to pull off, all of those teams of Group Green have been so impactful in this lobby, just clearing space in a circle, getting a ton of eliminations off the back of those engages. So yeah, I mean, Group Green, the silent killers of this group of death right now in survival stage, and I'm impressed, Jason. It's really, again, our expectations are wrecked in this tournament, and it's fun to see.
So Jukes, you're saying, we've been saying this quite a few times, right?
Okay.
That group, or day 3 is the real day 1 for these teams from China. What happens when there's no day 3 in that group to be played for Tiamba?
I don't know, dude. There's no Group 3. I don't know how Team Liquid's gonna do damage control here with only a couple Miramars left. It's wild, dude. I hate to see it. I mean, for these squads, because I mean, what is happening? I mean, it's so wild to see all these big names so far on the leaderboards. I mean, looking at Group Green alone, right now the lowest is 4MV with 46 points. And considering that they got a lot of games left here today, I mean, them and Team Liquid, if they pop off in these last 3 matches, I mean, we could see all of Group Green be solid.
Well, we need to see some teams pop off here. Well, we do have to head to a short break, but when we come back, we're going into the final 3 matches for Group Green and the end of the first 3 for Group Red.
Day 2 of survival stage is heating up, and I have none other than Boing Donkey ID Vexy with me. You guys have definitely improved today with the performances that you guys were able to put up. Let's talk about a little bit more in regards to the Aaron Guild. The first match, you guys had an opportunity to be able to third party between the fight of IW and RX and also Incilio. Why did you guys decide to play that so passive?
Oke, di map pertama Erangel kalian punya kesempatan untuk terpati NRX sama INS. Apa yang membuatkan kalian untuk tidak mengambil chances tersebut?
Kita memikirkannya zonanya bakal ke tengah-tengah kan akhirnya, tapi juga minim smoke juga buat terpati itu tim 2 lagi perang di low ground depan kan. Terus ya udah kita berharap aja dia perang juga dan kita kurang baca kill feed sih di akhir-akhir. Dikira di low ground depan tuh masih 2 tim, ternyata cuma 1 tim berempat.
Okay, so basically, one of the reason why we didn't terpati NRX and INS is because of we have a minimum of utilities. That's number one, and then at the end of the circle, we miscalculated the number of alive people. So we assume that in that low ground there's like 2 teams left, but then end up it's only 1 team.
Right on. All right. Well, hey, you live and you learn, right? With this team, you guys have to, especially today with the new teams coming in as well, you guys have to make adjustments to Erangel when you end up dropping. How's the team feeling with those adjustments?
Okay, jadi setelah bermain beberapa match ini, menurut kamu sendiri gimana dengan perubahan drop spot di Erangel?
Kalau menurutku dan arahan coach lebih enak drop zone di samping seperti Primok. Nah itu Primok atas sama Kameski itu, nah itu enak karena kita menghindari tim-tim yang bermain lambat. Kalau tim-tim yang langsung terobos ke tengah circle, nah itu kesempatan bermain gameplay tim kita.
So basically, yes. If you ask me, and I would personally agree with my coach, is because of we do learn from the mistake, and yes, we prefer to drop at the. I would say little like nearby area, like we don't want to go to too much center. It's because of from the side is our big gameplay, and I would definitely think that this lobby suitable with our gameplay, and yeah, that's why we really love this lobby.
Right on. Well, you guys currently have 53 points. It is your final day for survival stage. Where do you guys want to be at in regards to points at the end of the day?
Oke, ini hari terakhir kamu bermain dan sekarang poin kamu 53. Jadi menurut kamu sendiri lah kira-kira berapa minimal poin ataupun maksimal poin yang kalian harus dapatkan di ujung hari ini supaya kalian bisa lolos ke peringkat seterusnya?
Kalau dari aku sendiri tidak menargetkan berapa poin, tapi kita komit untuk bermain maju. Dan nanti kalau hasilnya match bagus, poinnya akan tetap bagus.
So basically, we don't have set any particular target. We just gonna prove ourselves, and we just gonna do our best. Is because I believe that if we trying to prove to ourselves that we are the best in this lobby, we just gonna achieve a good result. So yep.
All right. Well, it's currently working out. No analysts in Desgard talking about maybe 55 to 65 points. They're at 53. They're doing good. Let's see what they're gonna be able to do for the next 3 matches. Back to you guys.
Well, Max, we got to hear about that first Erangel of the day with that 50-50 split across the road up against IWNRX. And I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that because there's some very good insight in that answer.
Yeah, Noah already, 7. Great question. And Vexy, great answer. Oh my God, what's going on? But realistically, I love to see their perspective on that first Erangel today, Jason, because we were answering, like we were talking about it earlier, thinking, why did they not third party IWNRX after they lose a player 2-3-10 of Incilio? But actually, their lack of utility, we kind of knew that. But they thought there were 2 teams over that ridge, Jason. And that is so interesting to see what they were thinking at the time and kind of taking everything into account. But what if it's not 1 squad? Or what if it's 2 teams? Then we're just going to get completely destroyed by 2 different angles. And it's going to be so rough to wrap it up. So I like that they instantly saw that after the game. Like, oh, that was our mistake. We miscalculated. And they're going to try and improve moving forward. That is a big thumbs up from me here for Voin. So good job, guys.
I think it's always so cool to hear, because obviously we have the ability to see everything that's happening across the map, right? But to hear from their perspective with limited information, what they do know and what we know, it's really cool to see. But also, you know, it's really cool, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah.
The fact that Max and I both have an Infinix GT20 Pro and you don't. But we need to get that fixed. And if I'm not mistaken, Max, to go with that 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen, I hear we have a new wallpaper today. Who is it?
I do. I got a bit ahead of myself earlier and I forgot to change it. I thought Falcons were going to get the win. It's green too, so it's green screen. But, so yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, please.
I got a bit ahead of
Hot
myself.
Jukes. We did have a picture ready to go for this one, but clearly it wasn't ready in time. If only it was that simple. If that was that simple, I would ask, give me some croissants from Paris. Hot Jukes, give me some of that Texas barbecue, and I'll give you some great Italian pizza. We can kind of all share between each other. But taking a look at our teams to focus, I think this is where it gets really interesting. I think this is where we have a lot to say. And Hot Jukes, we'll start off with you. You got I8, Tianba, and Team Queso as your 3.
Yeah, I'm picking the bottom teams from Group Red at this point. These guys are not doing too hot, considering there were already 3 matches in. I mean, they still have, these next 3 and tomorrow to go, but we don't want to wait till the last day and the last matches. So I want to see them start turning things up, especially since there's only one Aaron Gale left today.
Okay, Max, who did you have chosen?
I had as one of my teams for MV because now after this win from Star Wars, Jason, they're the last place team of their group, of Group Green. Did we expect that for this team, Jason? No, after what happened in CSA, winning back-to-back PMSLs. We thought, especially after the defeat they suffered in PMWC, they would come back swinging, but right now we really have to ask ourselves the question, are they maybe not even going to reach last chance? Like, it's a realistic future that could be happening maybe like this week. It's insane to really have that on the tables at all. So yeah, for MV, I'm going to say I need to see a win in these 3 matches because I'm so far very disappointed, unfortunately.
A realistic future, just no future I want to live in. Seeing 4MV not be in the Grand Finals would be a massive upset. But at the same time, I feel like it fits perfectly in to the storyline we've been talking about ever since PMWC, as Claris brought up, the year of uncertainty in PUBG Mobile Esports, where really any top team you had predicted to go through or to be dominating isn't necessarily guaranteed, with a lot of new stars coming through and a lot of new teams hungry to take home a title for themselves. But to take a look here at our top 4 players in the survival stage so far, Nobu, I think he had like 7 eliminations in that last game, if I'm not mistaken, up to 25 so far. You normally talk about Osal, but Nobu's really been a standout performer here for D+.
Well, the things I like the most is that every single one of these players is from Group Green. Like, that's wild. I mean, these guys...
Well, it's kind of expected
played the most
more
matches.
played.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. That's true. But it's like also just seeing how consistent they have been is just really phenomenal. Yeah, they've already going to be playing all of their matches so far, but like considering that they're pretty much all safe is pretty dang solid.
I mean, I feel like if I'm at the bottom of the table of Group Green, right, ignoring all the other groups, if I'm like the lowest placing team from Group Green, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still gonna be a little bit worried here. You kind of still have to hope at the end of the day tomorrow that, other teams aren't able to play. Hey, calm down, Shifu. Chill. I mean, this man just wants to get in the car and ride, as we saw yesterday.
He does. It'll be funny if we have a Redox on the same team as a Shifu. And it's like, oh my god, they're both staring at the camera doing weird stuff. I don't know what to expect anymore. But here we go. Actually, D+ also looking back at their previous game, really good split to the west to get information. So D+, they're in. I think they're just having fun right now. For the memes, Jason. They're playing for the memes.
I mean, I've always wondered if you're a team that you're already guaranteed through and the prize pool isn't too big different between where you are and where you could fall. Why not start to mess with some teams? Why not hot drop some of these teams that you potentially don't want to see in last chance to make your life a little bit easier? But speaking of making our lives easier, gentlemen, it's time to throw to our casters. We're going to sit back, put our feet up, and watch the match as John Allen and Blank take us in.
Hey, you've got to pay attention too, and hopefully you guys at home are going to be paying attention because it is going to get harder and harder for our teams in Group Green to get the points they need. But at the moment, it looks like they're all pretty decent to be qualifying. 4MV on average are 13th place, and that is the lower bound of Group Green, which is pretty insane. There is a reason we called it the Group of Death.
Yeah, I think when you look at Group Green at the moment, it's a case where, look, they're the freshest of these squads right now in terms of playtime, because obviously they just came off of their group being played straight into survival stage, so all of them are very warmed up compared to some of our other groups that come into this one who maybe played maybe 2 weeks ago off the back of this one. But we'll wait and see just how it all pans out. But you're right, now at this stage in time, Group Green is looking hella safe.
It's just a question of keeping Doc alive, really, and that will keep all of Group. It would be pretty insane to see all 8 teams in a single group get through to that last chance bracket, and we are on a path to maybe see that very future, even if Maxman doesn't want to live in it, right? We'll have to wait for that one to come to pass. Teams in the floor now, a swift rotate in the glider there. Oh, little stumble on the landing, but they'll be all right over in Primals for Voindonkey ID. Looking to try and keep themselves on trucking, on the road, making sure that they are staying spick and span.
Yeah, for Voindonkey ID, though, 53 points, few more points needed. That's really all it is. Right, 4MV, they need a couple more points themselves. Team Liquid, similar situation. But it is very likely in the next 3 games that we see today that pretty much all of these squads do make it through. D+ right now is safe. 77 is safe. RCB, I'm going to go ahead and say they're safe. The Vicious, a little bit more on the line, as our Stalwart, as our Voindonkey ID. And then down below, you got Team Liquid 4MV, who are battling out for around about 20 to 25 points for themselves to get in towards that top 16.
It is really tricky. At the moment, Blank, it would be 54 points in 16th place with Bigatron, who obviously aren't playing today. But when I took a look at the averages, that is what the numbers spat out. Although I will give the qualifier that is slightly skewed by the fact that the distribution of points will change as you play more matches. It will start to be a little bit more normalized, a little bit smoother of a curve, because over a single match, you got a lot of points at the top and no points at the bottom. Over a lot of matches, you start to get quite a few points at the top and not a lot of points at the bottom, and it smooths out a little bit. So over the 12 matches total, that could push up a little bit. I'm expecting it to be closer towards the 60-point mark than towards the 50-point mark, but generally getting over that 60-point barrier, you're starting to look good.
Yeah, and fair few of those teams have already kind of made it towards that margin anyway. We'll have one more angle into 2 Miramars. We know that Miramar does slip up a couple of our squads, and they might have to change things up going forward. Right now, over towards the eastern side of things, Stalwart are currently playing over towards Lipovka and Mansion. Good start for them. Tiamba down towards Milton. Tiamba definitely need to get a move on here. 6 points total over 3 matches. Not ideal in terms of the situation for them right now. We'll need to pull those points scorings up somewhat. As well as ASI8, who, despite changing their drop spots, despite giving ground, giving space to some of these other teams inside the lobby, have struggled to find their points.
It is about those floor games, like I was saying, and I've said it every game now, I think, at this point. Raising the floor of your performance is so incredibly valuable in this specific scenario, and in general as well, but here even more so. You're looking to breach 5 to 6 points average per game, and that should be enough. Might not be, but should be enough to get you over that mark. So just getting 4 elims on a match is make or break. 4 points, getting 1 placement at 3 elims. 2 elims, 2 placements. Break it down however you want. If you can be hitting that mark, you are setting yourself up for success. When you get a good game finally, it will be so much more impactful. And that's what we're waiting to see from a few of our teams, like Team Queso weren't able to get in that last match, right? Denied so much value from such a powerful position.
Yeah, I mean, the backstab was always a potential there from 77, but the fact that it goes so poorly, 4 versus 2, is really the kicker, right? They didn't have too much to say for themselves, even in that position where they somewhat crumbled, right? Where we slowly got further into that match. I didn't really like the way that all panned out there for Team K. So in the meantime, we are heading over towards the eastern side once again, around shelter, so a bit more of that 4-pronged approach where you have those 4 areas where you can take cover in. It is a little bit out in the open. Teams more likely to be scouting around Potato Hill off towards that western side, sitting around those junctions on the road, keeping yourself safe. I already like where RCB is planted up over towards the northern side of this circle. Taking their time off the back of this. This is cut in a little bit of Sosnovka, so 4MV, they do have both the west and the east bridge to work with. And I think in this lobby, most teams are concerned with getting towards the center. So 4MV's approach on that western side has been pretty open, John.
It's a question of finding those openings, though, and making sure that you can capitalize on them. This northwest side is pretty chock-a-block. Getso Roy trying to get through the middle right now with FaZe and ASI8 with Team Liquid behind them. This is potentially a very, very dangerous setup. Getzeroy actually having their tail player wrap around a little bit. I think that's Porsche, who is in and amongst the FaZe players who hop out, go for that spray down, but the rest of his team is across the bridge, and soon to follow suit. Porsche will find his way in, but under a little bit of pressure. And again, it's all primed to pop off on the northwest side. Team Liquid divert fully, and maybe ASI8 flex out to meet them unless they want to just get across the river first.
It's cruel crossing right now for a lot of teams on that north side. I mean, FaZe, ASI8, Getzeroy, and Team Liquid all making their way downwards. RCB very prepared for the mash that is coming their way. Going to be crunched in between a lot of the teams down towards the south and a lot of our squads who are making their way in from the north side. Currently, they're playing this 2-2 split, which is fairly dangerous. So I wonder if they will go for a regroup. But usually your regroup doesn't come through until stage 3. But I think at this point in time, stage 2 might be beneficial to them to think about pulling back together again.
The Falcons moving over the north side of that Potato Hill. And getting back, I mean, getting that regroup on, right? Finding those regroups in general. In the early game, not necessary to do as quickly as it is in towards stage 4 and stage 5, but still, when you're approaching from the edge of the circle, it's always a little bit risky. So making sure that you can regroup with your scout, definitely an important skill to be bringing to the table, and one that every single team here should have refined to perfection. They'll be looking to try and get that info and get through safely into the next circle. Is this going to shrink? Where's it going to take us? Is it going to be central? No, we're going back to the Milta Peninsula, Blank.
It's fantastic news for 4MV. I mean, they're already in vehicles, they're already moving fast. This is actually a chance for them to get into Milta nice and early and actually have a position to play going forward, because 4MV, a lot of times on these shifts on the circle, it has cut them out, something horrid. Luckily for them, this circle is way more orientated around center at the moment, so no one's trying to hold off 4MV on those sidelines. They're more or less looking for their own positions towards the center, which does open up a lot of those avenues for 4MV. So this is good for them. RCB get a quick move on, as do Stalwart. Team Liquid made this awesome wrap over the northern side, by the way, John, and have slipped in down towards the southeast, which is going to be very, very good for their point scoring. Remember, they're in 9th place right now, 46 points. Like you said, 20-point game for them, more or less, would be awesome. That would sit them into a very good position going forward in terms of point standings, getting towards the last chance, which will happen in 2 days' time.
Would be a fantastic result for them to see that points margin earned. And Blank, I was just about to bring something up as an adjustment into this lobby, but I think I may have to correct myself. It looked like Voin Donkey ID weren't going to go over the military base rotate, which is what we saw from them yesterday on pretty much this exact same circle, leaving that west bridge out of the blue zone. And then 4MV, they got caught up as they tried to get across. Fortunately, this time 4MV have crossed for them, but I'm expecting to see Voin Donkey ID now. They seem to have committed back over to the western side. They were along that farm coast, pushing in on the west edge, but going down south through that military base, aqua rotation, boatation up to the northeast side, make landfall to the southeast point of Milta. That's what we saw from them yesterday. We'll see if there's any adjustments that they can make here as well.
It's an interesting one. I'm not sure how I feel about the rotate down towards the south side at this point in time, because it is so centered up and so influential over towards that eastern bridge anyway. You're right, it would require Nova Ebnoya Boate essentially over towards northeast Milta Power and then rock in from there, maybe play the Dead Woods.
That's what they did yesterday.
Yeah, there's not a lot of avenues of approach from that location. Stalwart currently doing not badly at all, 56 points. I think you're right in saying having that floor risen for a lot of squads is important. I think Stalwart's done that. They've had some pretty amazing games as well off the back of this one, but other than those amazing games, there has been just steady performance, steady points been put up inside this lobby. And that's what Stalwart has needed. I think they've had 2 pretty big games so far. They had that 15-0 game and then that last match just there. Sit themselves nice and comfortably up to 6th place.
I'm really keeping an eye on Voin Donkey ID. And again, this might just be that opportunity. You can see the compounds down to the southeast of Milta. They have access along the cliffside there. If they get there fast enough, nobody's really looking out this way. Incilio over on the west edge may be there, but has anybody done their revision? Has anyone seen this rotate from yesterday, spotted the similarities in this circle, and go out for a flex position to hold? Incilio may be looking to readjust. They're now on the south, lining Milta itself, and that may be the team to try and take down Voin Donkey ID, but it remains to be seen.
It's such a fortunate timing for Voin Donkey ID. And Cilio wraps over towards the eastern side, completely exposes the eastern bridge. This is free right now.
That is such an insane approach. Let's hop on with this fight, though, because D plus Kier looking to further cement themselves towards the top of the tables. Voin Donkey, sorry, Getso Roy got Voin Donkey on the mind, but it's Chips. Certainly focused. Laser on towards Getso Roy, finds one. A second knock as well around the side, looking for some healing, but in the meantime, the drop down from Osal. He's into the fight. No step back. And Nolbu tries to turn the corner, but there's a little bit of trouble. Bruin maybe. Osal does manage to find that final shot down, but Nolbu out. That is dangerous.
Yeah, Nolbu down. Not ideal for D+, but cleaning out Getso Roy. I think they'll be fairly pleased with that. That's over towards that northwest side. They still have a ways to go. 4MV currently controlling a lot of Milta at the moment. IWNRX coming up against Falcons, but so much action popping off around the map. Every single team is looking for eliminations. They know that this is a surefire way to pump up their points tally. Sanjir with a disgusting nade over the top blows away FaZe.
And FaZe fall on the northeast side. IWNRX are close by, though. Falcons are dealing with them at the moment. Can they burst through? 2 players left. Make that one as action now lasts to stand. IWNRX wanting to keep as many as possible alive. They've already lost Kine, and more could be disastrous for them. A roll forward's now possible, but RCB, again, just in the way, and they are putting pressure on this northeast edge.
IWNRX been burning rubber to get over towards this location, and it will be Falcons to eat a little bit of that burnt rubber as they do get that rundown action. We'll have to just send away. And for Falcons currently in 15th place, the Mongolians scored with only 24 points. Not a bad score off today, to be honest. But they would like a little bit more going in towards the rest of their games. I think, honestly, getting around about to 30, 40 points at the end of the day is good. And that's the happy medium you want to find, really. 4MV, though, this is an ideal approach to them. You want to see 4MV get a big game off this one, because it would just be a match that easily sets them in, especially in our angle, because we know how poorly 4MV has done over on Miramar. A lot of those wide splits just do not come to fruition, do not work out for them. So I'm not going to say this is last chance saloon for 4MV, but it is certainly an opportunity, one that you don't want to let slip through your fingers.
Voin Donkey ID, I mean, that is the big story on this circle. The hard southwest shift. They have got so much space to work with. An excellent area of the compound on the split. They've got 4MB holding out on the west side of Milta. Opens that up. RCB trying to descend past this fight from Team Queso and 77. Round 2 of that scrap, by the way, from the last match over in Ruins. Let's see if that tune plays any differently this time around. Papa Potra on the broken wall. Ruined in Ruins, but the brickwork playing to his advantage here. Magnum, though, with a bouncing nade, able to find the knock. And that is a big opener for them, but Team Queso still have 4. If they can conclude it, they may be able to get the full reset. Unfortunately, though, off angles are coming on through. Zadira down next. And Kolego will be able to put him down. Another step out, finds Magnum. And you can't be playing like that against Kolego. He'll take you out. Lickety split. 3 limbs on the game, 4 for the team.
Kollega, really good in front lines, honestly. Well done to him. Team Queso doing a wonderful job. I mean, that's the first time we've seen Team Queso really take a fight that has been significantly in their favor. And they lose Papa Potra as well as Milosa, but you take it. You'll take it. At least they don't melt in the face of 77 there. In terms of Voin Donkey ID, you're right. That position is more free than American Eagle right now, down towards the southern edge. I don't know how they pulled it off, but I think they looked over towards the northern side. They were like, teams are leaving from the eastern bridge. Let's just cross. I mean, they could have taken a boat rotation, absolutely. But why go for that when you can sustain all 4 vehicles on that south side? You may as well. It's just going to give them way more value when it comes to rotational prowess later on in the game. 4MV do leave Milton because they realize that that position is just going to be more of a prison than it is a place of freedom.
Yeah, somewhere to liberate them from the bottom of their group tables. I mean, to me, what this says is Voin Donkey ID had a choice, right, that they were enacting on yesterday, and it depends on the scouting that you get across the bridge. You're looking out over that bridge as you approach it. Are there vehicles in those positions there? Is there gunfire? Are we hearing anything on that far side of the bridge? No? Okay, let's go across the bridge. Yesterday, they did, so they went for that boat rotation. I don't necessarily think that this is an adjustment from Voin Donkey ID. I think this is just a different scenario being laid out before them and then reading both times very, very well. Obviously, this southwest shift does aid this hugely, and they've got a massive amount of control because of it, but it is very smart again, and they've made it work.
Yeah, I think for Incilio is a weird one, in my opinion, because you hold out towards the position on the western side. I personally don't think there was a huge reasoning behind Incilio pushing far towards that eastern edge. Like, they held space. It was good space. I think committing into Milter is not the ideal scenario, especially if you're committing deep into Milter as well on this southern edge, which they're now cut out by both Tiamba as well as Team Liquid. And yeah, the circle once again sent us over towards Voin Donkey ID, which, like you say, is less of a... It is an adjustment, realistically, where they see what's going on and they'll adjust accordingly to the distant shores where they see Incilio just sending away. They're like, we'll take that position happily, thank you very much. But yeah, I think Incilio could have had a much better game off the back of this if they just stuck to their ground. RCB do take a knock here. This is versus the Vicious. Again, these two teams have been viciously brawling against one another all day today.
The Vicious looking to join the 60-point club here with 2 players alive. They may be able to do it. 4MV, though, taking on fight in the long-range shots over towards the Vicious on the back line. Also proving troublesome, but RCB just stealing those points, slurping them up where they can. Doc is here to play, though. He's the forward position. There is backup on the angle, and RCB fall before his feet, adding up 4 elims to his tally, 7 on the game for 4MV. They move off the bottom of Group Green, pushing Team Liquid down.
This is the big game that 4MV was looking for. 7 elims so already is really good for them. Team Liquid losing Chief is a bit of a question mark for me as IQ moves over towards the building. Looks for a nade through. Wonder if that'll knock Chief. I think he is tucked away right now, but there's no teams around him to really support at the moment. Uzum moves up alongside the rest of the squad, getting closer and closer towards Team Liquid, but Mythic is on the prowl.
Ooh, he's on the hunt indeed. Team Liquid with 3 players, stopping ASI8 dead in their tracks with only 2 elims this game. It's another shoddy performance for them. And that's going to add up to 4 games now where they haven't found what they're looking for. IQ cooking the nade. Can he find this cook around a corner? Drops it, but no one's there to receive. Steps out with the shotgun. Doesn't connect this time either. Mythic on the crossfire. Not going to find the knock either. IQ's the last to fall. ASI8 out in 9th.
Yeah, panic scenario there for ASI8. They pushed up, got a decent first knock, but then I think the way it went after that was slightly rushed from ASI8, and I think they are desperate for anything that they can grab. At least they're able to pick up, I think, 2 elims on that game, which sets them at 7. With only 2 matches left to play today, it's really not a good amount of points put up, which is so unfortunate. Because you look at what ASI8 was able to do inside their group, and they look like a completely different team here. Tiamba taking a fair few shots as Incilio lines up on this southeast side. 4MV, I'd be happy to see them do well here. I mean, Doc starts out strong. Continues to put points in. Vexy with this DMR is unbelievable. Like, he's one of the few players that's like, I'm not on board with the shotgun meta.
You're within 300 meters of me right now? Yeah, that's you done, mate. you're out. You get within 20 meters of me, I got team for that. That's fine. They can handle that business. And that circle, again, just puts everybody out into the open. Team Queso maybe with an opportunity here to change things up. As it stands, this is a bit of an interesting bit of terrain here, Blank. There is a ridge that sort of stretches down just about into the north side. Team Queso have oversight on that. 4MV likely going to sweep around and try and play on the outside there, unless they want to go for a wide crash over towards the compound the Point Donkey ID push into. But they know there's Milta teams on the south side, more than happy to third party it. I don't think 4MV are going to go for that. I think they're going to sweep out to that west edge through D plus Kia.
There's a lot to clear here for 4MV, and they can pick up a lot of eliminations off the back of it. Even if they get themselves a third place and 10 plus eliminations, that's a great game. And, you know, likely would see them safe. What a nade from Westron, though. Wraps that bad boy over the top, in towards the building. Puts a bow on it as well. And Team Liquid will have to receive, not the nicest of gifts, but it ends up in their building.
This is interesting. The reapproach here from Incilia. Making it all the way across here. Voin Donkey ID didn't have control of this south side. They moved Vexy back on up. And probably right to do so. I feel like at this point, you know a crash is coming. Reconsolidation for Voin Donkey. It's not the worst idea in the world, but you do now have danger right at your doorstep.
It's an incredibly smart rotate, actually, from Voin Donkey ID. This is the exact buildings that Incilio rotated from earlier on over towards that east side, and likely was a position that Incilio would retreat back to because they assume, in quotation marks, it's safe and it's already been cleared by them. Yes, the team might have rocked over towards it, but you take that 50% chance any day of the week for a position inside the circle. And for Voin Donkey ID, they know a team's coming back that way, so they're going to move over towards the north. That was always just going to be an outpost for them going into the future. Bond trying to take shots over towards Team Liquid, and they will finish off Cardozin, and Fash joins in to the trouble, picking up a shot over towards Ayala.
Now the northeast side starting to get pressure put on it. D plus Kia actually moving out and keeping 4MV on lockdown here on the northeast side. But like I said before, expecting them to flex out to that west edge. I don't think they crash down to the south. Being penned in at the moment, they're going to have to wait for that move as well on that ridge. I think that's what they're waiting for Tiamba to be fully displaced by the blue zone. But in comes that rotate. A wide off angle found now for Doc, as the rest of the team moving over the top of it. And they're not even going to stop to take care of D plus Kia. Maybe a mistake, as Voin Donkey ID do now have angles on them. Because they don't have that high ground that D plus Kia were playing from, they can't quite go for a safe rotate. They lose one. Now they're playing as two on the north edge.
Yeah, I think for 4MV, that is a Hail Mary. Sending in towards the ditch is one of the few playable areas. They cleared it earlier as well, so they knew it was free. This is Reyes on Team Queso. Bond goes down from Tiamba. Still more shots pouring out off into the distance. Osal trying to play in from that north side. And this is the big task ahead of 4MV. If you can take down both D+, his players, and Chips and Osal, they have a very good chance, a highly likely chance of getting a second place.
And 4MV, they've already got 8 elims on board as well, so a second place would probably be 2 more elims conservatively. Let's put it at that and put 16 points up on their card, which would be enough to see them over that 60-point barrier. But the nades from D plus Kia seem to be landing, seeming to be making a nuisance of themselves. Another one goes long, just moving those vehicles left and right. Not giving them any respite. D plus Kia, they have the safety of this ridge line. This is that ridge I was talking about. I was expecting 4MV to try and sweep through, but that's been given to D plus Kia.
Just one more nade left now. Celia wraps over towards Collega. Won't find anything off the back of it, but it will be actually Redlick to pick him up. So he goes down. Team Queso with 4 elims and a 5th place. It's not terrible, not the end of the world for them just yet. Voin Donkey ID, like I said, they don't have angles over towards 4MV, which is why that position is so strong. With the circle moving down towards the south, that cuts them out. At the moment, 4MV is just sending nades over that top side to keep D+ at bay, as they know the circle is going to be pushing them far sooner than it pushes 4MV.
Nade from Vexy. The Cook looks decent. Is it going to find the distance? Goes to the vehicles, not onto Westrong's position there. The heal goes through, and Cilio have a little bit more strength now forwards. In comes the crash. Reaper's pulled out. It's just Doc on the roll-up here to the off angle. It's Potato to try and face, try and handle it. Doc goes 1-for-1 on the trade. A fast res needed. Incilio have an opening here to try and make their way through. Do they go in for the crash, or do they try and establish themselves out in the open? It seems like they go for the latter and move a player forwards.
It's an incredibly ballsy move from 4MV to make that one happen. I think that realistically, more than likely would have tried to just try and take down D+, secure a third place. I can understand why they went for it. I mean, Doc takes down one in the process. D+ finding Westron. There's no way D+ cleans out Incilio here.
Surely not. Suppression on the backline for Chipstone. A little bit of damage found. The Molotov forwards. Smoke is blooming. That's going to allow them a little bit more leeway to move in and get these flushes. Fash still down. Close by, it seems like that's been read. The player on the backline's not stepping up to go for the spray, and Chip stays up for just a moment longer. Osel's there to back him up, and the long-range shot is found as well. That's from Voindonkey, taking out that off angle, and Incilio in shambles here as D+ roll them down.
Vexy truly vexatious on these long-range shots into the distance. And right now, it is just 3TN left remaining. D+. Chip steps into the grenade, but it will only be shrapnel. He'll live to fight another day. 6 elims for him. And Cilio off the back of what was the strongest position in the lobby. A wide wrap to the east to come back here to go down to 2 players with the help of Voindonkey. They are crying in the club right now.
What a terrible time it's been for them. Still a 3rd place and 6 elims is a decent result, so they will be able to cry into their stack of points as Redlick gets the final flush dealt out his way. D+ here can't fully move around the edge here with the suppression that Voindonkey ID have on this area. And into the shack he goes. The nades may be fairly dry for D+ Kier. They use a lot of them, but that's not going to stop Osel launching it forwards. Finally, he spotted it. Vexy to put him out of his misery. Cilio 3rd, 2 teams remain, and the lineup for Vexy. Dealing damage every which way. No DMR left. He's got a Groza now in the back pocket. The rollout from Razor. The vehicle hopped out from it. It's just Osel. Potato has been spotted. D+ Kier, if they can just secure that point. No, they're not going to be able to find it. And Vexy, the one to close it down. A demon on the off angle. And what a rotate for Voindonkey. They repeat their performance from yesterday's mill to finish. But this time, they close it down.
We've got the Lone Ranger, but here we've really got the Long Ranger. I mean, this has been incredible, and certainly Vexy has gone the distance inside this lobby alongside with Voindonkey ID. Wonderful stuff. Genuinely just gorgeous rotations from Voindonkey ID overall. That game actually should sit them safe towards the top of the lobbies now, so Voindonkey joins the likes of D+, who got themselves a 2nd place.
Well, how the turntables. Void able to rotate in through Western Military into the Eastern Bridge to come in later on in the game to actually come out and win the match here, Hot Jukes, I think is a true showing for Defi in particular, proving that they still got what it takes.
Dude, I think they hit us with that rotation because I was looking at those hands and I didn't see any nails, dude. So I think they baited us. I think they baited us. Wow, what a play, dude. Voindonkey clutching up an easy dub. I mean, D+ Kia, man, they were fighting for their lives, though. I mean, they definitely put in some good work there.
Yeah, I thought they would be able to sweep 4MV a little bit faster, but the way they were sweeping on the edge of that ridge, Hot Juice was... Maybe they can't go for the win because they just don't have the numbers, but that ridge play to get the perfect off angles to obliterate Incilio at that point was really the option that allowed them to make it in top 2 in the first place. So really good angles there, but Voin, we have to highlight it. Their rotation through Southern Island, I think that as of right now, they almost perfected it. They know how 4MV play. Yep. They know at what timing they're going to be sending it away over the bridge, and they know when it's going to be a free. Like, okay, we waited until like 2 minutes, 37.5 seconds. Okay, send it across, we move in. And yeah, I think the reason why Voin get in that position in the first place here, Jukes, is purely off the back of that timing that was perfect this game.
Well, you also did notice, Max, I believe it was, that Incilio were in the compound that Voin ended up taking, and Incilio ended up rotating towards like Southern Milta. Or sorry,
Should have been me, not him.
Yeah.
But no, Incilio, actually, they got a bit lucky on that timing, though, because, yeah, as you said, Incilio initially were holding down that compound. And they left, I think, maybe 15, 20 seconds before Void just like, oh, we don't have to fight for this possibly game-winning compound Hodrix. Like, stonks for me. Oh, yeah.
I'm so shocked they left that. I mean, that's a strong position. That compound, you could definitely rotate from so many different directions because there's so much open terrain near it. So nobody even wants to get close to it. So for Incilio, I mean, they got to think a little bit greedy. They were just like, no, we got to find a better position. Maybe we feel like the zone is going to yank it on over to the east side. And Void and Donkey are like, oh, we'll take this right here, right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll take it. And
like being first place, there's no way that they're gonna drop out into bottom 8. So they're for sure gonna make it through to last chance, right? But to still see like how quick their communication, how efficient their communication seems to be, thinking back when it was Osa left alone and was against Roy crashing on top of him, his teammates were there so fast and they're playing from like the perfect position up that hill to actually deny any sort of chance for against Roy to get on top of the roof to actually combat where Osa was going to be.
Also, especially with his Molotovs, Jason, he was able to buy so much time, and it just allowed them Chips and the rest of the plus Care to just come just running down that hill and just completely obliterate Getzeroy. He was just buying as much time as possible, and then Chips came in swinging, I think, with a S12K or DDS and just doing quick work of Getzeroy. So a great reaction time. And sure, they might be in first place, Jason, but the thing is, they're not even stressing it. They're just like, yeah, this is our typical normal PUBG Mobile playstyle, and it's so good we get second place when we're not even trying that hard.
It kind of worries me, Jukes, because thinking to like a point sponge, if they're going to keep soaking up points towards the top, means every point is even more impactful down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, where honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have a tiebreaker to decide who's going to be going home and who's going to be making it to last chance.
I'm not going to be shocked at all. I'm not going to be shocked at all if that happens. I mean, it's so crazy how wild this is starting to get. I mean, another thing that we got to talk about too is, you know, I was really worried for Group Green going into this, right? Because they're not playing tomorrow and they have to kind of just sit back and watch and bite their nails as teams, you know, creep on by their point score. But I mean, so far, Group Green is just rock solid. I mean, I had Void and Donkey as one of the teams that I had, you know, to watch a little bit earlier because they were one of the lowest placed teams in Group Green, and then they pop off in this match. So now I think who's it up to? Team Liquid? All right, at this point, but even then, they perform pretty dang solid here. So I think Group Green as a whole is feeling really, really good.
I do believe some of the teams in that group are a bit desperate now, for sure.
I'm getting worried, guys, because going into this whole event, this whole league stage, you know, most of us were saying Group Yellow were the group of death. But we did have a certain person who's not a talent say to us, oh, I don't know, I feel like Group Green's more of the group of death. And we're all like, no, that's not actually true. I don't know, you know, Vod, you're out there. I feel like maybe there's some room for you here on the desk to start discussing this stuff because it's starting to be a little bit right.
Are you firing me, Jason?
I'm firing myself. It's just gonna be a three-man analyst desk.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But you're hosting.
Oh no, okay, no, stay, please stay.
Look at overall, after 10 matches of play, of course, D+ still hit on to first place, 77 as well, able to take second place from the prior match, and Void gonna be sitting in third. Kind of ridiculous to see kind of a mix-up here in day 2.
Wow.
We mentioned it. I think the big storyline for that momentum was maintained now heading into survival stage for me is ultra impressive. And yeah, I still believe it. They're the 2 most improved teams so far out of this entire PMGC season for 2024, and it really has improved my hopes for them to make it to the Grand Finals even more after these 2 days.
Yeah, for sure. I think I got to agree with that statement 100%. And, you know, another team that I was looking at right there, got to give a big, you know, shout out to Major Pride, dude. I mean, these guys are still on that first page holding on, and they only played 6 matches. So tomorrow's going to get so wild, dude, because you can look, these are the teams right now. If this was the end, these are the squads that would be eliminated. Obviously, you know, we got one more whole day to play here, but it's going to get crazy towards the end because I mean, Vampire is going to be in full-fledged desperation mode tomorrow. Everybody else is going to be needing to soak up these points. And you're right, Jason. With some point sponges here now, it's making things that much more difficult for Group Red.
Yeah, and if it continues to be this kind of route, I mean, obviously the teams at the top right now won't be playing tomorrow because at the moment, 7 out of our 8 teams are the teams from Group Green. It's going to make things really crunched down tight towards the bottom. And honestly, Max, I mean, you look at some of these teams. I mean, yeah, you look at Vampire, and we obviously say, 3 points, it's not looking too good for them. But honestly, right now, if they had one good game, like one chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, they'd be right back up there in talks of breaking out of the bottom 8. But obviously, a lot of the other teams around them only have 4 matches played. I mean, Zeus, Inko, and Vampire are in the bottom 8 with 6 matches played because they did play yesterday. I think it's really going to come down to like just that one pop-off game tomorrow to save yourself to get into Last Chance. But the thing is, you have 0 time off between getting into Last Chance and playing in Last Chance. So whatever Vampire needs to do to improve, or any of these teams at the bottom of the table needs to do to improve, they got to do it quickly.
Yeah, one win would cut it, I think is fair to say at this point. One chicken dinner could literally qualify you into Last Chance. But then it sets up the next question, right? That if you just barely make it into Last Chance, then how are your odds looking to be top 6 after that, right? For me, the teams that currently impressed the most at this group, I think are going to maintain their momentum for the Last Chance. The teams at the bottom, making it top 6 right now, it seems a bit unrealistic, Hot Jukes, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. I mean, it's so wild to see, but because like normally when I see a team that, or a group in general that doesn't play on the last day, like when it came to me picking like who I felt was going to actually make it on over to the Grand Finals, I only picked like a couple teams from Group Green because usually we see them fail and fall off just because of that factor alone, but they completely turn things around on me. I mean, a complete 180. And honestly, I'm excited to see that because it just shows that they have a great understanding of the leaderboards. I mean, they should. They're huge names, right? But they know that we got to put it all on the line because we cannot leave it up to chance.
Well, Hot Jukes, you did deep dive into drop locations when it comes to the survival stage, and you talked a lot about Erangel. I'm curious, do you have any info for us when it comes to Miramar with any adaptations for teams?
As far as adaptations go, I'm not really seeing anything really too out of the ordinary. I mean, you got Tianba that they're going to be dropping near Mir and Sejon's location before, but all the major squads are pretty much in the same spot. The only kind of team that I'm really looking at is going to be the Falcons because they're actually going to be taking major prides drop spot since it's available here.
All right, well, gentlemen, it is time to kick off our first of 2 Miramars of the day, our 2 last matches for Group Green. So if you're a team here in Group Green, get as many points as possible because tomorrow it all comes down to fate and how other teams play. Let's throw it back to our casters to jump us in with John Allen and Blake.
Hell yeah, it seems like Group Green may have just already done enough though, so we'll see if they can keep that one going. Even Team Liquid with their current scoreline, the lowest bound of Group Green. On average, they're in 14th place, which means that everybody as of now in Group Green is safe. If Team Liquid get a good game here and 4MV continue to pump a couple numbers in this next game, I don't think anyone from Group Green's going home today.
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, Group Green is doing so fantastically well. It's unbelievable. And it's a good way to prop the tournament back up again. Still, there is only limited spots in the Last Chance, so it's not like the entirety of Group Green can head over towards the PMGC Grand Finals, but it has been close. It's been very, very close here at the moment. IWNX trying to get themselves back up on their feet. It's a team that I absolutely thought would make it through survival stage pretty handedly, but they slowed down again. Felt like they had some reinvigoration going through on their group stage, and then that has just left the building since then.
A little bit of a knock to confidence, maybe. We'll hope that they can regain it, but only 2 more matches to play today on the desert this time. Teams starting to stretch out from the plane path from Puerto Paraíso over towards La Cobraría. FaZe, ooh, may have a little bit of trouble. Stalwart into Picado. It's the worst hot drop in the world if the apartment blocks hot drop.
We hate this. We hate this so much, and it happens so often. But it's FaZe versus Stalwart here. I think FaZe is a scary team to come up against when it comes to hot drops anyway. I'll be excited to see what they can get done here, but already FaZe takes quite a bit of damage, quite a heft actually over one's Mormon. Does have to back off a little bit, try and find himself a first aid kit. Or an energy drink. One or the other. Some will do.
I think what he should do is stay completely still for the next 12 minutes. That is how you play PUBG Mobile, in my opinion, anyway. That's the best way to play it.
The main problem with Picardo Hot Drop is really confuses our observers. Which is completely fair, because they want to remain on the action. But I can guarantee for the next 5 minutes we will look at this fight.
What do you? What would you be willing to wager on that? An Infinix GT20 Pro?
Yeah, I'll wager an Infinix GT20 Pro. If we stay on this fight until 7 minutes 30, I get an Infinix GT20 Pro. That's how this works.
Yeah, I think so.
Right now, Falcons over towards the north side, very central, around about Hacienda del Patron. RCB coming in from that western side. Though we can look at the point scorings right now, and RCB, Voin Donkey ID, 77, and D+, all safe. I don't think a single one of these teams is going home. Stalwart, the Vicious, 4MV need to put some more points, but realistically, 4MV, again, they have just been putting up consistent points, which is weird for this team. We've not seen a massive pop-off match from 4MV. They has just been consistent, and that's good to see. They're showing up some of those mistakes, because they had that terrible excuse of, we just didn't get the circles, the games are not going our way. And then a day later be like, yeah, guys, we've not been playing great. And I think since then, it has looked a lot better.
It's looked better than they were doing, granted, but it's not looked up to the standard that we may expect from a team like 4MV, right? And that's what's interesting to me here. I wonder if it's just because they're playing in this phase of the tournament, right? If this is a survival stage for MV and in Last Chance when they know they need to be in those top spots, if they're going to change that around, right? Are they going to change it up there? Because at the moment, it doesn't seem like 4MV is on my list, I think, for the top spots, for the top 6 to make it out of that Last Chance stage. Sure, they're doing incredibly well in terms of just keeping those averages up, but they're not blasting everyone away, and they're not that presence that they have been in the past, and we hope for them to be again in the future.
Yeah. Melodious goes down. For Team Queso, it has not been looking good. 16 points is not bad, all things considered, but it could be better. Respect to the observers, we've moved away from Picardo, by the way, which is nice to see. We might be going back. We may be going back. I think they'll realize that Wild's just now looting. And they'll head back over towards FaZe and Stalwart in roughly 10 seconds.
You reckon?
Yeah.
What was your timer as well for when you think they're going to start to move or not do anything?
7 minutes 30.
7:30. Right. Okay.
Yes, we've got 3 seconds on the clock before we shift over. Oh, I was wrong.
No, they're going to stick with RCB. I like it. Look, they know.
They know. They're listening. They're like, you think we're going to go back towards Ricardo? You're wrong. We'll watch RCB Lou all day. We need
Ricardo,
to.
I hate that guy.
Yeah. Fair play to him. I respect it. I also hate Ricardo, guys. Don't want to be looking over that way. ASI 8 on screens at the moment. On the northeast side, a team that definitely needs to pull their bootstraps up. 7 points total. Not a squad that we wanted to see at this stage. These are some good shots, by the way, from Wild. Really good catch over towards Melodious. And there was no one to pick him up either. That was from a vehicle. So, yeah, nicely done.
Very cool. Excellent news. RCB don't really need the points at this stage, but it's nice to have them. And on the flip side of what we've seen from 4MV, just keeping those averages up and doing enough, RCB have exceeded expectations. And in a two-day set, right, 12 matches, having pop-offs is really important to get into those top spots. Every single one of our players in the top 6 right now has had a pop-off, right? Have had a massive game in one form or another. I think perhaps well, actually no, D+ Kia as well. They've also had that one. I was gonna say maybe less of them, but no, they've had 2 chicken dinners already. So I don't know what I'm on about. But either way, everybody in the top 6 has had that pop-off. 4MV haven't quite at the moment, and they are in their 7th place.
Now they're still pushing the numbers, and we're back.
Oh, but there is movement.
There is movement. This is true. There is movement on our screens. Fearless on a nice off angle. This could be disastrous for FaZe. Ooh, there it is.
Oh, just the one. Just the one, though. And Fearless needs to tuck back in. Nice disciplined retreat there. I think it would be so tempting to just step out and go for the spray. Maybe Sanche has been baited into it. Mela goes low. The taker from the micro Uzi, not making him laugh at all. Store actually having Critter get knocked. This is what I was talking about. You get a little bit too bold. You get a little bit too frisky. FaZe are going to respond immediately. They lose one, sure, but they put the cat amongst the pigeons for Stalwarts rotates.
I mean,
7 minutes 30
to...
has just happened.
Yeah, we're still here. But for FaZe, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Managed to get at least one off the back of it. Won't be a flush, though, as they were able to pick their player back up again. But yeah, for FaZe, not ideal. Shots are going back through, but Octoguri with this SKS doing some good shots on the oversight. Fearless with a DBS up close, so that is terrifying for FaZe as they start to enclose on their positions.
Ooh, Sanche spray down on the strafe wide. Not good news for Stalwart as they continue to try and capitalize off the peak. They get too bold, and now maybe they're on the finding out stage. FaZe are still giving them a good fight. Mela down though, and that's a big dispatch onto their position. Mormon steps forwards, looks for the spray, but he's caught on the back. And it may be the case that Stalwart are able to get all 4 of their players back up for a full reset here, which is not normal to see on a full Picardo concluded hot drop fight.
Yeah, first time as well. Usually it's really hellish the first hot drop you go for. Neither team really finding too much success off the back of that one, but there you go. Stalwart up to 64 points. Safe-ish region, I would say. But they're on the lookout for even more. And they'll be able to pick up a lot of the loot going through from FaZe as well. So a lot of that directly sent over towards our squad means utility is going to be looking very nice. Team Queso sending away down to 2 players now remaining with Kollega inside the monster truck, which is burning out right now.
Not too much danger right next door to him. ASIA further up to the north, heading over towards the east side, close to Minas Generalis, over past the graveyard. Teams are starting to move on this northeast rotate. The fact that this circle shifted out to the northeast side does help that Stalwart position over in Picardo as well. It means teams won't be surrounding it and their route out will be available. They can fully loot through Picardo now, and they've got a lot of time to do it. This is, I think, maybe the first time we've seen something like
Welcome
that.
back.
We caught up with Getso Roy.
With the 7WG, this one's going to be in regards to G-Roy. I got a chance to talk to their coach, asking him why have they been struggling so much today. They mentioned in Erangel especially, it had to do with their drop locations. They had to change them. They're also going to be changing them here in Miramar, but he said they've been able to work in a little bit more strats, and they're looking to secure a lot more points. Let's see if that's going to happen in the first Miramar.
Yes, 7. That is correct. I agree. There will be gunfire coming from Getso Roy. Wee! Just gunshots into sirens. Oh dear me. Lovely stuff. Yeah, I don't really know what happened with Getso Roy. I know that something occurred.
If Seven, if you're listening, I've been muted for a little for the last little bit there, but we are. Oh dear! If you're listening, Seven, can you message us with what just went through for Getso Roy, if possible? Because it would be nice to know.
It would be. I'd enjoy that one. Be good to get the lowdown, because all I heard was gunshots, and then John was muted, so you didn't even hear the sirens going off in the background. But overall, great interview. Loved it. T Plus on that eastern side, they're not just looking for a secured spot into the last chance, they're also looking to top the tables here in survival. After just about dropping the ball over in their group stage. 77 not close behind them though either. Not too far behind, sorry.
Shifu. Very close behind Uzum, but there's a rock up as well from Stalwart. Oh dear. This is a interesting little engagement. Stalwart moving through here. If they catch Shifu, he's completely exposed here on the broadside. Uzum's going to have to face off against Magnum, who's still going forwards, and a crossfire established. 4MV are getting lit up in the meantime, out further to the east, but Magnum still wants to put pressure onto Uzum on the corner. 77, Stalwart both losing players. Limbo Boom down though, and I think Stalwart still getting the better end of this. They're up to 5 elims. Critter is going to put them up on 6 as well. And this is again just such a solid game from Stalwart. They're over that qualification boundary, most likely to see them moving forwards. 2 players from 77 though, trying to hold out as Falak moves back on into the backup.
Uzum close by, 77 here with only 2 players remaining. Still a good point scoring for them so far. Somehow managed to find those shots through the window. Well played to Magnum, but another nade goes through, a little bit of damage. Critter will take down Falak on the outside. Lovely Molotov over towards Uzum. I was going to say I was surprised if he'd lived through that one, but he has been royally roasted on the outside of the building.
But it is perhaps a little bit too much to bear. Heavy as the head that wears the corner of Graveyard Crown. As he tries to stand up, but one knocked back, and now it's the last player from 77. In the face of the 7 elim earning Stalwart. Sencha looking through the hole in the wall. And we'll be able to find the spray down. 77 eliminated, going down there with only 3 points. But again, they are a team looking very safe. A Group Green standout. And they'll be okay, even if they do go down here and give Stalwart their 9th elim already.
For Stalwart, they have really racked up quite a lot of points here in the first 15 minutes or so. Fash finding Zed Wolf, not a bad thing for Incilio, considering Zed Wolf is known as the best player on IWRX, so getting rid of that player early on when you're so close by to them is a big boon going forward for Incilio. Currently in 13th place on the lobby. 4 points though so far for IWRX, so not a horrid game. Even if they ended it here, decent point scoring. Circle moves over towards that northern side, towards Voin Donkey.
Hey, let's go. Another center circle position for Voin Donkey ID in a spot down in the foothills of the mansion house at the top of the hill. Up on that crossroads, trying to play a little bit further north on it. Wonder how solid their position is. You've got a lot of teams around. You've got Getso Roy as well, who we did have the update on what 7 was covering as they were taking shots, I think, over to Voin Donkey as they approached it. But their coach of Getso Roy said that they've been struggling due to drop locations, and they had to give up their drop locations in Erangel. But with their change in drop on Miramar, they've been able to work on a little bit more of the strategy here. So they're more happy with their Miramar points and hoping that they can turn their day around, as 7 so succinctly puts it. Thank you very much for the update on that. Hopefully you guys at home, you may have heard it the first time around, but we had a lot of gunfire in our ears. We didn't quite catch that one. Either way, Getso Roy, they're in a good spot to try and do just that.
Incilio looking to take the Thunder over towards IWRX. Nades through the window, good amount of damage, but no knock found so far, which is unfortunate. That initial one would have been really good. 3TN down. Nade through will take him out, in fact. So good equalize there coming through from IWNRX, and Incilio might have been backed off.
Getting pushed away here, but Swain, oh, he's got him on lockdown now. Westron doesn't get away from this unless he takes the fight and wins it. Mate, take that back. He's a ghost. The bullet's passing straight through him. How on earth has he managed to make that corner dash?
Not anymore. Westron out. Swain taken down on the top side, but a quick and easy drop off. Whew, nice little angle that Kane's able to find on that one. IWRX up to 6 eliminations, so a good amount of value found off the back of that one. It did look a little bit dire for them. D+ looking down, does find Redlick, gets the knock on that one, leaving Incilio on the 1 player going forward.
Incilio needing to try and keep themselves going. They're 2nd place in their group right now. You can see they're just behind IWNRX, but IWNRX in a much healthier position after the end of that fight. Redlick gets flushed on out of the lobby. D plus Kia on the southeast side, they've got a long stretch with chips all the way out to the northeast, even further than the two you can see on the minimap beyond Osal. So chips does have a little foothold over to that east edge. They can regroup. They are just trying to get points out of this position. Frozen. Can't quite heal. Can't quite get past the hail of bullets that Milo is rolling on in with. And another one as well. What are they doing? They're delivering points to Team Queso.
I'm a little bit confused by this one. I mean, Team Queso will be happy with the 2 points that they were given. Back of it, just Melosa left alive. Idemrex, though, looking for a 7th elim on the cards. Oh, no! From the backlines, it's Stalwart. I mean, they do pick up that elimination over towards Team Queso and Melosa, but Stalwart will find another to rack their tally up to 10 this game.
It's a really early 10 elimination game for them. And that's got to feel good, right? To go into some of your last games of the day, of your tournament potentially, but unlikely that we'll not be seeing them again over in those last chance stages. 10 points sits them up on 70, and they're looking to get placements added to this one as well. They've got a decent approach to the Team Liquid compound from the southwest, so we'll see how much further they can go, if they can rack up even more. I would hate it so much if the Picardo Hot Drop team actually won a game, but I think it may be the first time ever we see that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, for Stalwart, it has just been awesome back-to-back performances from Picardo to here. Looking at the circle of Void Donkey ID, maybe not in the most strong position in terms of player count, but they certainly have a lot to work with, especially with a lot of this area towards the north side being a little bit more difficult to rotate through. D plus and Tiamba. Don't get confused. Very similar colors on the eastern edge, but it is two separate teams.
Falcons as well. A further shade of beige. Right now they're looking pretty black and blue. As ASI8 lighten them up from the off angle, that's going to be handled by Top, and a full reset for Falcons on the northwest side. They are across the road from that Team Liquid area. Team Liquid actually defending their patch. As Stalwart lose their forward approach.
Yeah, Team Liquid slowly putting up those points as well, which is nice to see. 4MV did go out early, so won't really get any more off the back of this one. Up to 58. And that is worrying going into their last match on Miramar coming up soon. Because for some of these teams, these will be the final matches for them. So 4MV definitely don't want to end on 58. Getting more points than that would be very much ideal. You know, 65 to 70 on this next game. I'll be more comfortable position to be in. 58 is slightly worrisome.
It's really, really difficult to call right now because Group Green has been so dominant. I mean, as it stands, the bubble, if you just look at averages, is BTR still with 54 points that they would get on a 12-match set if you just multiply to 12 matches played. But because Group Green has been so dominant, you remove that point sponge, all of a sudden the teams towards the bottom end of the tables are earning more points, which inflates that back up. And as I said earlier, I'm expecting it to be closer to 60 than that, and maybe even beyond. So 58, you're right, is a really dangerous point to be at for 4MV with one match left to play.
Yeah, the margin is real small for error for 4MV. Stalwart, though, really happy with this game. I mean, they were started on 60, but getting 10 points on this one will put them at 70, which is way, way easier to work with. And one more game to potentially put up a few more points is lovely. Void Donkey ID completely securing their position inside the lobby, though. Absolutely getting at least a top 5 off the back of this map.
D+ here looking to cement themselves towards the top and be the goal for teams to stretch for. We don't have DXavier in, but they are a team that is competing on average numbers with D+ here as well. I think at the moment DXavier actually have a higher average points total than them. They're not playing today, but we'll see them re-emerge tomorrow. And without D+ here and Group Green as a threat, DXavier may just be an indomitable force here. But 1 point added, and we'll see how far D+ here can stretch.
right now, not looking too bad at all. With 4 players still alive to work with on this eastern side, and I would say Tiamba at the moment is just not a difficult foe to go up against recently. Getso Roy similarly, that should be a decent crash available for D+ into the future.
Tiamba with Shan going down, put in the dirt, 10 points today. And it is not looking good for them. A 2-point average across their 5 games that they've played now. They've got one more to try and prove they've got what it takes. Team Liquid lighting up, stalwart, continuously defending that southwest corner. We talked a lot about 4MV on that potential bubble. Team Liquid as well in a dangerous spot, but their position in the circle is going to be so profitable for them, or at least it definitely should be. RCB, Falcons, both actually ready to take this fight, but RCB in the driver's seat of it. Falcons are going to fall. I think that was an off angle, finding a third-party shot. And with only 1 elim, it's not great for the Falcons, but they're up to 25 points now.
Falcons, like you say, get a little bit further into this. 24 points, 25. In one more day and one more game as well. I think for a lot of our squads that have done well, it's usually been around 30 to 35 points they've been able to get on that day 1. Sit themselves going into day 2 at a very, very nice springboard to go off the back of. Yeah, really well played to Stalwart. 11 points this game, and they certainly felt, you know, the pressure going into Miramar, like, let's get it done on the first, especially off the back of a hot drop as well, John.
Definitely could be. Really big stand-up for Stalwart. Look how evenly split those numbers are as well. The nade over the top, and that will see them down. They are 7th place, but with 11 elims, it is a massive game for them. Going out at 24 minutes, or before 25 minutes in general on Miramar, you think, you're probably not going to get that much done. Wrong. 11 elims, but that is all off the back of a hot drop. The one thing I'm glad about, Blank, is the Picardo hot drop team did not win. It is still a terrible idea, and nobody should do it.
Yeah, if you're confident, sure, go for it. But most of the time, it is difficult to work with. Point Donkey ID over towards that northwest side.
I mean,
they're done. I think that they are easily in right now. RCP, 6 elims, they're also in. I mean, it's going to be a struggle for them to get in on that southwest edge, but either way, this team has done enough. Even going into their final match of today. I mean, Vine Donkey has been a little bit blessed by the circles, but you got to imagine that first rotate they made on the last game of Wrangle to get those blessings, and that was a difficult one. In comes Team Liquid towards Nolbu. Good initial shot despite being on fire.
Doesn't quite have an off angle, though, to keep him safe from Ayala, who does get clipped finally, but D+ Kia not in time to save Nolbu. However, that hold is going well. Fabian up on the high ground, really important position, and Chief goes down to it. Mythic with the crossfire angle, but the last to stand. Is there an answer? A nade being cooked, but players from D+ Kia, they're not going to be able to flex out for Fabian. He is going down here, playing on with 2. Can they break that 100-point barrier this game? It's looking less and less likely. The Molotov gets over the road, close to Mythic. Chief confirmed. Chips wants the res. Fabian pulled away. Team Liquid desperately want that point, and they'll find it.
Team Liquid up to 6 elimination. I mean, they are fighting for their lives right now. Big nade, like you say, it's a little bit too close, though. They're trying to clear out that rock in front.
Silas. I mean, they know that there's a player out here. Such an important position here for Team Liquid as well. They're on 56 right now with the elims they've got. You add on some placements, and they start to rack up. But Chips has the angle. Plus Kia going to have to move from this building, though. Do RCB turn their attention out to the garage? The smoke there, keeping Mythic safe. That nade, that should do it. And Team Liquid fall. They've got one more game to show us if they can make it to that survival last chance. As D+ Kia immediately get rattled as Getso Roy on the north side go for the road crossing.
It's a Roy attempting to get across the open ground. It is a tough one so far. They're going to try and make it happen. Juke going to try to distract as much as possible. With RCB off in the distance, they might be able to find some shots. David on some lovely long-range shots, though. And RCB is holding their ground.
Just holding that ridgeline that oversees the Voin Donkey ID position. The fight's concluding, and RCB able to deal with Getso Roy on it. A really nice hold there. And RCB on the south side now have oversight onto this. Potential. Here. That's so nasty for the Vicious. Trying to make their way in. They're in a great position to take the fight with Voin Donkey ID, who are in this middle central compound. But RCB on that off angle just makes it almost impossible to move before that position's gone.
Good nade from Potato. 0 eliminations, but whatever happens here, third place is a third place. The fact that RCB's been able to make it to this stage of the game, though, is very impressive, John. From where they were playing.
Voin Donkey ID.
Trying to get in, but yeah, Voin Donkey ID still going strong.
So hard to move them off this middle building as well. Like, what can you do? The circle's going to shrink all the way into it. They get the res on the inside as well. On the high ground for RCB, they've already done enough so far. The Vicious in a little bit of a pinch as well when it comes to those standings. They started this game, I think, on 59 points, but they should have done enough as well to put themselves over the top towards a qualification spot. The full reset to 3 for RCB. Both of these two teams stopping each other from moving into Voin Donkey ID might just be enough to give the team from Indonesia yet another.
Vicious over on this north side. Could take shots over towards RCB. Loxy. Let's keep his head down, but I do think that it might just be Dunzo for RCB going forward unless Voin Donkey opt to move into this, and they will help out. Remove RCB from the equation. Good hop out considering the spread on the Molotov. This is a game that could absolutely just... It will make Voin Donkey feel so safe going to tomorrow that they don't even have to worry about it anymore.
The removal of RCB, though, this gives the Vicious an opening. Playing as 3, they could potentially make something work here. Potato, ooh, nearly. But he drops a Molotov out into the open. That's going to slow the Vicious' approach, but there's a wide angle, a wide sweep coming through. Potato steps up, finally looking to enact on the angle. Burst knock goes over to Davi. That is that off angle, but in they go, finding the knock onto the high ground. There is a response, and it's all up to Bronozin now, trying to line up to Vexy, but he is on the hunt. They take him down, and Voin Donkey ID find more and more towards the top of the table as their march seems to be unstoppable.
Just Shikadin after Shikadin. I mean, Voin Donkey ID, what a fantastic team. What a step up that's come through from them as well. It has been wonderful news for this squad, especially considering the fact that they started out so badly, John. But now, here they are, up towards the top, playing with the big boys.
Q and Velma from Scooby-Doo. Voinkies, as Voin Donkeys get themselves another victory back-to-back here, and pretty much have guaranteed themselves a spot into the last chance, kicking off in 2 days' time, where they still need to obviously place top 6. But the way they're going, top 6 is definitely going to be in reach for this team from SCA.
Defy, we are so sorry.
Right?
We put you in top 6 prediction now. You're playing too good. What is going on? But like, realistically here, Hot Jukes, I think that from the early few circles we've witnessed, they were understanding, oh, well, it might just be a field-ish finish. We're just going to center up and just hope for the best. And the matter of the fact, it just worked out. This kind of playstyle of centering up early in these kind of terrains is such a good strat to reach the late game. Of course, circle centering up on the compound, that was very unexpected, but they know how these circles go, Hot Jukes, and they used it to its full potential.
Take it to the bank, baby. I'll tell you what, back-to-back chicken dinners. These guys are on point. I love to see that here. By the way, I think I know a reason why these guys won. It was the nails, dude. It was the nails from Razak. 0 damage. 100.
Yeah, I like how you start going inside before looking at the numbers.
But it was so...
It's the nails. He was so good.
It was the support. You know what I'm saying? It was the support, baby. So I actually talked to the coach. I had a DM him on Insta. I was like, yo, I need answers right now. What is this deal, right? So he says that it is to help with button press. That's right. Razak used to play with long nails for accurate button press, but they broke. So he got them done just for this tournament. So that is really interesting. That's the first time I have seen that. And this team back-to-back chicken dinners against the lobby like this. Hey, no damage, but it worked.
So you're telling
Jason,
me...
I've never heard of nail strats.
I mean, you guys are telling me if I go get a pedicure, I can become ace drink?
Manicure?
No, nah, that's not Jason.
Oh, yeah, pedicure. No, I play with my toes. I play
maybe.
A manicure, yes, you are right. You can clearly tell I've never had one of those done before. A couple of other teams we need to focus on here, not focus on the fact that I talked about playing with my feet, is that D+. Again, another solid game for them, playing on the edge, finding that perfect time to crash onto Encilio more towards the center of these zones. I mean, D+, I feel like they're just straight chilling, and if they can maintain this kind of like play style, there's no doubt in my mind they're going to be top 6 in the Grand Finals.
And you know, they just don't want to falter at the finish line like they did in their group, right? They are going to try and maintain their consistency here. The thing is, they don't have to play good, Jason. But again, when we go back to D+, it's just non-forced good gameplay. This is how they play every single match if they can. And they just love third party in their positions. They love having players like Fabian, I think it was Hodrick, just keeping off angles on Team Liquid as they approach them. Like, it's just solid PUBG Mobile. It's by the book. It's consistent, and it's so far why we've seen them be in first place and remain in first place for as long as they currently have in the survival stage.
These guys, I mean, I'm telling you, even if they're in a bad spot, they find a way into the zone. D+ Kia are just on another level right here. And you're right, Jason. I mean, they really could decide who makes it and who doesn't. They could really make it a hard time for these teams, but they're just like, you know what? We're just going to destroy everybody we see. So, yeah, D+ Kia are definitely on a rampage right now. And one thing that we're definitely noticing, Max, especially in this stage, is just how dang fast these teams are rotating, right? You could just see like how imperative the central position is. And I mean, these guys are getting like level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, a gun, and just take it off instantly.
Yeah, we rotate, but we have pretty much nothing to work with.
Yeah.
Once we arrive, it's been a tough one.
Over loot.
But you know what? I do have to highlight an America's team here, Hodrix. Vicious has been good on the elimination front of things. Like, I don't know what happened between group stage and this event, but they just turned up the heat, and they are getting over like 4 or 5 elims every match. I mean, I think Blank at the start of the day mentioned it, the people are sleeping on these 4 or 5 elim games, and right now it's been working greatly in favor of the Vicious.
I believe you're underestimating the sneakiness, Max, man.
Maybe a little bit.
I'm telling you, dude. Vicious, dude, you got to keep an eye on this team because, in my opinion, these are always the most dangerous squads, Jason, because, you know, you just don't worry about them too much. You're like, yeah, they're having some good games here and there. And then all of a sudden, it just takes a good couple pop-off matches, and all of a sudden, they're passing you up on the leaderboards.
I mean, it gets them into Last Chance. Can it be enough to get them into PMGC Grand Finals? This is going to be another question that we're going to hopefully have answers for in the next couple of days. I do want to bring us back to another team. You know, obviously during that match, we did check in with Seven, and if you could hear between the rattling of the gunfire, he did talk about how Getzeroy mentioned they had to change their drop location on Erangel. They had to change it on Miramar as well, but they're definitely more practiced when it comes to Erangel. And they do get themselves some okay points. They get themselves to 7, get 3 eliminations. They were sitting nice and tightly in that compound for such a long time. But for me, in my eyes, it's more about Getzeroy saying, we just want to get to the Last Chance, and then we'll worry about trying to get top 6 if we get there.
That's the first hurdle, is to making it into Last Chance, and then you might have a little bit more time to kind of deepen your strats on Miramar and also Erangel, which is currently where they're lacking the most. I think it was said, Jason, they had to change their drop location. But here we go, looking at the leaderboards. Voin up in 2nd place. Like, again, the 2 most improved teams in 2nd and 3rd place behind D+ Kia. What is going on? This is absolute madness after their group stage. And again, the momentum has been maintained here, Hot Jukes.
Dude, I love it. And when it comes to like looking at Void strategy, drop location wise, they're like one of the teams that they don't care. Like they will like change drop locations every single day here, and they're fine with it. I mean, and looking at it, like they have so many different secondary spots, and it's just working out for them. I mean, gotta give some major shout out and love to their coach, Defiant, because, man, he is putting in some work with the squad.
Yeah, and considering he's coached some really big name teams in the past as well. I mean, it was with Ultra Ego not too long ago on top of that. You know he's going to have a lot of experience that he's going to bring into the team. And we talk about individual players like Silas, who has so many PMGCs under the belt. He's definitely a good addition to add in. He knows exactly what to do when you get to these big events. But as you take a look here at the second page, now third page of the overall rankings, I mean, 22 points you can see for FaZe Clan, who obviously not going to be playing, or sorry, are playing today. And then you have like down the list here, Zeus going to be in 20th place. You know, Vampire, we don't really touch on them too much. I8 though, I think, I don't know. Actually, if we're to talk about Group Red coming in, who's been the bigger letdown, Tiamba or I8 in your guys' eyes? Let's start with you, Hot Jukes.
I'm gonna go with I8, to be honest. Like, they've just been making really, really bold decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just hot drop in Sandhawk and Hotted and lose that fight off the rip. That just like absolutely demolishes their mental, and they just can't get anything going after that. And it's so tough because we've seen this happen before during the group stage, right, Jason, where a team just like can't get it going almost the entire day. And the problem with this is you only have 2 of them, right? So they got to get a good performance here. I mean, it's not too late for them, obviously, because they still have 6 more matches tomorrow, but a good pop-off game right here will definitely ease things up for them.
I'd agree with I8. What about you, Max?
I'd have to go I8 and Tiamba. I'm going to pick both, Jason. I'm not.
Can't do that.
So it's just I don't.
That wasn't
care.
an option.
I'm making my own options here, Jason. No, really, both of them. I have the impression every time we focus on a fight between Tiamba and I8, it's all an early fight, which typically you see because they don't have a lot of placement points off the back of these 5 matches. Or it's a little bit of a mid-game fight, and they just lose their players instantly. They crumble. They just struggle when it comes to taking these 4-on-4 fights. And even if that happens, it takes so long to wrap up the fight that they just get third-partied. And we've seen, Jason, that third parties have been a major, major focal point in the survival stage. So, yeah, they just can't get to the late game, and it's been so far hindering their chances heavily to make it in last chance.
You know, Max, that's actually, you make a really, really good point there. And, you know, with that in mind, you know, which one do you think is worse?
Okay, you want me to put one above the other or one below the other, I guess? It's similar, but I'd have to go I8 right now. I think that they are maybe a little bit under. Yeah.
You got it, Jason.
Yeah, I see. I agree with the I8 talk, just because I feel like when we've seen a lot of these teams coming from PEL, it takes them a day or 2 to really get going. So I wasn't necessarily expecting Tiamba to like hit the ground running in this group, but tomorrow, like, they have a lot of work to do if they want to get themselves safe to get into last chance. And then of course, right, because it's technically then 5 days, well, I guess it's 4 days of play for you, then Tiamba can really start to hit their stride, which we typically will see them do when we get to like these longer mini events where we have like 3-4 days of play. So that's why I'm kind of putting I8, unfortunately, a little bit more of a surprise than Tiamba. But then again, as you guys are saying, it just takes that one game and it can really change things completely around. And on one team who needs to have maybe a change of fate as well, which you haven't really, I think, talked about a single time today, it's FaZe Clan, Max.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, I mean, I had them initially as one of my surprise predictions for their group, and they didn't make it. But right now, going in this last Miramar, Jason, I really want to highlight this hot drop is absolutely stupid. Okay, it makes no sense. It's stupid. No, for real, you're fighting versus Stalwart. They're in what, 5th, 6th position. They literally do not care if they win or lose. They have nothing to lose in that fight. They're going to send all they have to eliminate FaZe. FaZe were at the bottom of the rankings. They were hot dropping. They were in 17th position. If there's any team that needs to change that drop on Picardo, it's not Stalwart. It has to be FaZe. So please, FaZe, if you hear this, leave Picardo, go to the trash loot west or south of Picardo, and you might have a chance to just make it through in the last chance.
Don't listen, do it again. Do it again.
Shut up.
Let's see it.
I don't know, man. Jigs, I'm honestly completely with Max Ben here. If you want to be a team that can lift that trophy in London between the 6th and 8th of December, you have to make these adaptations when it counts. You have to make every single match count, and there's no point to go for another hot drop yet again. But we'll find out the hot drop will commence a further time as we head into the last match of Group Green, but also our last Miramar of the day.
Match number 12 is upon us, and as Jason rightly points out, this is the last chance for Group Green teams to put numbers up on the board. It is So incredible what Group Green has been able to do to this lobby so far, though. These 8 teams have been far and away ahead of both Yellow and Red in terms of their performance in this survival stage. It makes me worried that we're going to be going over to the finals and Brute Force, who won Group Green, Influence Rage, second place, Thunder Talk as well in third, that they're just going to dominate over in the finals. It's got to be pretty scary if you're going to be facing up against them.
That it is, 100%. I mean, some of these teams have improved so much, and it might actually be a case where you have these 5 days of play, which improves some of the teams going into survival stage and last chance so much that our teams that are already directly qualified might struggle a little bit. We are on our final Miramar of the day for Group Green, at least. You do need to put up a couple more points on some of our squads. 4MV going into this one, 58 points. I think that's the team that we'll be watching out for here. They need around 6 to 8 eliminations, 6 to 8 points total to be in a good spot going into tomorrow. It's definitely not the safest of places to be, but it really will be more of a secure position than 58.
Definitely want to be pushing up nice and high into the high 60s, and you're probably going to be safe here. Very, very likely going to be safe. Southeast side circle shift comes on through. And for D+ here, their last lap around, they did manage to get 100 points blank on that last game. I didn't think they'd quite be able to make it all the way, but there they are. The triple digit showing on 12 matches. Not quite a 12-point average, a 10-point average, but still way ahead of the rest of the pack. Voin Donkey ID, they're trying to chase, but what can you do with such consistency?
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll be able to make that. And I think that's the difference between Voin Donkey ID as well as D+, is that D+ hasn't always had the circles. They've been pushing in from difficult locations, and still able to put up 100 points is very, very impressive indeed. RCB definitely not to be overshadowed here with 80 points total. They have had a wonderful turn of events because this is a team that we were really worried about. Voin Donkey ID, at least by the end of their group stage, we were like, oh, well, you know, they have certainly picked up the feet and they're doing a lot more inside of these lobbies. They look very strong now. For RCB, it wasn't until those last couple of games where we were like, actually, RCB has got a bit of presence to them about this.
A little bit of an ominous looming threat. Certainly something that our teams are not taking lightly. Hey, no Picardo hot drop. That's pretty good. Happy about it.
Yeah, I'll do. Not want anything too crazy going on here. Stalwart picked that one up. And in FaZe, definitely know that they can't go for that again. They got over 0-point game. It will be very, very bad for their point scorings. And it's a team that is usually kind of good at Miramar as well. So it would be unfortunate for them to give up 2 out of 4 here in the survival stage. And they can certainly get up towards that 30-point margin off the back of this game if they play the cards right. Which, like I said, is a good springboard going into tomorrow. ASA, on the other hand, though, they had just gone from bad to worse today, even though they look so strong during their group. And we were really impressed by their gameplay. Here, it's a completely different story.
Things have really taken a turn in the survival stage, I think, in general. And as we said yesterday, there has been quite an elimination focus in the mid-game, which we haven't seen necessarily in those longer game sets where you've got a full 4 days of games to play in these earlier stages, right? So it can be a little bit tricky to adapt to such a high-octane environment that some teams are starting to stand out head and shoulders. We managed to catch up with 77, who have been towards the top of the tables, with 7. So here's 77 with 7.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be for you, John and Blank, because you guys have been asking about what's going to be the cutoff point, all of that stuff. Well, I got some news for you. I've been talking to the coaches, I've been talking to the players. Everybody's saying the cutoff point more than likely is going to be somewhere in regards to the 60-point mark. Right now, all the teams from Group Green are in that first stage and are very, very close to that cutoff. Can we possibly have all the teams from Group Green make it to last chance? And will that cutoff be the same as last year? Because last year, it was 60 points as well.
Okay, it wasn't about 77, but that is still very interesting in terms of that point, that cutoff point, and that's what I've been looking at as a high 50s towards that 60-point boundary. I think 65 would be incredibly high to be a boundary right now. FaZe sit on the average bubble with a 52.8 scoreline if you extrapolate based on what their averages are currently, but as I said before, that can inflate based on the performances that we'll see over the course of tomorrow's games as well. So up to 65, maybe, but it's definitely possible, if not likely, that we'll see all of Group Green get in here.
I mean, that is an astonishing result, right? I think that when we look at it that way, all of Group Green getting in, I mean, it was a seriously competitive lobby. They were all hunting for more of those points, but I don't think we were expecting Group Green to do this well. And I do think if you look back on it, right, you know, Group Yellow was the group of death because it had such incredibly strong teams within that group, but it was very specific teams, whereas there was other squads that maybe fell down in the lobby because they weren't quite up to par with those top squads. For Group Red, that was, again, a few teams towards the top who were munching away at a lot of those points. Group Green, on the other hand, was the most competitive by far in terms of performance, getting very close, but didn't quite have those teams that looked indomitable, right? But that kind of would lead into what we expect here in terms of storylines with Group Green all making it through, because they're all very, very good teams, whereas the other groups maybe didn't have as strong of a lobby down towards that middle pack.
It is interesting. And I mean, in general, we're cutting from 24 teams down to 16 teams, right? So we're getting rid of, we're getting rid of 8 of our teams from this lobby. So 1/3 of the teams. 8 teams come in from each group. So you're looking at a third of 8, which unfortunately doesn't quite divide, but it's almost it's 2 and 2/3. So you're looking at Group Green. Which 2 or 3 of those teams would you actually push down into the lower bracket? And that's where the conversation gets interesting, I think, for me, because I think the Vicious would definitely be one of those teams that I would have said in Group Green, looking at this lineup, they're towards the bottom of my tables. And I think Team Liquid may also have been in the conversation, but I don't think 4MV would have been there.
No, I think 4MV being down towards 8th place right now is a bit of a weird one. And they certainly can do better. Baron going down here would be disastrous for 4MV because, again, they do need more points. You had word that, you know, last year it was 55 points on the cutoff. But that was considering a large point sponge at the top of the lobby in survival stage, which I don't think we really have here all that much. Maybe you could talk about D+ as that point sponge, but they're about 40 points ahead of 60s, which that's what you would expect from a first place team, though.
That is true, but you've also got to consider DX Xavier as well, who on average are still outperforming D+ Kia. Their average score per match right now is 9.67, and D+ Kia is at 9.09 after their 11 matches played, which means that in terms of the top spot in the lobby, DX Xavier still hold that accolade. And so there could still be a point sponge tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. I think in general, Group Green has just been such a vast point sponge. On average, they are taking every match 53 or 54 points, somewhere in that region, to Group Green, whereas Group Yellow took 37. Group Red is taking 32 to 33 points per match. So on average, Group Green is taking over 20 points more than their competition, which is quite a big point sponge in my book.
Looking over towards southeast side, Puerto Paraiso. They have had 2 days, though. 2 days to make this happen. Can be changes. Puerto Paraiso, very much the focal point right now. We had the chance at an East Island finish. It was denied to us. But we are heading over towards that urban environment, the hilltops, the sound puts around Puerto Paraiso, as well as Impala, towards that north side with D Plus currently holding that location. Void Donkey ID making that rotate in from that north side, surrounded by the Vicious, who are attempting to envelop them from the northern edge.
A late push in from that north side, definitely a bit of a risk here. A lot of that East Coast road occupied, and you can see one of our teams on board right now, Tianba, hold a very central position to it. 77 losing a player to that outpost. That's the second point to be earned. Falcons were able to find ASI-8 with 1 earlier on. RCB, they're on the northwest side, across the road from ASI-8, and Team Queso on their south side. I think this might be the pickup for Falcons over towards ASI-8 earlier on.
The rough stuff. Again, when you look at this one, ASI losing another player at 7 points does hurt their point scoring potential inside of this lobby. We'll wait for this next phase though, because I think that's where things will change. Most teams have opted to head over towards that hillside, towards the western edge of Port Paraiso. You got 77 currently there, though I think they have lost a player already. It's a strong spot to hold going forward. 4MV down towards the south though with 4 players. I think that's the... Again, we're keeping an eye over towards that team. Team Liquid equally, who are central. Both of these squads looking to push above 60.
Get over that barrier and as far ahead of it as they can. D plus Kier. They put the 101, teaching the lobby a lesson. From the high ground, Ocel raining down hell on the Vicious, who have managed to put themselves up to 71 points. And again, a very safe position for them to be in. If they could just get out of this game 3-4 points, it would be beautiful. So safe for that last chance stage. And a chance at those 6 spots available. The last 6 spots for the Grand Finals in London.
Vicious sending shots out. And to control this position, I mean, D Plus have already lost a player on a knock. It is Void Donkey who attempted to push further in, but RCB had other things to say about that. Holding a good line up on this northeast side. 16 teams still in this one at 12 minutes is a large amount.
Minute 13. And you've got to expect teams are going to start to fall by the wayside here. A couple of teams trapped in these urban environments. Impala, obviously, the major roadblock for the Vicious. But D plus Kier with the high ground actually have control of this east side of Impala as well. The difficulty that they have is that RCB, IWNRX, ASIA all sit ahead of basically every single path that they could want to take out of this location. Both of these 2 teams likely confirmed in already to our last chance stage, though. So this fight, if it concludes with everybody going down, isn't going to have a massive impact on the tables. The question is, who gets the points?
Really doesn't confirm over to anyone right now. I think Team Liquid definitely have the best chance inside this circle. Really strong location to hold, which is going to keep them safe for a while, because the way this circle is assembled is like there's a lot of positions available to play around the map. You aren't shifted over towards one side here, so a lot of teams all taking their individual engagements on every point of the compass at the moment. Team Queso on a 2-2 split, 18 points. I mean, they have done not amazingly. And the amount of times we've seen them, they've done not amazingly, but I do think there is signs of life on this team, because the amount of times we've seen them in an endgame circle, just making some minor mistakes, which doesn't go their way, it's quite a lot today. So I do think there's hope for Team Queso going forward.
Definitely an opportunity to change their fate, especially with Group Green not going to be in the lobby tomorrow. What can they do here to close down the day? Falcons across the road from them on the northwest side. D plus Kier, they managed to move out with everybody but Nolbu alive. They've got the blue zone pushing them in. David may be able to change this one around. Another knock sent over towards D plus Kier. These chips down in the blue zone. Stage 4 unresable. Osal and Favi are going to have to move on as 2. And even then, I don't think there's much opportunity to make things happen here.
D plus. Troublesome spot at the moment. 1 elimination found. The Vicious, not likely to go much further here, but 71 points, fairly safe. David trying to put even more points on the table. He knows that is their last match. Try to get as much done as possible here. RCB up to 4 eliminations on the game. Really, really good stuff from them. But there it is. Stalwart versus 4MV. And guess who? It's Doc.
Oh no, he tried to flex
go down
out
first.
On an off angle to the north side of Stalwart. Completely goes for the wraparound, and there's no way that 4MV can get him back unless they just win out the fight here and now. He's so far flung from them. Baron's trying to keep that position suppressed, stop them from getting over the ridgeline. They can pop a nade over and it's all done for Doc. And will it be enough for 4MV? They've only got 1 elimination so far. Doc gets flushed away. If they go down like this, I mean, it would only be thematic to their journey so far.
I am glad they eliminated Doc there. I'm glad they flushed him because I really did feel like 4MV was going to pick him up. Reefus attempted it. You can play as 3. If Doc does something silly like that, count it as a scout. That's fine. He's figured out there's players over towards the western side. Good for him. He goes down because of it. There's nothing you could do. Don't try and pick him up. Play on as 3 and get some more points on this game.
They figured out that there was teams on the west in the meantime. Ooh, okay, Getso Roy. The Miramar strats with 1 player left alive. The strat is don't die, get eliminations. On this roadside compound as well, in this next circle, Tiamba struggling. A nade could be good at Cook here. Needs to pop it out perfectly. Nearly gets the flush onto Bond. Drops out the window. Goes for the challenge with a DBS, but has he bitten off more than he could chew? Yes, but the point is earned. However, wait a minute. That didn't go to Getso Roy. Someone purloined it. Pilfered it away. It's 4MV. They're playing on with 3.
D plus, go down. Their mark will be 101 points. See if anyone can break that one. DXavier might be able to do it tomorrow. 4MV though. Looking for some more. Aero goes down and Shan will flush him. They do get 3 elims off the back of this. There's potential for more here. 2 players inside. They can get 5 eliminations. It will place them in a precarious place, but playable going forward.
That puts them on 63 points blank. This may be enough. Placements will start to come into play as well here. IWNRX looking to move 4MV out of this lobby though. And they need to draw them down right now if they want a chance to keep them out of the finals.
IWNRX shifting down towards the south side. I think for IWNRX, it's a little bit more considerate over towards getting 40 points on the day because that sets you up very nicely coming into tomorrow. And maybe taking a 2v2 with Swain currently holding off the majority of RCB on that northwest side. That could be called a bad play. 77 pick up the position in the center. After Team Liquid, still on 4 players do move out over towards the northwest. Both these teams have strong positions. Team Liquid now in the same boat as 4MV. Looking to breach 60 points on the game.
They need to keep that pressure on. The central position should feel fairly strong. If ASI8 go down here, RCB have a clean run at Team Liquid to move on over. IWNRX can't really take shots up this way. They don't have the position. There's a big ridgeline that sits between RCB and IWNRX, so no vision there. IWNRX likely going to have to rotate south. ASI8, the only team that can really stop or slow down at least RCB. But right now, doesn't look like there's that many players in this lobby that can slow RCB's roll. 5 eliminations on the north side. Team Queso instead flowing out to that west edge. We'll see if they can mount up for this approach next.
RCB moving forward. Over into the circle. ASIA over towards their sidelines. Tiri Lim's on the game, but only 2 players left remaining to try and stand up here and have a good performance. But RCB, they've got eyes on, and ASIA have to go for something absolutely drastic. Quick rotate over towards the western side. Malaysia a little bit close over towards them, but is regrouping with the rest of his team. And ASIA will end up over in the fields, ducking out of the action as Action takes a nade to the face.
Response, but not going to find Kolego on the off angle there. Papi Potro nade over the top. That one's going to find him. And Action now knocked. Team Queso, they have got 4 players in the fight, but one of them is down. Out on the wide. And the smoke is bloomed around it, so potential cover to get that rotate. You can see they are going to go for it with the spray down on top. This is dangerous from Melodious, but actually gets to the cover. And now another nade up high. Top could go down to it. Doesn't quite land on the money there. That is unfortunate. Falcons, they keep themselves alive, keep themselves right on the edge here as the res came on through. Top nearly gets re-knocked, and that's a brilliant ascension here for Kolego. Moving on through the Falcons first and the second found as well. The side swipe comes through, and the Falcons maybe moved aside here. Team Queso looking to push past their boundaries. Sweep this northwest edge.
Really good stuff. I mean, Kolego has just been a fantastic player on the side of Team Queso. That's what you want to see. A bit of aggression, but rotating back down here feels a bit dangerous. Maybe just taking a position where Falcons were playing might have been a more optimal idea for them. Voin Donkey ID continuing on with just Zeta. And FaZe having to move in from that western side into the fields. That is rough, to say the least, but FaZe need this more than anyone else right now. 17th place, 22 points on the day. Need some more. The breach into tomorrow, feeling strong.
Need to put your best foot forwards. I mean, you take Group Green out of this point sponge position and you all of a sudden have so much more volatility on these tables. Tomorrow is going to be a pop-off game. 4MV, they've just lost a player, Blank. The placements aren't big enough to see them fully secure here. And it may be that 4MV is our bubble team. If they haven't already done enough, this could be disastrous. They've still got Baron left to play. Snake it out. How much further can you go? 77, take a shot, and that's Stalwart from the south side.
IWNRX making their way down. They are on the low ground right now, so it's a bit difficult to work with. Stalwart has had such a fantastic step up towards the mid portion of the day. It's kept them very safe in terms of the table. 76. Just breached up to 77 now. Okay, so doing something quite dangerous, I would say.
How has he not gone down there? Melodious actually getting to this ridgeline. The rest of Team Queso can't really give suppression over to RCB's spot, but Melodious hits the deck. Team Liquid don't quite have an angle, Wild though able to step through. That is the backline not being there for Team Queso on that roll-up. They needed to be more prepared if they wanted to find that one and work it out. But now they know there's a team on that ridge. They have to play through. RCB going to have to move as well. Team Liquid rather, will be the object of the crash. Papi Potro, Kolego, both going in. And now Team Liquid have their test. Can they stand up when it matters most? Put themselves safe? No. The breach is open and 2 players go down. There is a response, but they're falling like flies. Blank, Team Liquid stay alive, but for how much longer? Hit the deck. Cardoza needs to survive for Team Liquid to get further into this one. RCB not crashing. They could get the full reset.
This is so important for Team Liquid. 2 eliminations. Goodness me, Isla had to immediately go for the first aid kit. Even a stray bullet would have taken him out there. Stalwart sending nades through. God, for Team Liquid, that looked absolutely disastrous. But them staying alive might just keep them alive in terms of the tournament. Going into survival and making it through into that last chance. What a game from them.
It was a messy hold though, Blank, and that does not bode well for their future holds. They are back up. They are refreshing. RCB did not third party that. If RCB go in there, that is curtains for Team Liquid and potentially, as you say, for their spot in the last chance. Voin Donkey, their last player out on that flank. Team Liquid will have to transition now. They only got 2 of those elims on the fight as well. A lot of them were taken. And RCB, the main benefactor there, 9 elims on the north side.
Nine elims for RCB. I mean, they're just securing their place, right? At this point in time. IWNRX Kine looking to move down, but Loxy looks on form. Looking to take down even more.
Around the shack, gets back up in play, but the pump action through the window is dangerous, but not quite enough of a bite to it. So that's the double-digit elim count. 25 minutes on the clock. Zedwolf on the off angle looks for a little bit of an answer. 3 players still alive for IWNRX. No, wait, hang on a minute. That's turned around very quickly. It is only the one. Zedwolf last to stand, and it's actually Team Liquid. They're flexing out third party. They know they need the points.
I mean, Zedwolf has to absolutely pop off here, but it's not meant to be. As he goes down, and IWNRX go out with 4 elims on the game in 8th place. Not too many placement points found off the back of it. I think that sits them at 36 going to tomorrow, which is technically a good result. Team Liquid now looking for even more. They know that they want more eliminations off this game. Ayala looking for Loxy. Nade goes to the top, but it's way, way too far.
Sees Loxy. Cresting that ridgeline now, dipping in and out, but this could be all curtains for him. Gets flushed, but Mythic on the trade. A point, 2 points could be the difference maker. Kimez is still there. Last player to go for RCB. 13 elims on the match for RCB, and Team Liquid looking to take them down. Over on the northeast side, potential for Baron from 4MV to step up. Mythic behind the tree, and is it coming through from Team Liquid? Yes, it is. They managed to find another. 4 teams remain, though the placements may just tip them over the top. 4MV into the top 4 as well, and Group Green establish a dominant bubble line.
Baron, the savior of 4MV going forward. They desperately needed him to stay alive in this one. If he can continue from this eastern side and get a 3rd place, it will be an unbelievable result for them. The fact that we have both Team Liquid and 4MV starting on the same points count at the beginning of this game, having their wonder match here in their match 6 of day 2 is unbelievable stuff. But isn't that just Team Liquid in a nutshell, qualifying off the last game?
Sometimes that's just what you got to do. If they can do it again in last chance, who knows? Maybe. See them turn up more in those finals. We'll have to wait and see, though, if they make it. They're on 4 elims, 4th place. It's not huge, but it might be enough, Blank. If they can get a little bit further into this one, it would be massive. But right now, 77 sat in the middle in the Voin Donkey spot.
SD just taking a couple of pot shots, but I don't know how much further this team can go because they've got a lot of open ground to cover here. 77 will be looking that way. Baron luckily is playing on the low ground. Yeah, he is essentially just looking for 3rd place. 4th will give him some points, sure, but a 3rd place at 5 points total on the placements is going to be the thing that really tips 4MV into a secure spot. But that does rely on one of these teams going down. They're all at pretty strong force here.
Chief steps up, next ridgeline found. Stalwart gonna have to lead this hilltop. I think they're at the most danger right now. 77 have shots, so do Team Liquid. Team Liquid just about in the edge of this circle. This approach for Stalwart makes it they're the most likely to take a tumble, but they can just go for this crash. Ogtaguri up and in, looking for that window hop. Now on the ground floor, 77 have to worry. Cardozo trying to break out for Team Liquid on them in the meantime. And they are looking for it. The backline spotted, and Sanchez takes a tumble for Stalwart on the approach up the stairs. A second falls. And now for 77 with 2 players on the inside, they're holding out Stalwart. Can Baron survive just that little bit longer?
Last stage as well, we're in zone 9. He's taking out Mythic, in fact. The rest of the team's coming across. We'll get 6 eliminations off the back of it, but a 4th place, and he was spotted, but at least he gets 1 elim off the back of it. A 9-point game. Not bad at all for 4MV. Stalwart moving in towards 77, looking to secure their position in the tables, but it's Team Liquid who need to come out on top.
Bringing up the rear of the points tallies for Group Green, but it's not going to matter. They are still here to play. Chief is down next. 1 player to go. Team Liquid needs to stride strong into this one. The fight in the middle. One player up the top, 2 players for Stalwart. Cardoza needs to move, and he needs to move now. Stepping on in, stepping forward. Shifu looks for the res, but thinks twice about it. A little bit slow on it. A nade up through the window from the off angle from Cardoza could be the difference maker. Does he have the middle of the circle? Shifu catches one. And now there's only one player to deal with around the sidelines for Stalwart. 77 looking to hold on to the building and Stalwart fall. One player on the inside and Team Liquid are looking to go all the way. Looking for that chicken dinner when it matters the most to them. Their last match in this tournament. They may be able to turn it around and give themselves 2 more days to play. In the last chance. Up the stairs. Cardoza no nades. But he's got a UMP and he's got a dream. Team Liquid need it and they need it now. Shifu on the inside. The shotgun drained on the door frame and it will be able to take him down. Team Liquid gets second place. Is it enough? The answer to be tomorrow.
What a game from 77. Holding that down felt improbable, almost impossible, but they made it happen right at the end there. And 77 went from a very bad start to a fearsome team within this lobby. But it's Team Liquid and 4MV, all eyes on them in terms of their points table.
I thought that was Kalaris there with those biceps, man. I was getting a little bit afraid. No, the Ginger Man made it here to PMGC, but 77 close things out. Shifu, bro. Max, you were like kind of commenting it play by play there. You're like, Shifu, reload. And then he gets the final elimination onto Stalwart, and he popped off.
I was thinking, like, reload, man. You only got 1 bullet. But he's like, I'm going to make that bullet count, man. He's like, he did. He really did against that remaining player of Stalwart. And it is a great position they were holding. Hodrix, of course, they were given a great central position. But, like, the defense, it is not easy because they had Team Liquid pushing behind while Stalwart were pushing in the front. And Shifu, he lost his teammates 1 by 1, and yet he did not give up. He maintained his position, his composure, and that S12K, man, that was the clutch play they needed to secure spot in top 3. They were already going into last chance, but top 3, that's just an extra flex at the end.
Dude, this man has ascended to master Shifu, bro. Are you kidding me? I mean, he shut them down. I mean, Stalwart, first off, they do this push, and they push in 1 at a time, giving away right-hand priority to Shifu. He shuts them down really easily. Man, I mean, these guys are got to be hyped, and there's a reason why this man has been staring at the camera. You know, he's been waiting for this moment, and I love that we finally saw it.
Man, 77 putting themselves even further up the leaderboards, which to me is interesting because we're going to have even more of a point soak towards the top. I mean, it's even more difficult now to make sure you're holding on to those top 16 positions. I'm actually curious to see how our overalls will play out with this one, but also Team Liquid. As you know, we heard John and Blink talk about their last match here in the group, trying to put as many points as they possibly can on the board. And the question will always come down to, is it enough for them to maintain their position and hold on? And I would say it's looking possible, but they are on that kind of brink of the bubble that we're kind of expecting.
But for which team name? I didn't catch your team name you said.
For the Ponies.
The Ponies? Oh, that's right. I was going to bring up 4MV, man, especially. Baron kept the dream possibly alive for them. The fact he made it so far in this game and also got some sneaky limbs on that. Who was it? Team Liquid 2 Hodrix? If they qualify on the brink, 4MV, you need to give a raise to my man Baron because he kept the spot in the last chance alive.
It's going to be close. It's going to be pretty dang close here because, man, I mean, I think they're going to be ND. No, I think they should have it. I really do think they should have it after that.
Close.
Because, yeah, because prior to this match, what did they have? 58
they had 58
points? Yeah, 58 points. With this performance here, these guys both should be rock solid. So I think that, man, it's going to be wild that we'll see an entire group green of the team that didn't play in the last day make it. And that is a huge feat, at least in my eyes.
Yeah. Group of Death is group green all along?
No. Don't say it.
Vlad be, yes.
Vlad's like,
he's going to find new analysts next year. We got to chill down.
No, actually, I said group green or group of death all along. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Man, I mean, what a way to end things off as well. I mean, we talked about Team Liquid salvaging points. They definitely do so here in the very end of the game. But again, if you're Group Yellow coming back into this, you have to really be worried. I mean, seeing what Group Green was already able to put up, you have to kind of find the weak links and what's going to be in Group Red. As we're eventually going to transition here into our match rankings, we're going to see how many points a lot of these teams did get, more importantly, into the overalls after that. And we can see here, 17 points for 77.
That's a lot. Ooh. Dude. These guys are set. I mean, what a great past 2 days from Group Green. I mean, they've impressed everybody at this point. I mean, look at that. Ragnar Kari was 16. You got Team Liquid, finishing it off, doing that, what we like to call damage control in the last Miramar, baby. 13 points. We'll take that all day long, One team, though, I want to see more of for sure, though, tomorrow, Max, man. Gotta be Tianba, man. And the thing is that we were talking about it earlier, Jason, how, these PEL teams warm up, but the problem is that they're facing an entirely new group. So there is no warm up, right? They're back to square one tomorrow. So hopefully they can just kind of grit their teeth and make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you only have 2 days of play also in Survival and then Last Chance. So your warm-up should be that first Sanhok, realistically.
Really?
And after that, you should be raring to go in this one. But Shifu, MVP, who is surprised? Well, not me, because that's pretty much as you would expect it after how he performed this game. But with now all the teams of Group Green, though, you said, Hodgix, that they should all qualify normally for the Last Chance. It set up this very interesting prospect of all the teams at the bottom are not going to have like some easy squads of Group Green. They're not playing to overtake their spot, right? So it's going to be pure competition for the top 16 between Group Red and Group Yellow, with no teams that are just going to falter at the bottom. That is going to make it really tough for the competition in tomorrow's matches.
Look on this front page.
Yeah.
All Group Green. Of course, since they did play out all their matches, you can see 4MV can be the lowest one on the tally at 68. And I kind of agree with you, Hotchix. I did mention before, I actually forgot to update my side of the standings, saying that Team Liquid should be enough. It's definitely enough at 71 points.
Right,
they should be pretty secure. But every team above them are all very confident they're going to be able to hold on to this. It's more about how the second page is really going to play out here for all these teams and where the standings are. I don't know. Maybe give me your most impressive team in survival stage, Hotchix.
I mean, the obvious answer is D plus Kia. These guys are just like rock solid, that's for sure. So besides them, I really like Regnum Karya. I know it's the second place team, but man, these guys have been really, really getting it done here, And as far as a team that isn't in Group Green, I'm going to go with Major Pride right here, man. Major Pride have been so dang impressive. I wonder if they're still going to get that farm drop. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on that for tomorrow. But they are pretty set up here. Just a good couple of decent games. They're going to be fine. But at the end of the day, tomorrow is going to be just chaos. I wonder, boys, what do you think? How's it going to go, right? Because you got Vampire that need a ridiculous amount of points. I8 is in the same boat here, right? So do you think that we're going to see more passive gameplay and everybody playing it steady, or just kind of just straight aggression?
Hey, from the really bottom teams like I8 Vampire, they need to reach a 9-10 point average per game if they want to have a chance to compete from what we see in 60-65 points. So them, I'm going to put them out of the conversation unless they start hot tomorrow. I'm talking win or top 3 in the first match or two. Otherwise, no. The thing is, placement points alone is not going to cut it. You need to see bigger limbs coming through for these teams if they want to have even just a chance to make it through.
I'd even say there's a couple of other teams that are on that threat, like Inco. We haven't really seen anything crazy out of them in survival stage, obviously only having 15 points, but not too many crazy matches either when it came to their own group. As we take a look here at our MVP of the day, Nobu, I think definitely deserving, man. This guy popped off constantly, having multiple games with a ton of eliminations. I think he's still going to be our elimination leader, which, again, you kind of expect considering they played out all 12 of their matches. But before, we were talking only about Osal. It's nice to see that, D Plus had that depth in the roster of other people who can step up.
I think every time we had a South Korean team, Jason, join global events, we were like, oh, this guy on this team is really good. But every time we mention D plus Kia, if I'm not mistaken, we just say D plus Kia, the team. We don't say it's Osal, or it's Nolbo, or it's Fabian, or it's Chips. No, every player is just popping off. They are just such a good team together, and they just... The timing is so good. We saw that fight earlier versus Gets a Roy, right? Where Osal is alone, buying time to wait for his teammates to assist him. That's the kind of synergy that wins you global trophies. And right now, they are kind of on that trajectory to maybe go the entire way for the Grand Finals.
This is interesting, Hanchu.
That's a lot of throwables.
That's a lot of throwables being used. I was actually looking towards Doc as well. 88. I wonder how many of those are actually going to be nades coming through. But there's such a big difference between Shifu and everyone else, where it's only a 5 throwable difference between second and fourth.
That's crazy. What is that, 45 more? I think my math's right. That's ridiculous, man. Shifu, he went off, and the way he finished was so impressive, right? This guy definitely grew some fans in just this one day alone. Tomorrow's gonna get crazy though, because right now that cutoff's at 25 points. 6 matches left to go. And how many teams have 25 points? Like 3 squads? Man, it is gonna be fun to watch. But it's good to see that Group Green, they're gonna be chilling, right? They don't gotta worry about nothing. Everyone's just gonna have, maybe some ice cream tomorrow and just enjoy the games.
Or some pizza.
Ooh.
Max, I think I found your new team. If Falcons don't qualify to Grand Finals, I think it's going to be 77. I think you're going to become a Shifu fan.
I've been a Shifu fan for a while. But to be honest, I was saying, Shifu, I can't wait to see him get picked up by a team. He doesn't need to. As of right now, he does the team on his own. I mean, on his own. No, of course, he's being set up. I think Zadira is somewhat the unsung hero of 77, Jason. We send Shifu as the frag of the team, and we've seen that multiple times. But Zadira's angles really is the kind of a launching point for 77 a lot of the time. His angles set up Shifu in such a way that he can go absolutely ballistic in these engages, and he comes out on top because his team sets him up so successfully. So Shifu's good, but the rest of the squad should not also be forgotten about.
You know what?
Well, who we can't forget about our 6th man here on the show. It's Emerald's Gaming on the stage with interview with Ayala.
That's day 2 for survival stage, and alongside with me, I have none other than Mythic from Team Liquid. Once again, Miramar saves you guys. You guys finished with 71 points going into tomorrow. You guys aren't going to be playing tomorrow, but going into tomorrow, how comfortable are you guys feeling that you'll be able to survive to last chance?
Então, ele falou mais uma vez, a Miramar salvou vocês. Vocês vão, amanhã, não vão jogar, mas vão ir com 71 pontos. Quão confortável vocês estão que vão conseguir ir para a last chance.
A gente sabe que dava para ter pontuado mais, né? Mas com fé em Deus vai dar tudo certo, a gente vai passar, a tabela vai ser zerada e se Deus quiser a gente passa no top 6 e chega na final da PMGC.
So he said, of course, they could have done better, get more points, but he feel comfortable. He said, at least they get, maybe top 6. So, that they're going to be going, to the last chance tomorrow.
Right on. Now, the team hasn't really felt the most comfortable throughout this whole PMGC, considering that coming into this, you guys were one of the favorites. What has been the biggest issue from group stages and now survival stage that just you guys haven't been able to feel as confident and as favorite as you're expected to?
Então, falou que, em geral, vocês eram uma das equipas favoritas para esse campeonato, mas vocês não se desempenharam muito bem, nem na fase de grupos, nem agora nessa fase. Então, o que aconteceu? Qual foi alguns problemas que vocês tiveram?
Um dos problemas foi ter mudado de spot, né, em Erangel e Sanhok. Não que seja desculpa, mas atrapalhou um pouco. A gente não estava tão bem preparado assim para ter mudado de spot e tudo mais. Mas vamos chegar mais fortes, vamos fazer partidas agressivas, como é nosso estilo de jogo, e vamos pontuar muito mais para chegar muito grande na final e ser campeão.
So you say one of the biggest problems was that they changed the spot from Erangel and Sanhok. Of course, it'll not be they just this one problem, but they try to fix everything so they can be stronger and come more strong for last chance, even coming for the finals.
Right on. Well, hey, hopefully the amount of points there that you guys were able to secure in that last Miramar will be enough. Obrigado, Mythic. Thank you so much. Now, we're not just going to be talking with Team Liquid here. I do want to get a chance to talk to some of the other teams. That's one team that's not going to be playing tomorrow. I want to get a chance to talk to another team that is going to be playing tomorrow, and it's going to be none other than FaZe Mela, going to be alongside with me. The first 2 games that you guys had were good, and then there was a bit of a downside right after that. What caused that? What caused the performance issues?
ก็2เกมแรกเราก็ทำได้ค่อนข้างดีเลยแต่หลังจากนั้นเนี่ยมันก็อาจจะแผ่วลงบ้างเลยอยากรู้ว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับก็อาจจะด้วยเรื่องของจุดที่เราลงแล้วก็ลายมุมที่เราเลือกเล่นนะครับก็จะมีคนมาเยอะแยะไปหมดครับทำให้เราเล่นยากด้วยครับ So it was many teams they tend to pick the dropping spot, which that is the same with the FaZe Clan shows. So that's why it was challenging for them to make it to the end for each match.
It's not just you guys. Everybody, I feel like everybody that I talked to today has been having that issue. And you know what? Wait, because you told me that, I'm actually going to mix up my question here. Tomorrow, do you think it'll be a little bit easier for you guys, or do you guys still expect to have to adjust in a big way in regards to where you're going to be dropping on the maps?
แล้วคิดว่าพรุ่งนี้จะ เราจะทำได้ไหมสำหรับการเก็บคะแนนสำหรับพรุ่งนี้เป็นวันสุดท้ายของเราเพราะว่าทีมกรุ๊ปสีเขียวเนี่ยเขาก็เก็บคะแนนมาได้ค่อนข้างที่จะสูงอยู่
ก็คิดว่าทำได้ครับก็ห่างคิดว่าการันตีน่าจะประมาณ60-70 แต้มก็คิดว่าทำได้ครับก็ถ้าทำไม่ได้ก็กลับบ้านครับล้างจาน
So anything is possible. So let's say if they could get 70 points, so that could guarantee the team to go to the next round. But if they couldn't get it, maybe they're just going to pack their bags and go home.
Okay, not a lot of confidence there from what I get from that answer. I mean, you're currently sitting at 25 points. Hopefully, you'll be able to get to that 70-point mark. Thank you so much for your time, Kapun Cup. Back to you guys.
Good to hear from Mythic and Mela there in particular, gentlemen. Anything that stands out that you want to discuss between those two interviews, other than, I guess, the calculations being a little bit odd for Mela?
Yeah, he was not seeming very confident. I mean, I think they're actually in a really good position to qualify. Like, they're in 17th position. Literally, one good game would almost assure you to make it through, right? So I would be confident that one big pop-off game could be happening, or consistency throughout the entire day would be enough. So come on, Phil, you can make it, FaZe. Let's go. Yeah.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, FaZe aren't in a bad spot at all. I mean, they have 6 matches tomorrow. It's going to be hard because there's so many teams that are going to be like really desperate, like in desperation mode, right? So that's going to be the big asterisk. But I mean, FaZe, you're not in a bad spot, man. Just come in confident tomorrow, get a good game under your belt, and you're going to be pretty solid. What do you think, Max?
No, I'm thinking actually Stalwart being done on Miramar, they can go back to their previous spot of Picardo. They can play exactly the way they want to on Miramar, so that's an extra plus that should make tomorrow a little bit easier for FaZe to really play their own play style.
I mean, even thinking for like Getso Roy, well, actually, yeah, in Group Red, right? They have another day of play. We did hear from them earlier on saying the problem they were having was they had to change their drop locations and kind of like adapt to that. And maybe they can go back to their normal drop locations now there's a different group coming back in. And honestly, that's kind of the coolest part of the survival stage is that, yeah, you might be able to set your place in stone in one day, but when the groups swap around, you might have to change things up. So you might be done with the matches, but you're not done with the day. You still have to prepare with what's coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be so much. Sorry?
I can't tell you how hard it is, right, to switch drop locations, right? These guys train all year long to go into one spot. The timing is locked down. So if you have to change even a little bit, like Team Liquid, they changed their secondary drop location. And you heard Ayala said that he had some problems with it. So it's pretty crazy.
You know, it's also crazy, Hot Jukes.
What's that?
The fact you don't have one of these. Infinix GT20 Pro. It's so close, Hot Jukes. And yet so far,
one, dude.
With 120 FPS, 144 hertz, maybe you can also put pictures of Johnny Allen on the wallpaper. Who would you put in there, Hot Jukes?
Huh? What would I put in there?
You know, say like tomorrow you wake up, ring, ring. You have I mean, I don't know why your phone's ringing. It's your front door, and it's like, here's your Infinix GT20 Pro. Who do you put up on that wallpaper?
I picture Vlad, dude. Why not, dude? The prediction king. You know what I'm saying? With Vlad with a crystal ball right in front of his head.
People in the chat are like, huh? Who?
He's really trying to get an Infinix phone here, man. Like, he's even sucking up to Vlad.
I really went for that one. You like that? I was like, yo, come on, man.
Well, you guys at home, just want tickets available for the Grand Finals over in the UK between the 6th and 8th of December. All the activities you can participate in, seeing your players, your favorite players going head-to-head. Maybe some of your least favorite players if they're beating your favorite players. And, of course, root your teams on and see who will be crowned the champion and be the one of PMGC 2024 this year. But, gentlemen, I think it's going to wrap up the show. I'm not going to give you any chance to give a quick little recap of the day because you know what? We need to get out of here so we can get to tomorrow quicker. It comes down to the final day of survival stage before we jump into the last chance. Hope you guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow with some more PUBG Mobile action.
takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Time's up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshine all the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Sun's up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Time's up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane. Searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind